Chapter 360. Time flew by outside the chaotic streams of space. Within the chaotic streams of space, time stagnated and was difficult to sense. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Bai Jiang, who had entered the chaotic streams of space first, was still one step ahead of everyone else. He appeared in the southeastern region of the four extremes. At the intersection of the western and southern borders, outside the 100,000 great mountains, Bai Jiang sped over without stopping at all and rushed into the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, a blood-red maple forest appeared. The legendary Phoenix Perch Mountain was right in front of him. Bai Jiang withdrew his aura and descended from the sky. Phoenixes were different from other vicious beasts. They controlled the speed of heaven and earth. Wanting to obtain a phoenix origin wasn't easy. Even he had to be careful. Just as Bai Jiang arrived at Phoenix Perch Mountain, Li Luo and the other two also walked out of the chaotic streams of space and appeared in the northwestern region of the four extremes. Ning Chun confirmed their position and immediately brought the two of them to the 100,000 mountains. At Phoenix Perch Mountain, a pair of phoenixes cried out and flames surged. In front of the phoenixes was a miserable figure holding a golden staff. He had already fought with the two phoenixes for several days. However, just like before, it was difficult for him to win. Phoenix flames burned the sky, creating a beautiful scene. The golden staff imperial teacher blocked with his staff, but he was forced back several steps. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Although he wasn't heavily injured, he was still in pain. Just as the man and the two phoenixes were fighting, a black aura rapidly spread out in the battlefield. A black-robed figure walked over with a powerful pressure, shocking everyone. "How about we work together? After killing the phoenixes, we'll split the benefits equally," said Bai Jiang calmly. The golden staff imperial teacher's heart sank. He coldly said, "No need. We'll fight for it with our own ability." The person in front of him was stronger than the previous master of the four extremes. He wasn't stupid enough to ask a tiger for its skin. Bai Jiang sneered and no longer paid attention to him. He waved his hand and the blood jade tears heavens appeared. With a slash of his sword, the phoenix flames rapidly scattered. The phoenixes sensed the strength of the human in front of them and cried out. The flames around them turned from red to deep blue and crazily surged out. A pointless struggle. Bai Jiang flipped his left palm and the power of the Nether King surged out of his body. A heavy pressure reverberated through heaven and earth. The Phoenix Truefire couldn't approach him at all. A black figure flashed past. Green blood tears, green light illuminated the world. The instant the sword appeared, the space trembled. 100 zhang long ravines split open. The two phoenixes hurriedly dodged, but their enormous bodies couldn't completely dodge. Blood gushed out. A terrifying sword wound appeared on one of the phoenix's abdomen, so deep that bone could be seen. The golden staff imperial preceptor's eyes flickered. His figure flashed rapidly, wanting to collect the phoenix blood that was spilling out. Just as he was about to do so, the phoenix blood that was gushing out suddenly burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated into nothingness. "Fuck off!" Seeing that the golden staff imperial tutor was in the way, Bai Jiang's eyes turned cold. He slashed out with his sword, and a blue blood mark tore through space and reached the imperial tutor's chest. The golden staff imperial advisor's heart trembled violently. He waved his golden staff to block the sword light. With a loud bang, the golden staff imperial preceptor was sent flying more than 30 meters away. Blood continuously flowed from his hands. With just one move, he had already suffered serious injuries. The absolute suppression of strength did not allow the weak to be on the same path. The golden staff imperial advisor suppressed his anger and retreated from the battle. He knew very well that he had no chance of winning against such a strong opponent. Suddenly, the golden staff imperial preceptor's eyes shook. He looked to the north. Why had that brat returned? In the distance, Ning Chen was holding the golden staff Imperial Preceptor's golden staff Imperial Preceptor had given him back then. He was constantly pouring his true essence into it, trying to contact the latter. Soon, the golden staff Imperial Preceptor responded to Ning Chen's call by releasing his aura. He really is there. Ning Chen looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains. Was this old man really planning to deal with the two phoenixes by himself? On Phoenix Perch Mountain, Bai Jiang was facing the two phoenixes. The overwhelming battle had caused the two phoenixes' injuries to become more and more serious. The wounds that had been cut by the crimson blood heaven's tears still had some remnant energy that prevented them from recovering. The two phoenixes cried out in grief. They had no choice but to abandon their resting place and quickly rush out of the 100,000 mountains. You want to escape? Do you think it's that easy? Bai Jiang snorted coldly. He opened his hands and black chains appeared. They trapped the sky and locked down the earth, forming a huge net that sealed off the surrounding area. Within the crisscrossing black chains, the two phoenixes' path was blocked. Phoenix cries resounded throughout the world. It was the end of the phoenixes, and it was difficult to find a way out. At this moment, one of the phoenixes let out a cry and burned its own body, using its flame of life to open a path for the other phoenixes to escape. The golden flames were unstoppable. Even the black chains could not stop them. They shattered one after another, and a path appeared in front of them. It was the only path that led to hope. The other phoenix's eyes were filled with grief. It could feel its companion's vitality rapidly declining. It cried out in grief, shaking heaven and earth. None of you can escape. Bai Jiang's figure shot out. Crimson blood heaven's tears tore through the void and slashed at the two phoenixes. One of the phoenixes that had burned its own life spread its wings and blocked the crimson blood heaven's tears. It cried out, urging its companion to escape. With a loud bang, the crimson blood heaven's tears gushed out. In the next moment, the golden flames spread. In the final moments of its life, it wanted to drag the humans in front of it to the yellow springs. The crimson blood heaven's tears cut open the phoenix's body. Bai Jiang raised his hand and stabbed it into the phoenix's chest. In front of absolute power, any struggle was powerless. Its final cry was filled with endless regret and resentment. Its flame of life burned away all traces of the phoenix's existence, but it was unable to do anything to the humans within. After being trapped for 10,000 years and then suffering a great calamity, the phoenix's lives had been filled with ups and downs. Seeing its companion die, the other phoenix was filled with grief and fury. Just as it was about to charge out, the black chains reconnected, sealing its path. I said none of you can escape. Bai Jiang's figure flickered and he appeared on top of the phoenixes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he slammed his palm into the phoenix's chest. With a bang, the phoenixes were heavily injured. They fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, kicking up dust. Bai Jiang followed, slashing down with his sword, wanting to end the phoenix's lives. But at this moment, the battle changed. The Sua Luo sword slashed through the chains and blocked the crimson blood heaven. The two swords collided and sword chi flew everywhere. Then four figures walked over. Ning Chen looked at the destroyed Phoenix Perch Mountain and his heart sank. Had they still come too late? Marquis Jiming, you actually didn't die. Bai Jiang couldn't hide his killing intent as he looked at the red-robed youth. Before I send you to hell, of course I'll live well, said Ning Chen calmly. Their daos were different, and they didn't want to talk too much. Two figures shot out from Ning Chen's side. Sword and saber light cut through the darkness as they shot toward Bai Jiang. Bai Jiang raised his sword to block, his Nether King aura reaching its peak. Sword and saber light collided in the blink of an eye, shaking the heavens. The battle instantly reached a white-hot level. Sword and saber intersected, and life and death were only a hair's breadth away. Jiming hadn't attacked yet, and Bai Jiang had many misgivings when he attacked. Adding on the fact that he was fighting 1 against 2, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand. blue blood tears, heaven's tears kept ringing, dancing in the sword and saber light. Rays of killing intent scattered in all directions, creating bottomless ravines on the ground. On Phoenix Perch Mountain, the parasol tree fell, unable to withstand the waves of the battle. A faint light flashed through the dying phoenix's eyes. There was sadness, hatred, and relief. After hiding for tens of thousands of years, it finally didn't have to hide anymore. The mournful cry was a call to its companions. Wait for me on the road to the underworld. The next moment, golden flames burned around the phoenix. The phoenix was proud all its life. Even if it died, it wouldn't let a human desecrate its body. Looking at the phoenix in the golden flames, Ning Chen's eyes showed a trace of sadness. They had once fought side by side, and he didn't expect that they would meet again at the moment of life and death. The phoenix origin flew out and flew toward the only human recognized by the phoenix. Together with the phoenix origin, it entered Ning Chen's body with the last trust of its life. In the battle, Bai Zhang's expression changed slightly. He pushed away the Bodhi in front of him with his sword and was about to take the phoenix origin. However, the saber had already arrived and blocked his path. Farewell, human. The phoenix's last consciousness gradually dissipated. Its life was over. At this moment, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky. All the Xiantian experts in the four extremes looked toward Phoenix Perch Mountain. What was going on? Bai Zhang's pupils shrank. Xiantian tribulation? How could it be? Marquis Jiming was already a Xiantian expert. How could such a phenomenon appear again? With the phoenix origin in his body, his clone rushed to the Xiantian realm. Ning Chen wanted to use the Chaos Scroll to hide his aura, but it was too late. He focused on dealing with the Sky Demon tribulation. Senior Golden Staff, please protect me. I'll be eternally grateful. Ning Chen glanced at the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and said calmly. At this time, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor also recovered from his shock. His expression changed again and again, but he still nodded and agreed to the former's request. Black demonic chi rushed down from the golden pillar of light. At the same time, a sea of fire burned in the sky, illuminating the sun. Two tribulations in the sky rose endlessly on Phoenix Perch Mountain. The terrifying power shocked the entire four extremes. Retreat! As the heavenly fire fell, everyone in the battle quickly retreated. They didn't want to be affected by the Xiantian tribulation. There was a gap in the siege. Bai Jiang took the opportunity to swing his sword. A green sword light flashed and swept toward Ningchen. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's golden staff rang. The staff gathered energy and blocked the sword light. A pool of blood spilled on the ground. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor was heavily injured again. He looked back at the young man who was going through the tribulation. His eyes darkened. This time, he hoped he made the right decision. The two experts who came with this kid were not simple. Moreover, there was a big problem with this kid's body. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor was a smart man. He knew what was best for him. The Marquis Jiming was no longer the junior he could bully. Giving him a favor was the best choice. In the Golden Pillar of Light, the Sky Demon Heavenly Fire burned Ning Chen. The cry of the phoenix resounded through the sky. An illusory phoenix shadow appeared behind Ning Chen. A strong power swept out. From the ghost palanquin behind, the purple-gold Yama Divine sword flew out and fell into Jiming's hand. The Yama Divine sword was sharpened again. The heavy phoenix origin gathered on the sword. In an instant, the blood-red light shone brightly with a trace of dazzling gold. The moment the sword came out, it changed the wind and clouds and created a sea of fire. Chapter 361. The heavenly fire opened and red clothes appeared. Ning Zhang's figure instantly appeared in the middle of the battle. His divine weapon appeared and his sword pierced through the air. The sudden sword was so fast that no one could react to it. It was out of everyone's expectations. Before they could react, the sword had already entered their body. Ugh! The sword entered 3 inches and black qi gushed out. Bai Jiang endured the pain in his chest and sent out a palm strike. Vigorous true yuan surged and pressed towards Ningjiang. Bodhi condensed a seal and received the palm strike. The shock waves shook the surroundings. In that instant, red clothes retreated, avoiding the shock waves that scattered in all directions. Knowing destiny, Marquis, you've become weak. Bai Jiang suppressed the injury in his chest and looked at the red-clothed youth in front of him. It's enough to deal with you. Ning Chen's figure moved again. His sword cut through the wind and clouds. Red clothes left behind afterimages as he rushed forward again. Bai Jiang's pupils shrank. So fast. The speed in the blink of an eye exceeded the limit of the physical body. Traces of blood flowed out of Ning Chen's body. It was the backlash of the physical body not being able to keep up with the speed. Knowing destiny had grasped the Phoenix origin and at the same time had inherited the Phoenix extreme speed. However, the human body was not as strong as the Phoenix body. Under the extreme speed that exceeded one's cultivation, one had to bear the backlash. The tip of the sword drew a brilliant red light across Fengqi Mountain. It was so fast that it was shocking. Seeing this, Bodhi and Li Luo joined forces to suppress Bai Jiang's Nether King power. Together with knowing destiny, they killed Wu Guan. 2 blocked the attack and 1 took the life. The 3 cooperated in an orderly manner. Bai Jiang's situation immediately became dangerous. The Phoenix body's cultivation foundation was not as good as the main body's. It could not take the Nether King's power head-on. However, with the protection of the 2, there was no need to worry about the rear. A purple-gold sword shone brightly with bloody light. The tip of the sword was endless. Bai Jiang's move was suppressed. Red clothes swept past and blood splashed out, dyeing the maple leaves in the sky red. 3 against 1, the strongest combination. There was no gap between them. The sword light flowed and the road to the underworld appeared. Ugh! Suddenly, the Nether King's sword pierced through Bai Jiang's body. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His aura shook violently and the black light kept extinguishing. Nether descends, heaven's tears. Suffering another heavy blow, Bai Jiang took half a step back. At the moment of life and death, a dark aura as heavy as a bottomless abyss gushed out. Suddenly, the heavens and earth lost their balance, and the whole Fengqi Mountain shook. A terrifying pressure descended. The Nether King opened his eyes and his aura changed. His dark and cold eyes were devoid of any human emotions. Just a glance was enough to cause the 3 people in front of him to feel as if they had been severely injured. Their hearts throbbed violently. Human, step back. His words were calm and emotionless. A terrifying aura spread out, and the 3 of them were immediately sent flying. Their blood dyed the sand red. Strong, indescribably strong. The Nether King moved. A black light flashed, instantly appearing in front of Li Luo. With a flip of his palm, an endless amount of black qi gathered. With a bang, heaven and earth trembled. Li Luo's eyes narrowed as he raised his saber to block the attack. However, a loud bang was heard as the saber shattered into pieces. A red and green figure flew out, blood splattering all over the sky. Next you. Nether King Ha raised his hand. Raging winds and raging mists surged with divine might, sweeping towards Bodhi who was standing not far away. Jian Bodhi's expression froze. Buddhist light flickered, and his Buddhist energy soared to meet the Nether King's divine might. With a loud bang, Bodhi was forced back a dozen steps. Blood splashed out of his mouth, dyeing his clothes red. In just a breath's time, the situation had rapidly reversed. The Nether King who had borrowed Bai Jiang's body to descend was shockingly powerful. Retreat! Ning Chen recovered and suppressed his shock. His red robes flickered as he brought the heavily injured Li Luo and Jian Bodhi away. Outside the battle, the Golden Staff Imperial Teacher didn't dare stay for even half a moment. His feet moved and he also left. Looking at the 4 of them leaving, the Nether King's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, his terrifying pressure scattered, and he returned to his original appearance. "Many thanks for saving us, master." Bai Jiang suppressed his injuries and respectfully said, "Your body is no longer capable of withstanding my power. Quickly bring back the Phoenix origin and prepare the final extreme sky formation." The Nether King's voice echoed between heaven and earth. "Yes," replied Bai Jiang. To the southwest of the 100,000 mountains, Ning Chen appeared with the heavily injured Jian Bodhi and Li Luo. The Golden Staff Imperial Teacher followed behind them. Because he had received several of Bai Jiang's attacks, his injuries weren't light. "Seniors, please focus on healing your injuries. Junior will stand guard on the side," said Ning Chen. Li Luo and Jian Bodhi nodded. They didn't say anything and immediately sat down to focus on healing. Although the Golden Staff Imperial Teacher had many questions, he knew now wasn't the time to ask. He walked to the side and first circulated his energy to suppress his injuries. Ning Chen looked in the direction of Phoenix Perch Mountain, his heart heavy. There had been too many variables in this battle. The final terrifying aura that had appeared was without a doubt the Nether King. All he could feel was one word: powerful. So powerful that it made him despair. In the end, the Phoenix origin had still ended up in Bai Jiang's hands. The Nether King's descent wouldn't be far off. How to stop it would be the biggest problem in the future. Ning Chen closed his eyes, and blood qi soared around him. He used blood to refine his soul, notifying his main body of the danger. At the same time, in the Qizhou mountain range, within the Taoya's stomach, a white-robed figure trembled. She felt an intense pain in her divine sense and suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing her awaken, Dao Kuei waved his hand, and the black and white swords protecting the Taiji Yin-Yang formation transformed into streams of light that returned to the zither. "What is it?" asked Jiang Wangji. "My clone gave me a warning. Something must have happened outside." "Senior, I need to go out," said Ning Chen gravely. Jiang Wangji frowned, but he didn't stop him. "Be careful. You still haven't completely cultivated the Life Scroll's restrictions. Don't waste too much time. Also, your fifth tribulation should have arrived. Once you go out, do your best to suppress your tribulation. Otherwise, if the three calamities arrive, it will be extremely dangerous." "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. His figure flickered as he flew in the direction he had come from. Jiang Wangji plucked the zither, and a profound sound rang out. The Taotai opened its mouth, and a white light shot out and disappeared. Within the Grand Xia's imperial city, within the Marquis mansion, knowing destiny returned. After asking Meng Xuanji, his expression became serious. "Where's Luofei? Is she awake?" asked Ning Chen. "She's awake. She's in her room," replied Meng Xuanji. Ning Chen turned and walked out of the study. He went to Luofei's room and knocked on the door. "Please enter." A woman's voice came from the room. Ning Chen pushed open the door and entered. He looked at the woman in front of him and seriously said, "Luofei, I want to see the Eternal Night Religion Master. Immediately." Luofei frowned. She stood up and said, "Let's go." A moment later, the two of them left the Marquis mansion and rushed west. Two people appeared in front of the Eternal Night God sect. Luofei took 2 steps forward and pressed a hand against the array formation. Suddenly, a white moonlight spread out and an entrance to the array formation appeared. Ning Chen followed her in. Just as he was about to continue, a blue spear light shot out. Luofei narrowed her eyes and her figure flashed. She flipped her palm to block the spear light. She said, "You go first. I'll block her." Ning Chen nodded. His feet moved and he rushed forward. "Luofei, you really betrayed the God sect." Chu Li's expression was ugly as he angrily shouted. "I'm sorry." Luofei didn't explain. Moonlight flashed in her hand. This was the first time she had attacked since she stepped into the 3 disasters. Chu Li waved his spear to meet her. The blue spear light was swift and fierce, showing no mercy at all. As the two of them fought, Ning Chen followed the path that Luofei had pointed out to him. They were running out of time, so they had to act as quickly as possible. The three great temples were already empty. In addition to Chu Li being blocked, the god sect's combat strength had temporarily entered a period of weakness. Ning Chen moved faster and faster. Before the Deep King noticed him, he rushed towards the forbidden area in the north of the god sect. Northern Tomb, the tomb of the god sect's previous temple masters. Ning Chen rushed over and cut open the layers of spells in front of him. Seeing the solemn stone tombs, he came to the newest one and said, "Religion Master, it's time." As soon as he finished his words, the earth rumbled and trembled. The next moment, the tomb made of huge stones collapsed. A handsome figure in black and red battle clothes walked out of the rubble. He glanced at the young man in front of him and said calmly, "Jiming Marquis, I finally found you." Time was tight. Ning Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He quickly explained the situation and then asked, "Religion Master, what is your choice?" "I'll risk my life to accompany you," the Eternal Knight Religion Master said. After getting an affirmative answer, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He said, "Then please open the Central Spirit region. Follow me." The Eternal Knight Religion Master stepped forward. The Eternal Knight Religion Master's appearance shocked everyone in the god sect. The patrolling guards couldn't hide the shock on their faces. They were in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. "Retreat." The Eternal Knight Religion Master waved his hand and a powerful aura spread out. The guards along the way were all pushed back by more than 10 zhang. Ning Chen followed behind, his eyes flickering. Without a doubt, the Eternal Knight Religion Master's original body was stronger than his doppelganger. However, their next opponent was the Deep King, who had surpassed the limits of human martial arts. No one could guarantee the result. This was different from any previous opponent. With the strength of the Nether King's level, no matter how many people went in, it would only increase the number of casualties. He and the Eternal Knight Hierarch were the two with the strongest foundation in the Divine Great Land. If they couldn't resist, the others would only be sending themselves to their deaths. When they passed by the first shrine, Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the shrine and said, "Can we take the Eternal Knight Divine Scripture with us?" The Eternal Knight Religion Master shook his head and said, "No. Once there is something wrong with the Divine Scripture, the Deep King will notice it immediately. Now, destroying the Central Spirit region is more important. We will think of a way to take the Divine Scripture later." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and continued to walk forward. In the third shrine, two people walked over. The Eternal Knight Religion Master stopped and said, "Let me borrow the divine weapon of the Deep King." Ning Chen nodded and waved his right hand. The blood-colored demonic blade flew out and landed in the former's hand. The Eternal Knight Religion Master held the demonic blade and activated his true yuan. A powerful pressure shook the shrine. The matrix in the shrine felt it and many matrix patterns appeared, emitting dazzling light. The demonic blade slashed across and the space trembled. A huge hole opened. It was pitch black and silent. The Eternal Knight Sect Master and Ning Chen walked in one after the other. The giant spatial ravine immediately closed up, and the formation patterns in the hall also disappeared. Peace was restored once more. Chapter 362. A cold and desolate space connected the Divine Continent and the Nether King's world. It was a desolate place with no signs of life. This dead world had been strengthened by generations of Sciention experts of the Eternal Knight God Sect, and it was gradually stabilizing. The Eternal Knight Sect leader and Ning Chen hurried toward the smoke cloud Divine Daggerak. They wanted to retrieve the divine weapon before the Nether King noticed. Bai Jiang had left and Chu Li was blocked. No one in the Eternal Knight God Sect could talk to the Nether King directly. This was the best opportunity for the two of them. They couldn't miss it. The two of them flew through the boundless space, their speed increasing. The smoke cloud Divine Daggeraxe wasn't far from them. The Eternal Knight Sect leader's figure turned into a black and red light. Su Yi followed closely behind. She was highly focused and vigilant of her surroundings. we're here. The Eternal Night Hierarch stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him, a weapon appraisal platform could be vaguely seen amidst the dense fog. On the platform, a divine weapon stood upright, its powerful aura spreading out continuously. The Smoke Cloud Divine Dagger Axe, the number 1 divine weapon of the Eternal Night God sect, finally appeared in front of them. The Misty Cloud Divine Spear has a mark left by the Lord of Hell. If you want to pull it out, the Lord of Hell will be alerted. I need 10 breaths of time. Are you sure you can block it? The Eternal Night Hierarch glanced at the young man beside him and asked in a deep voice. We'll know after we try, said Ningchen gravely. I'll try my best. Be careful. The Eternal Night sect leader stepped into the fog and stood in front of the weapon appraisal platform. A black and red light rose around him. He reached out and grabbed the Smoke Cloud Divine Dagger Axe. After a short moment of silence, a powerful repulsive force erupted from the Smoke Cloud Divine Dagger Axe. A black aura surged, resisting the Eternal Night sect leader's power. At this moment, black clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled, and a terrifying aura appeared. It was divine and heavy. As soon as it appeared, it made people feel an unprecedented pressure. It's here. Ning Chen's expression became serious. Looking at the black light gathering in the sky, he clenched his right hand, and a green sparrow flew into his hand. Human, we meet again. A huge demonic figure with black wings appeared in the black light. The Nether King's incarnation was not human, but a demonic figure. The terrifying pressure made people feel like thousands of mountains were pressing down on them. He really is as strong as a monster. Looking at the 10-meter-tall Nether King's demonic form, Ning Chen's heart sank. His body's energy surged, resisting the Nether King's power. In front of the appraisal platform, the Eternal Night Hierarch felt the arrival of the Nether King. He activated his true essence once more and tried his best to speed up the collection of the divine weapons. Traitor, your choice has disappointed me. The demonic image spoke as the wings on its back flapped slowly. The next moment, demonic power gathered, and a vast aura swept out, rushing toward the Eternal Night Hierarch who was standing in front of the weapon evaluation platform. Seeing this, Ning Chen stepped on the water and instantly appeared in front of him. With a flip of his palm, endless cold air surged out. His palm met the demonic power head-on and blocked the life-threatening danger. With a hong sound, the ice and snow collapsed. Her white clothes were dyed red, and she retreated several steps. Dao Kuei had personally taught him the knowing destiny state. With the 4 scrolls of heaven, earth, life, and nothingness in his body, his foundation was unparalleled in the world. Although he had yet to pass the heavenly tribulation, his cultivation was actually not inferior to that of the 3 disasters. However, in the face of the limited power of the devil form of Pluto, he was defeated in just 1 move and suffered heavy injuries. The terrifying aftershock spread out in all directions of the central spirit region. The space shook violently and became extremely unstable. The man-made space of nothingness originally did not exist. It was only created to connect the divine prefecture and the world where the Nether King was. Although it had been strengthened by the Eternal Night Hierarch for generations and had become increasingly stable, there was still a limit to its endurance. Under the divine power of the Nether King, it showed signs of collapsing. The devil form of Pluto held back another 30% of its power. With a flap of its wings, it arrived in front of the knowing destiny state in an instant. With a stomp, a heavy aura fell from the sky along with the distorted space. The divine power came again. Ning Chen shouted softly and activated his true essence to the limit. In an instant, snow fell from the sky and waves roared. He used all his strength to block the descending divine power. With a hong sound, the sky collapsed and thousands of waves scattered. Blood and chi kept rolling around Ning Chen, and he retreated several steps. After the knowing destiny state retreated, the devil form of Pluto moved again. Its palm condensed demonic aura and slapped toward the mist. Ning Chen endured his injuries and rushed forward. The blue sparrow condensed into frost, and a sword cut open the sky. The sword light cut open the demonic aura, and the aftermath was vast and mighty. The blue sparrow cried sadly, and the knowing destiny state splashed blood. Hierarch, if you still can't pull out the smoke cloud divine spear, you can prepare to collect my corpse. 10 breaths had passed. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the terrifying devil form of Pluto in front of him. In front of the weapon appraisal platform, the Eternal Night Hierarch was surrounded by black and red blood lightning. On the smoke cloud divine spear, red lightning surged. With a hong sound, the divine weapon was pulled out and the mist dispersed. The Eternal Night Hierarch, who had regained his weapon, broke through the limit and rushed into the third disaster. Where is Zi's soul? Seeing the former take back the divine spear, Ning Chen asked seriously. The Eternal Night Hierarch spread out his spiritual consciousness and used the power of the smoke cloud divine spear to quickly search the entire central spirit region for Xia Zi's trapped soul. Southeast, the Eternal Night Hierarch said in a deep voice. Thank you. Ning Chen waved his sword and a cold light appeared. His body turned into a water shadow and rushed to the right. The Eternal Night Hierarch also waved his divine spear, and with a move that shocked the gods, he quickly retreated. The Nether King raised his hand and the light of the spear dissipated. He flapped his wings and chased after the Eternal Night Hierarch. 3 figures flashed through the void. The devil form was unbelievably fast, and it was about to catch up in the blink of an eye. You save him. I'll block him. The Eternal Night Hierarch stopped and said. Be careful. Ning Chen warned. He didn't say anything else and continued to rush forward. Luoli, you were the master of the divine prefecture. What a pity, the Nether King's devil form said coldly. Ha! The Eternal Night Hierarch chuckled and said indifferently, I'm not interested in a blood-washed master of the divine prefecture. Leave your gift to others. Foolish! The devil form snorted and flapped its wings. Black demonic aura surged out, and a terrifying aura descended once again. The Eternal Night Hierarch's expression became serious. He circulated his energy, and the smoke cloud divine spear spun like lightning. The divine weapon's brilliance slashed down and collided with the demonic aura. The Eternal Night Hierarch took 3 steps back, and the blood in his body surged violently. Not bad, the Nether King said indifferently. Normally, this is what I would say about others. The Eternal Night Hierarch raised his spear and charged into the sky. His true yuan connected heaven and earth, and his divine weapon gathered in the smoke cloud. He slashed at the Nether King's devil form. As the spear fell, the devil form flipped its palm and raised it into the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard as spatial cracks appeared. The central spirit region, which had lost the support of the divine weapon, finally couldn't hold on and began to collapse. Back off! The Nether King flipped his palm, and the demonic aura surged. The Eternal Night Hierarch blocked the attack with his spear and retreated, his mouth red. On the right side of the battlefield, Ning Chen finally arrived at the place where Xia Zi's soul was trapped. There were many prisons floating in the void, and all kinds of horrifying creatures appeared in front of him. Although most of their power had been sealed by the Nether King, the remaining pressure was still enough to shock people. Let me go, and I'll help you become the master of the world. Let me go, and I'll help you deal with the 7 absolute heavens. Demonic voices echoed in Ning Chen's ears, but he didn't pay any attention to them. He directly arrived in front of Xia Zi's prison and slashed out with his sword, wanting to break the prison that trapped him. Good friend, you still came, said Xia Zi as he opened his eyes. It was a familiar voice and a familiar warmth. Of the 3 souls, the only one that hadn't been completely demonized was still conscious. But because of that, the Nether King had suppressed it and prevented it from leaving. I'll take you away. The sword collided with the prison, but a loud explosion rang out. Black aura surged out and he couldn't break it. It's useless. Every prison here is supported by the Nether King's power. You should quickly leave, said Xiaozi. Cut the crap. It's already a mess outside. If you don't come out and help, I won't be able to hold on. Ning Chen clenched his left hand, and remembrance appeared in his hand. His saber and sword moved together, and the 4 scrolls resonated with each other. A destructive aura circulated and crashed into the prison. The gradually unstable space violently distorted. Under the power of the Void Scroll, a flaw appeared in the indestructible prison. Fissures appeared, and it immediately collapsed. Ning Chen went forward and supported Xiaozi. The life scroll entered his body and stabilized his soul. He then turned into a ray of light and returned. Sect Master, retreat. Ning Chen had already rescued Xiaozi, and he had already achieved his goal. He didn't stop fighting the Eternal Night Sect Master and quickly left. When the Eternal Night Sect Master heard the sound transmission, he waved his spear and instantly left. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. The Nether King's demonic image waved its hand to disperse the incoming attack. Its wings flapped, and a black light streaked across the sky. In just a few breaths' time, it once again blocked the 2 of them. A surging demonic aura surged out and immediately separated, crushing the 2 of them. Ning Chen and the Eternal Night Sect Master used their techniques to block, but they were heavily injured once again. Destroy this place. Ning Chen steadied himself and said in a deep voice. Yes. The Eternal Night Sect Master nodded. The smoky cloud divine spear in his hand gathered his true essence. Suddenly, lightning surged and clouds rolled. Ning Chen used his techniques at the same time. His sword and saber hummed, and the Void Scroll was pushed to the peak. A destructive aura overflowed and rose rapidly. The 2 techniques converged and crashed into the top of the void. The central spirit region, which had just gone through a great battle, couldn't bear it anymore and quickly collapsed. The Nether King's demonic image couldn't stop it in time. Its eyes turned cold, and the demonic image collapsed. A black aura surged, and its true form was about to appear. An extremely terrifying aura rose, causing the divine prefecture to tremble. Go! After one move, the 2 of them quickly retreated, rushing toward the gap between the central spirit region and the divine prefecture. The divine spear was taken away, and the central spirit region that connected the 2 worlds collapsed. The hope of the Nether King's descent was about to be destroyed. However, hope was always too good, and reality was always cruel. In the black aura that filled the sky, the Nether King's true form was revealed. His back was facing the 2 of them, and his long black hair fluttered in the void. His face couldn't be seen clearly. With a flip of his hand, a powerful force surged out, passing through the endless space and forcefully pulling the 2 worlds that were about to separate. At the gap, the 2 of them who were leaving were shocked for the last time. In the next moment they disappeared. Chapter 363. 2 figures appeared in the 3rd divine temple of Eternal Night. They both vomited blood, dyeing the ground red. The terrifying Nether King, even in the central spirit region where his strength was severely limited, was still unrivaled. His moves were extremely powerful and difficult to resist. The 2 of them were the strongest combination in the world, but they were still injured to this extent. One could imagine what kind of calamity would befall them if the Nether King truly descended. Luofei is still waiting outside. Let's leave quickly. Ning Chen suppressed his injuries and said, The Eternal Night Hierarch nodded, put away his divine dagger axe, and quickly left. The Nether King had pulled the 2 realms together, preventing them from completely separating. This way, the Nether King could borrow part of his power from the dark abyss to descend at any time. They couldn't stay here for long. Within the Eternal Night cult's great array, Luofei and Chu Li's battle was still ongoing. In the moonlight, the fierce blue spear shadows showed no mercy. Every move was tricky and difficult to deal with. Luofei's body was surrounded by moonlight. The scroll of moon appeared in her hand, resisting the ruthless spear shadows. The surging pressure surged all around, making it difficult to determine the victor. Two figures appeared in the battle. Just as they were about to join forces to restrain Chu Li, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the Eternal Night cult. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for them to breathe. "Let's go." The Eternal Night Hierarch's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm and pushed Chu Li back. The Nether King was about to appear. The three didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Chu Li steadied himself and looked at the departing black-red figures. Disappointment and anger flashed in his beautiful eyes. He had actually betrayed the Eternal Night cult. Grand Xia Imperial City, Knowing Destiny Marquis Manor. After the three returned, Ning Chen didn't stay and returned to Qizhou Mountain. The Eternal Night Hierarch was in seclusion to heal his injuries. Resisting the Nether King's demon image was more difficult than expected. Before the third calamity descended, he had to suppress his injuries as soon as possible. Luofei left with Zi's soul, accepting the mission of finding the demon body. Qizhou Mountain Range, within the belly of the Taotai, the ancient zither vibrated. The black and white ancient sword flew out and opened the Dao Gates Taiji Yin Yang Great Array. Jiang Wangji looked at the seriously injured young man and said, "From now on, before the two lives scroll reaches equilibrium, you cannot go out again. You should learn to trust them." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and agreed softly. At the same time, in the four extremities, Bai Jiang was preparing to return with Feng Yuan. Jian Bodhi and Li Luo temporarily suppressed their injuries and chased after them. They were determined to stop Bai Jiang from returning to the Divine Land. In the four extreme Holy Lands, a red-clothed figure appeared. His appearance changed, and he turned into someone else. Luan Fengchen immediately sensed the arrival of an innate realm master. His figure flashed, and he arrived before the sacred ground. "Why have you come?" Luan Fengchen recognized this person and asked. "It's a long story. The twin phoenixes of Feng's Perch Mountain fell, and the phoenix origin was taken away by Bai Jiang." Ning Chen quickly explained what happened recently. In the four extremes, the Holy Land's influence was hard to match. The most important thing now was to prevent Feng Yuan from being brought back to the Divine Land. With Luan Fengchen's help, it would be of great help. Hearing the former's words, Luan Fengchen nodded and said, "Come with me." Within the Holy Palace, a person was sitting cross-legged. Blood Yuan surrounded him, and a powerful aura circulated around him. He was constantly trying to break through to the third calamity. After being chased by Jian Bodhi for 100 years, their cultivations had also been stuck at the peak of the second calamity for 100 years. The third calamity was the final stage of the innate realm, and it was extremely difficult to break through. In the past 100 years, Rong Lu had tried several times, but he had never been able to take that crucial step. He needed an opportunity to break through. Back in the Jiming Marquis Manor, he had seen that opportunity. The Jiming Marquis Phoenix bloodline was truly powerful. Unfortunately, Jian Bodhi had stopped him. Just at this moment, the Holy Palace's doors opened, and two red-clothed figures walked in. They were similar, but they were different. Rong Lu opened his eyes and frowned when he saw the unfamiliar youth beside Luan Fengchen. "Who is he?" asked Rong Lu. He had already warned them not to disturb his cultivation unless it was an important period. For Luan Fengchen, the master of a holy land, to personally bring this person over was truly extraordinary. Xianing, a spy personally raised by Master in the early years. He's in charge of gathering information, and his speed is unmatched in the four extremities, introduced Luan Fengchen. "Oh!" Rong Lu narrowed his eyes and his figure flickered, grabbing at the person in front of him. His red robes flashed, and a dazzling red light streaked through the holy palace. He had already dodged several of Luan Feng's attacks. Rong Lu pulled back his hand, shock flashing through his eyes. "What speed? Why did you bring him here? Rong Lu knew that Luan Fengchen wouldn't bring someone like this for no reason. Xianing, you tell him, said Luan Fengchen calmly. Ning Chen nodded and took a step forward, his expression grave. A battle broke out in Phoenix Perch. By the time I arrived, the two phoenixes had already fallen, and the phoenix origin had been taken away by a black-robed man. What? Rong Lu's expression immediately changed. How was that possible? Phoenixes controlled the world's speed, and even 3 calamities experts would find it difficult to catch up to them. Killing them was incredibly difficult. Did you see any special characteristics of that person? Asked Rong Lu. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and described Bai Zhang's appearance in detail. It's him. Killing intent flashed through Rong Lu's eyes. He couldn't be wrong. The number of 3 calamities experts in the 4 extreme realms could be counted on one hand. That person had to be Bai Jiang. There were 2 other people present. Ning Chen added, describing Li Luo and Jian Bodi's appearances. Rong Lu was also familiar with those 2. Now it would be even more disadvantageous for him to obtain the Phoenix origin. I've already helped you unify the Holy Land's divided forces. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, said Rong Lu to Luan Fengchen. Naturally, I'll do my best to help you, said Luan Fengchen. Ning Chen then left. His mission here had already been completed. Just in case, he had to return ahead of time. Senior Golden Staff, let's go. Ning Chen rushed over 50 miles from the Holy Land. He glanced at the elder who was waiting for him. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor sighed emotionally. After leaving for so long, he was finally going to return. Half a day later, the 2 of them stepped into the chaotic streams of light at the peak of the 9 heavens and disappeared. Within Desolate City, Mu Bai, who had been quietly standing in front of the sword pool, left behind his sword. He didn't take it with him. Within the Grand Xia's Empyrean Academy, early in the morning, a white-robed figure walked over. He was the most unexpected guest. His sword intent was completely concealed, making him seem like the most ordinary person. Mu Bai had only one goal in coming here: to pay a visit to the world's strongest person, or perhaps the world's strongest sword. Not long ago, the primal chaos sword essence had been unsheathed. It had cut open the boundaries of space, allowing him to see a higher level of sword. It didn't seem like a sword of the mortal world. To be more precise, it was a sword that surpassed the limits of the human martial path. Mu Bai and his teacher met in a simple wooden hut. 1,000 years ago, the strongest swords met. They didn't fight, just the most ordinary Dao-seeking and Dao-discussion. Mu Qingxue calmly poured tea for them and left. He hadn't said a single word from start to finish. Many thanks for teaching Qingxue, said Mu Qingxue. He had been obsessed with the sword his entire life, and he didn't care much about this niece his brother had entrusted to him. Now that his teacher was personally teaching her, he was relieved. I was just entrusted by someone else, said his teacher calmly. Mu Bai knew who his teacher was referring to and nodded. The matters of the younger generation could only be resolved by themselves. No one could replace them on their own path. After he finished speaking, Mu Bai's expression became serious. He said, I have a question. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I still can't find an answer. I hope teacher can answer it. Please ask, replied his teacher. Teacher's sword that day seemed to contain something else. The limit of a human's martial path has already been proven to be the great circle of the 3 calamities. But teacher's sword clearly surpassed that limit in that instant, said Mu Bai. Why do you train in the sword? Asked his teacher instead of answering. Mu Bai thought for a moment and then shook his head. There's no reason. This is already the most important part of my life. What I'm asking is, why did you first hold a sword? Asked his teacher again. Mu Bai frowned and calmed down. He carefully thought about it. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten when he had held a sword for the first time. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Bai put down his teacup and said with a trace of uncertainty, At that time, the situation between Desolate City and the Grand Xia was tense. My father didn't have much time left, and my brother's body wasn't suitable for martial arts. I held a sword so that Desolate City wouldn't be swallowed by the Grand Xia. His teacher nodded. Your sword has already reached the peak. There's no one who can guide you anymore. If there's anything lacking in your sword, perhaps it's that you lack the heart you had at the beginning. As for whether that's true or not, I can't be sure. You'll have to find out for yourself. Mu Bai was silent for a long time before he stood up and bowed. I've learned a lot. Many thanks. Mu Bai turned and left without the slightest hesitation. After Mu Bai left, Mu Qingxue entered the room. He tidied up the tea on the table and said, Teacher, the horse has been fed. The ape is very anxious because it's about to undergo its tribulation. The horse was brought back by Ningchen. The ape was also brought back by Ningchen. They were raised in the academy. In the past, the teachers of the academy took care of them. Now, Mu Qingxue was in charge of taking care of them. Mu Qingxue didn't ask too much about what the teacher told him to do. He just did it seriously. Okay. The teacher replied softly, when it's about to undergo its tribulation, just let it go. Mu Qingxue agreed and quietly left the wooden house. He didn't want to disturb the teacher anymore. The first girl of the younger generation to enter the Khanate realm and the fastest person in the world slowed down after entering the academy. She hid her sharpness and calmed down her heart. At that moment, the heavens and earth rumbled and trembled. In the academy, where the spatial boundary had been cut open, cracks appeared one after another. Boundless power kept colliding. There was actually an external force trying to open the passage between the two realms again. In the Ascension Valley, Ningchen, who had just stepped out of the space turbulence and returned to the divine land, also felt the trembling of the heaven and earth. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. If anyone else wanted to come, then come. At this moment, no matter how many people came, he wouldn't mind. 15 minutes later, the sound of collision stopped. The cracked space returned to normal. In front of a complete space barrier, even a great fulfillment 3 disasters couldn't break it. They had to give up temporarily. Chapter 364. In the homeland of West Buddha, above the many cultivators, a divine palace stood in the clouds. It was sacred and extraordinary, symbolizing the majesty of the strongest cultivator in the world. The great perfection of the 3 disasters, the existence of the ancient sages, the pinnacle of human martial arts, the absolute invincible supreme cultivator in the world. Below the divine palace, even the 3 disasters had to bow their heads and act carefully, not daring to disturb the heavens. Above the divine palace, a man in purple stood in the sky, looking at the spatial rift that was gradually closing in front of him, frowning slightly. Not long ago, he clearly felt the breath from the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Within 1,000 miles of the divine palace, countless cultivators trembled, looking at the man in purple, their eyes full of awe. The strongest cultivator in the world attacked the spatial barrier. Such terrible fluctuations had already made half of the homeland of West Buddha tremble. Purple Heavenly Palace, what are you doing? On the other side of the homeland of Western Buddha, in an ancient temple, a demonic aura filled the air. A cultivator of the same level spoke coldly. Demon Buddha, are you interested in opening this spatial barrier and pulling back the lost region? Purple Heavenly Palace responded above the divine palace. Not interested. In the temple, the existence known as the Demon Buddha refused directly. How long have you been stuck at the great perfection of the 3 disasters? Have you ever wondered why you have been unable to break through? Purple Heavenly Palace asked calmly. Heaven and earth are incomplete, the Demon Buddha said coldly. Since you have guessed it, why not try? You must not have much time left. Now that the location of the divine prefecture of the eastern region has appeared, as long as you pull it back and restore this world, it is not impossible to enter the next realm, Purple Heavenly Palace said lightly. The Demon Buddha was unmoved. he snorted coldly and said, "Don't tell me you don't know what is there. I am not tired of living to the point of throwing my life away." Lord Pluto? A few days ago, the breath of the eastern region appeared briefly. You must have felt it. Without a doubt, there was no breath of Lord Pluto, Purple Heavenly Palace said. The demon Buddha was silent and did not speak. For 30,000 years, there has been no movement from Lord Pluto. Presumably, the accident that occurred when he arrived has completely separated the 7 extinction heavens from the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Otherwise, do you think this mere spatial barrier can stop him? Purple Heavenly Palace continued. The demonic Buddha's heart wavered slightly, and he said, "Even so, with just you and me, it's impossible to pull them back to the eastern divine prefecture." Zi Tiangong's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "What if you and I take half a step forward? As long as you and I work together to open this spatial barrier, build the 4 corners divine tower, and send the divine continent's origin energy back to us, we'll use this opportunity to take half a step forward. At that time, we'll use the 4 corners divine tower's power to pull the eastern region's divine continent back. Within 100 years, we'll definitely be able to see the realm beyond heaven." The demon Buddha was silent again. He did not have much time left. If he could not step out of the limits of the world, he would die in less than 100 years. Although the words of the Purple Heavenly Palace were crazy, there was indeed a certain possibility. It wasn't easy to build the 4 cardinal divine towers. The Eastern Region Divine Prefecture can't just sit by and do nothing. Moreover, the stronger the person's cultivation, the stronger the spatial restriction. With our abilities, it's already difficult for us to work together to open the spatial boundary. If we want to send a true expert over, it'll be very difficult. The demonic Buddha raised a question. Zi Tiangong thought for a moment and said, "Send Luo Xingqian over. Although his cultivation is not at the top, his strength is unquestionable." That traitor of the Zhao clan? The demonic Buddha frowned slightly. He also knew this person. Although he was extremely talented, he was arrogant and unruly. When he was still in the Zhao clan, his relationship with the Zhao clan's big shots was extremely strained. In the end, when he betrayed the Zhao clan, he was hunted down by the Zhao clan's big shots and countless experts. They fought all the way from the central region to the homeland of Western Buddha. In the end, the Purple Heavenly Palace appeared and saved Luo Xingqian's life. It was also because of this that Luo Xingqian owed the Purple Heavenly Palace a favor. Luo Xingqian's surname was not originally Luo. It was only after he betrayed the Zhao clan that he changed his name to Luo Xingqian. Because he had only cultivated for a short period of time, he had only just passed the second disaster. However, this person had one of the Zhao clan's 3 heavenly bows, the Star Scar Bow. His combat ability was no weaker than the Zhao clan's big shots from the 3rd disaster. Don't worry. Although this person is arrogant, he is someone who keeps his promises. When I saved him back then, I valued this point. With him in charge, the construction of the 4 cardinal divine tower will be completed very quickly, Zi Tiangong said. After saying this, Zi Tiangong paused for a moment and suggested, for the sake of fairness, among the 4 people to build the 4 cardinal divine tower, you will choose 3, and I will choose 1. What do you think? Okay. The demonic Buddha thought for a moment and agreed. He asked, "When do we start?" 1 month later, Zi Tiangong said seriously. Okay, the demonic Buddha replied. At the end of the negotiations, the divine palace and the temple regained their tranquility. In the homeland of West Buddha, no one knew what had happened in less than a quarter of an hour. Although the decisions between the strongest would inevitably affect the people of the world had never had the right to intervene. In the divine prefecture, Ascension Valley, Ning Chun returned from the 4 Extremities realm. Because the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor was injured, he returned to the northern Meng Heavenly Lake to recuperate. The two of them temporarily parted ways and returned to their respective places. In the Jiming Marquis manner, after Ning Chen returned, he first asked Meng Xuanji about what had happened recently. When he learned that Ziyi's soul had been rescued, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the one-person double transformation technique was exquisite, it had many shortcomings. The two bodies could not communicate with each other. Before the doppelganger returned to the original body, it was not much different from two people. "Has the Eternal Night Hierophant not come out yet?" Ning Chen asked. "No." Meng Xuanji shook her head. Ning Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that the Eternal Night Hierophant had suffered heavy injuries in the battle with the Nether King. If that was the case, they would not have enough manpower. In the Four Extremities realm, Li Luo and Jian Bodhi were working together to hunt him down. In addition, Rong Lu was also eyeing Feng Yuan covetously. Bai Jiang could not stay there for long. As long as there was a chance, he would rush back as soon as possible. The best way was to concentrate their forces in Ascension Valley. "I'm going out." Time was of the essence. Ning Chen did not delay any longer and immediately rushed towards the northwest of the Grand Xia. In Azure Frost Valley, in the snow, Hong Yi appeared. She released her aura and waited for someone to come. Not long after, a young man in a black and white cloak walked over. Seeing the person in front of him, he frowned and said, "You need help again?" "Brother Mu, I'll have to trouble you," Ning Chen said. "How many favors do you owe me?" Mu Qianshang said calmly. "Heh." Ning Chen smiled helplessly and said, "We're friends, don't treat me like an outsider." "What do you want to do this time?" Mu Qianshang did not talk much about this topic and asked. "Kill Bai Jiang," Ning Chen said seriously. Mu Qianshang's eyes flashed. The current leader of the Eternal Night cult? The price to pay for calling him a friend was not small. "Who's going to fight?" Mu Qianshang did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. For an expert of this level, even if several people joined forces, there must be at least one person who could block his attack. Simply put, there must be someone who could withstand his attack. Ning Chen smiled again and said, "Brother Mu's foundation is deep, can you bear this heavy burden?" "Your joke is not funny at all," Mu Qianshang said indifferently. He was only at the fourth tribulation of the Xiantian realm. No matter how confident he was, it was impossible for him to face a peak second tribulation expert head-on. Ning Chen's expression turned serious and said, "I'm not joking. This time, Brother Mu may really have to take the lead." Mu Qianshang frowned and said, "Why?" "In terms of foundation, you should be the first choice." Ning Chen did not explain further. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the former. He flipped his palm and condensed Yuan Qi before striking out. Mu Qianshang's pupils shrank and he subconsciously flipped his palm to meet the attack. With a bang, his palm blocked the attack on his chest. "HM?" Mu Qianshang's frown deepened. Such fast speed, such weak strength. "What's going on?" Mu Qianshang retracted his hand and asked. "It's a long story." Ning Chen gave a simple explanation and then said seriously, "Bian Jiang was stabbed by me in the Four Extreme realm and is now seriously injured. With Jian Bodhi, Li Luo and the others joining forces to pursue him, even if he can escape, he will not have much battle strength left." Mu Qianshang thought for a moment and did not say whether he agreed or not. He said indifferently, "Even so, if it's just the two of us, the chances of success are still very slim. With your character, you will definitely not only look for me alone. Who else is there?" "Mu Qingxue," Ning Chen replied. Mu Qianshang's lips curled slightly as he sneered. "So it's her. Then you should think of a way to persuade her. If she takes action, I will go. If she does not agree, then Marquis can go on his own. I will not accompany you. I wish you good luck, we will meet again." With that, Mu Qianshang did not stay any longer and turned to leave. After 3 steps, an ink light flashed and he disappeared. Seeing the former leave, Ning Chen sighed softly. If Mu Qingxue was so easy to invite, he would not have come here first. A moment later, in Azure Frost Valley, the red clothes scattered and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the Academy. Heavenly Firmament Academy, after the aftermath of the spatial tremor, had regained its former peace. As for the cause of the spatial tremor, the teacher was not too concerned and did not have the energy to care about it. 1,000 years of waiting had already caused this old man to be on the verge of death. Mu Qingxue was as usual, quiet and quiet. Most of the time, he was thinking hard about something. Ever since he entered the academy, the coldness on his appearance had lessened greatly and was replaced by a calmness like water. Ning Chen walked over with the mahogany box containing Dayan's azure sparrow sword. After greeting the teacher, he came to the west corner of the academy where Mu Qingxue was feeding the horse. The little white horse recognized the master who had abandoned it for many years. It was not angry and moved its big face towards Ning Chen, trying to curry favor with him. However, Ning Chen pushed it far away in disdain. After so many years, this guy's bad habit had not changed. Miss Mu, according to our agreement, I've come to return the sword. Ning Chen took the mahogany box from his back and handed it over. Young Master Ning, you've been borrowing things for quite a long time. Mu Qingxue put down the wooden ladle filled with water and stretched out her hand to tidy up her long hair that was fluttering in the wind. She looked at Dayan's azure sparrow sword and calmly said, if she remembered correctly, Ning Chen had borrowed this sword 2 years ago to deal with a martial lord. He had said that he would return it after he finished using it. Who would have thought that he would wait for 2 years? Chapter 365. Ning Chen looked at the girl in front of him who was less cold and more peaceful. His heart calmed down as well. It was fine as long as she was doing well. The sword returned to its owner. The green sparrow in the box chirped softly, as if it was saying goodbye to its master who had accompanied it for 2 years. The knowing Destiny State cultivator who didn't understand the sword also heard the green sparrow's farewell. Warmth flashed through his eyes. Senior was right. The sword had a spirit. He just needed to listen carefully. Mu Qingxue took the red wooden sword box and stroked the sword. The green sparrow stopped chirping and calmed down. The green sparrow withdrew its edge. The beautiful sword patterns on the sword showed thousands of years of wind and frost. The sword of the royal family would eventually return to the Zine royal family. This was the only symbol of the Zine Empire's existence. What's the matter? Mu Qingxue asked. Although she hadn't left the academy, she knew that the divine prefecture was facing a great calamity. The person in front of her had too many concerns. He couldn't stay out of it. Get the Phoenix Source, Ning Chen said seriously. What do you need me to do? Mu Qingxue put the red wooden sword box aside and continued with his work. Ning Chen went up to help carry the fodder for the little white horse and piled it together. He explained the current situation and future arrangements in detail. Are you confident? Mu Qingxue asked as he scooped a wooden ladle of water into the water tank in the shed. As long as there are no accidents, there will be no problem. The 7 absolute heavens must have great restrictions when using Bai Zhang's body to descend. What happened at Feng's Perch Mountain won't happen again. Otherwise, with the power that the Lord of Hell showed, it's almost impossible for us to escape, Ning Chen replied. The Lord of Hell's power was indeed unrivaled. Whether it was in the central spiritual region or Feng's Perch Mountain, he only showed the tip of the iceberg and made them suffer. Such an existence shouldn't appear in the human world. Wait a moment. I'll go say goodbye to the teacher, Mu Qingxue said softly after finishing his work. Mu Qingxue picked up the green sparrow sword box and walked towards the wooden house in the east. Ning Chen looked at the girl who left and waited quietly. The quiet and peaceful Mu Qingxue they first met was back. As for whether he could recover his memory or not, perhaps it wasn't important anymore. Let's go, Mu Qingxue said after a while. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. The two of them left. Their snow-white robes fluttered in the wind, Not a single speck of dust could be seen on them. Beside them, their red robes fluttered in the wind, as bright as blood. They never had the chance to stop and rest during their journey. In this chaotic world, the world was filled with misery and sorrow. Who could transcend this world? In Azure Frost Valley, the two of them arrived. Mu Qian-shang appeared as promised. When he saw the white-clothed girl behind Ningchen, he gave an incomprehensible smile. Love in this world was just like knowing destiny. He had won the world, but he could never win her. Let's go. You owe me another favor, said Mu Qian-shang. If there's a chance, I'll return it. Ningchen lightly laughed. Mu Qian-shang did not say anything else. Ever since they had known each other, he had personally witnessed the caltrop flower growing on the blood-red ice lake back then. He knew that there was a kind of person who did not care for words. Are they friends? Perhaps, but the word friend was as light as a feather when spoken, but as heavy as Mount Tai when done. What a loss, what a loss! The black-clothed swordsman laughed at himself. Was it a loss? Perhaps. However, Mu Qian-shang was very clear that even if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. At the manor of the Marquis of Jiming, all the people who should be invited had been invited. The two of them waited for a whole day. During the day, Ningchen rushed to several cities to prepare something. It was not until sunset that he returned, covered in dust. The three of them did not stay for long. Taking advantage of the moonlight, they quickly rushed in the direction of Ascension Valley. They did not know when the enemy would arrive, so they could only wait patiently. Ningchen carefully mixed the sulfur, saltpeter and other medicinal stones he had brought and buried them under Ascension Valley, preparing a gift for the return of Bian River. Will this thing be useful against the experts of the three disasters? Mu Qian-shang looked at the small mountain of medicinal stones in front of the valley and frowned. He had heard that Emperor Xia had racked his brains to obtain this thing. However, the experts of the three disasters were not ordinary. These external things would not be of much use. In my hometown, people without martial arts can also use external objects to destroy a city. My knowledge is limited, so I can't do that. However, no matter if it's useful or not, the more preparations I make, the more likely I will succeed. Ningchen said calmly as he seriously did what he was doing. Mu Qingxue stepped forward and did as the former had said, helping to bury the gunpowder. Seeing this, Mu Qian-shang sighed in his heart and also stepped forward to help. He was right. No matter what, it was better to be prepared than to do nothing. 2 days and 1 night, the three of them carefully buried the gunpowder in the entire Ascension Valley. The small mountain of medicinal stones in front of the valley also disappeared. After a long wait, the three of them took turns to adjust their breathing, maintaining their bodies in the best condition. This battle was not simple. No matter how serious Bianzhang's injuries were, he was still one of the three disasters. This was something that no one could change. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was close to a month. Just as the bright moon in the sky was full again, there was finally movement in Ascension Valley. The spatial passage was moving. No one knew who it was, but a powerful pressure had already appeared. He's here. A cold light flashed in Ningchen's eyes. He really came back alive. Behind him, Mu Qingxue and Mu Qian-shang opened their eyes at the same time. They stood up and looked at the spatial passage in Ascension Valley with a serious expression. The broken death bow was bent and a bloody light gathered, forming a scarlet arrow. The cry of a phoenix could be faintly heard and flames curled around it, locking onto the exit. A moment later, a black figure walked out. At this moment, the scarlet arrow appeared and flew towards the former's heart. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was already in front of him. Bianzhang's expression sank and he flipped his palm to block the arrow. With a bang, he shattered the arrow. The red arrow radiance scattered in all directions and sank into the ground with flames. In the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. A huge explosion rang out, one after another. Amidst the loud rumbling, flames soared into the sky and instantly engulfed the entire Ascension Valley. Mu Qianshang's eyes flashed with shock. Only after personally witnessing this did he understand why the Xia Emperor had been so crazy about obtaining the formula for the gunpowder. Seriously, the real battle is coming. Ningchen clenched his right hand and the Yama King's divine sword appeared in his hand. It was impossible for Bian Jiang to die so easily. Otherwise, a 3 disasters expert wouldn't be so terrifying. Your crimes are unforgivable. As expected, within the sea of flames, the black aura reappeared. Bian Jiang, who had used his full strength to block the explosion, was in an extremely sorry state. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, killing intent appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his palm, a ferocious might shook the world. Surging Yama King energy crazily rushed towards the 3 of them. "Brother Mu, be careful," Ningchen warned. His figure flickered and he dodged the palm. His body turned and his sword shot towards Bian Jiang with extreme speed. At the same time, Mu Chengxue circulated the travel scroll. White light flashed and the shadow-bearing sword shot out. His sword moved and he followed. Mu Qianshang's speed wasn't as fast as the 2 of them, so it was difficult for him to dodge. With a wave of his hand, the snow sword appeared. An ink painting of mountains and rivers appeared, forming a sword domain of its own. The black mountain and white water shattered, and the palm's power weakened. Behind the mountains and rivers, Mu Qianshang's sword condensed ink to meet the remaining shockwaves. With a bang, the swordsman was forced back 3 steps. His mouth was dyed red. He had been injured in one move, but he had still managed to block Bian Jiang's palm. The mountain and river's sword domains spread out, surrounding the 4 of them. The snow sword was used as a brush to paint a painting of heaven and earth. His extraordinary cultivation in the sword did not lose out to anyone present. The 3 swords trapped Bian Jiang. One sword was fast, and the other was even faster. The red robes flashed, and the white robes appeared. Each of their moves was aimed at Bian Jiang's vitals. The 2 fastest people in the world, one grasped the travel scroll, the other grasped the phoenix's origin. Their combination was fast to the peak, making it hard for others to resist. Bian Jiang's palm's power was astonishing. The 2 of them could not avoid it in time. Mu Qianshang immediately stood up to block, resisting Bian Jiang's divine power. The orderly combination of offense and defense ensured the fiercest offense. Using offense as defense, they suppressed Bian Jiang's power to the greatest extent. Under the powerful attack, Bian Jiang was in a difficult situation. When he attacked, his qi was not condensed enough, and his advantage in cultivation was gradually reduced to nothing. Mu Chengxue was not good at foundation, and Ning Chen was unable to withstand Bian Jiang's palm. Thus, in this battle, Mu Qianshang's task was very crucial. Once there was a mistake in their coordination, the suppressive situation would instantly be reversed. Forcefully blocking Bian Jiang's attack, Mu Qianshang's right hand was injured. It was dripping with blood. On the painting of mountains and rivers, the bloody light was beautiful and bewitching. With a groan, the king of hell's divine sword pierced through his chest. Bian Jiang held the sword with his right hand, and with a flip of his left palm, he slapped towards the person in front of him. The snow sword followed, and with a loud bang, it blocked the palm. Blood splattered, and the ink-robed figure retreated a few steps. Just at this moment, the Cheng-Ing sword arrived. The sword pierced through Bian Jiang's qi, forcefully destroying Bian Jiang's cultivation. Amidst the intense pain, a violent black qi dispersed. Ning Chen took the opportunity to withdraw his sword, avoiding the backlash around Bian Jiang. Mu Chengxue also retreated. The moment the Cheng-Ing sword was pulled out, blood spurted out like a fountain. Mu Qianshang was about to step forward, but was stopped by Ning Chen. "Wait a minute," Ning Chen said solemnly. He had forced Bian Jiang to the brink of death more than once. However, every time there would be unexpected situations. The king of hell had poured too much power into this person. He did not want any accidents to happen at the last moment. Retrieving the phoenix origin is more important. Saying that, Ning Chen's true essence rose. In the dazzling blood light, the phoenix origin responded to each other. It flew out from Bian Zhang's body and landed in Ji Ming's hands. Retrieving the phoenix origin, the mission was finally completed. The life or death of the person in front of him was meaningless. His qi was destroyed. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. A violent black qi dispersed from Bian Zhang's body. The invincible Bian Zhang had finally reached his end. Ning Chen would never say nonsense about sparing his opponent's life. Breaking death bow, the blood light dazzled. A scarlet arrow pierced through the sky. After this arrow, Bian Zhang's legend would be completely ended. Bian Zhang truly rushed over. Seeing this scene, his expression changed greatly. However, it was too late for him to stop it. Just at this moment, a terrifying collision sound suddenly rang out. The space of the entire divine great land trembled violently. Chapter 366. The sudden change caused space to violently shake. The scarlet arrow was deflected, brushing past Bai Zhang's left shoulder and causing blood to spurt out. Chu Li finally managed to catch up. The azure spear swept towards the three of them, carrying the heavily injured and dying Bai Jiang as they quickly left. Hong Yi and Bai Yi dodged the spear and immediately chased after them. Mu Qianshang blocked the attack with his sword and also quickly chased after them. Boom! At this time, another earth-shattering collision rang out. The world shook and the terrifying tremors caused all the commoners in the divine prefecture to be alarmed. The constantly shaking space caused great trouble for the three of them. Chu Li did his best to stabilize himself and constantly changed directions. Soon, he had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Mu Qingxue stopped and looked at the constantly twisting space. Someone is attacking the barrier. Someone from the alien realm might be coming. Ning Chen looked in the direction of the academy, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This Bai Zhang's life was really tough. Fortunately, the Phoenix Source had been recovered and the main goal of this trip had been accomplished. The Eternal Night God sect had a way to repair their Dantian's qi, but it would take a long time. Even if Bai Jiang was not dead, he would not be a threat for a while. Before that, they needed to find a way to completely stop the Nether King's descent. Let's return to the academy first, said Ning Chen. The source of the spatial tremors came from the academy. It was even more violent than the last time. They did not know the strength of the alien realm's invaders. Whether they were friend or foe, they had to go and take a look. Then let's part here. I also need to return to the Compassionate Sword Heavenly Pavilion to heal, said Mu Qianshang calmly. This time, many thanks to Brother Mu, said Ning Chen seriously. I've heard too many words of thanks. There's no need to say any more. Let's meet again, replied Mu Qianshang indifferently. He immediately changed directions and rushed towards the northwest. Let's go as well, Mu Qingxue said softly. He turned into a white light and rushed towards the academy. Ning Chen nodded. Hong Yi scattered and quickly followed. In front of the wooden hut in the Empyrean Academy, the teacher walked out. Looking at the shaking space in front of him, there was no light in his turbid eyes. Unlike Ascension Valley, it was not easy to break through a complete spatial barrier. It seemed that at least 2 people at the peak of the 3 disasters from the other 4 regions had joined forces. In the distance, 2 streaks of light, one red and one white, were flying over at extreme speed. They were so fast that it was shocking. They disappeared in a flash, and not even their afterimages could be seen. The space trembled more and more violently, especially in the academy. Cracks appeared in the air, visible to the naked eye, and became clearer and clearer. In the next moment, with a bang, spatial fragments scattered in all directions. Violent air currents reverberated between the 2 realms. 4 figures walked out first, 3 men and 1 woman. They wore strange and simple clothes, and their powerful auras were faintly discernible. They were all powerhouses of the three disasters stage. After the four of them, a young man in purple and white clothes walked out. He had a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and it was obvious that he was arrogant. The person who had come was the supreme expert of the younger generation who had betrayed the Zhao clan, Luo Xingchen. Eastern Region Divine Prefecture, ha! Luo Xingchen's eyes swept across the land in front of him and smiled faintly. Was this the Eastern Divine Prefecture that had been thrown out of the 5 regions back then? He hoped that it would not disappoint him too much. The first rays of the morning sun shone in the east. The arrival of the otherworldly experts would bring about changes to the Divine Prefecture. Under the first rays of the morning sun, the 2 people who had rushed over finally arrived. Seeing the 5 people who had walked out, they stopped. "Trouble," Mu Qingxue said softly. Before the first wave was over, another wave arose. 5 powerhouses of the 3 disasters stage had appeared at once. In the future, there would be new waves in the Divine Prefecture. Let them come. It's already chaotic enough. 5 more won't make a difference, Ning Ning said coldly. At this point, it did not matter anymore. As long as they were still humans, there would always be a way to deal with them. The real calamity was still that Pluto. Gods were indeed absurd and cruel. The spatial cracks gradually closed. After a while, everything returned to normal. The shaking heaven and earth also calmed down. The headmaster turned around and returned to the wooden house, ignoring them. Luo Xingchen suddenly frowned. He looked at the 2 people in the east, and his expression turned cold. The bow of the Zhao clan. A purple and white light flashed. In the blink of an eye, a hand reached out and grabbed the red-robed man in front of him. However, after the red light flashed, a distance of 10 feet was opened up at an even faster speed. Guests of the alien realm, this is the first time we meet. Don't you think it's a bit impolite to attack without greeting us? Ning Chen said calmly. There's no need to talk about manners when facing the people of the Zhao clan, Luo Xingchen said coldly. Ning Chen waved his hand and the broken death bow flew into his hand. He said, "You mean this bow? I think you've misunderstood. I don't know about the Zhao clan. There has never been one in the Divine Prefecture." "Where did you get your bow?" Luo Xingchen asked coldly. "A friend left it behind," Ning Chen said calmly. "Where is your friend?" Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes and asked. "I sent him to hell," Ning Chen said indifferently. Before he finished speaking, the only woman among the 4 people not far away also moved. Without any warning, she appeared in front of Mu Qingxue and reached out to grab him. Mu Qingxue retreated. His white robe flashed, and he avoided the woman's sudden attack. Yao Man frowned. So fast. Luo Xingchen also saw this and a strange look flashed through his eyes. He turned around and looked at the red-robed man in front of him. He said, "Are all the Xiantian experts in the Divine Prefecture this fast?" One person could be considered an accident, but both of them were so fast. It was a bit puzzling. We're considered slow. There's a city in the east. The people there aren't Xiantian experts, but they're still faster than us, Ning Chen said seriously. What a magical place! Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up. It seemed that this place wouldn't disappoint him. Luo Xingchen, we still have a mission. Don't waste any more time. Yao Man looked at this unusual couple and reminded them. You don't have the right to tell me what to do, Luo Xingchen said coldly. Yao Man snorted coldly in her heart. Anger surged, but she forced it down and didn't say anything else. Guests, you've come from afar and shouldn't be familiar with the environment of the Divine Prefecture. Why don't you stay in my residence? Ning Chen said. Although he was talking to the 5 of them, his gaze was always on the man in purple and white. He could see that this person was the leader of this group. I admire your courage. Luo Xingchen smiled indifferently and continued, since you've invited me, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Lead the way. Mu Qingxue couldn't guess what the person beside him was thinking, but he didn't say anything. In this world, the only person who had schemed against him had already passed away. Since he took the initiative to take the 5 of them away, he must have some plans. They walked a few steps, but Luo Xingqian stopped again. He looked at the woman in white behind him and said, "Miss, don't you want to come with us? I'm not familiar with him." "No need," Mu Qingxue said indifferently. Interesting." Luo Xingqian smiled lightly and left without saying anything else. In the Jiming Marquis residence, Meng Xuanji saw that Ning Chen had returned. Just as she was about to go up and ask him, her body suddenly trembled and her eyes filled with disbelief. 5 of the 3 disasters. Brother Ning, it seems that you're also someone who cares about women. Luo Xingqian smiled when he saw Meng Xuanji. That white-robed woman from before was already a rare beauty. He hadn't expected another one to appear here. "Brother Luo is teasing me." "We're just friends," replied Ning Chen. The 5 of them entered the hall. Yao Man didn't dare to be careless in this unfamiliar place. She spread out her spiritual sense to investigate the entire Marquis estate. Her expression changed. There was actually an expert on the level of the 3 disasters here. "Why don't you ask that friend of yours to come out?" Luo Xingqian could naturally sense the pressure coming from within the Marquis estate. "Brother Luo, please forgive me. That senior was injured a few days ago and is currently recuperating. It's not convenient for him to come out," replied Ning Chen. "Oh? Even such an expert was injured?" Luo Xingqian was surprised. "I'm ashamed to say this, but I also participated in that battle. I lost miserably. I was already lucky to be able to escape with my life," sighed Ning Chen. "The peak of the 3 disasters?" Luo Xingqian's eyes flashed. "It's not easy to judge. Forget it, let's not talk about such disappointing matters. Brother Luo, did you and your 4 friends come from the homeland of West Buddha?" Ning Chen changed the topic. "How do you know the homeland of West Buddha?" Yao Man frowned and interjected. "A few days ago, an expert called Rong Lu crossed the border and came here. I was lucky enough to learn of it." Ning Chen responded to the former's question. For the time being, he didn't mention the Bodhi sword. After he finished speaking, he quietly observed their reactions. Yao Man and the white-robed man beside her clearly had a trace of disgust on their faces. As for the other 2 youths, they revealed a trace of interest in their eyes. As for Luo Xingqian, he still didn't have any reaction. He clearly didn't care. In just a short moment, their positions were clear. Ning Chen saw this and remembered it in his heart. "Marquis." Ruo Shi walked over and respectfully bowed. "Serve tea to the guests," said Ning Chen. "Yes." Ruo Shi softly replied. She immediately stepped forward and served tea to everyone present. Seeing the appearance of another beautiful woman, Yao Man's impression of the purple-robed young man in front of her became even worse. She snorted coldly in her heart. Sure enough, men are all the same. After a cup of tea's worth of conversation, the people present weren't ordinary people. It was impossible for them to really reveal anything. After a cup of tea's worth of conversation, Ning Chen called the old housekeeper to lead the 5 people to the east wing for a temporary rest. "These people, we don't know if they are enemies or friends, yet you dare to bring them to the Marquis mansion. Should I say you have courage or something wrong with your head?" After the 5 people left, Meng Xuanji, who hadn't spoken until now, finally couldn't help but speak up. "Oh," Ning Chen chuckled and glanced at Ruo Shi. "Ruo Shi, change a cup of tea." And Ruo Shi changed the tea and served a new one. She immediately stood quietly to the side. "Don't worry, no matter what their purpose is, they must first weigh the strength of the various forces in the divine land. Before that, they won't act easily. It just so happens that the sect leader is here. Such a good resource can't be wasted." Ning Chen took a sip of tea and said in a cold tone, "Of course, it's best if they are friends. If they are enemies, then today's tea will be their farewell." Chapter 367. In the east wing of the Marquis mansion, 4 people gathered. Han Yi from the Divine Palace, Yao Man from the demonic temple, Jie Feng, and Jie Yen from the demonic temple. The four of the three disasters were discussing the construction of the four cardinal towers. The four of them had a tacit understanding and did not inform Luo Xingqian. Everyone knew that this person was a traitor of the Zhao clan. His character was unpredictable, and he was not an easy person to work with. The Purple Heavenly Palace and the Demonic Buddha had already explained that there was no need to discuss with Luo Xingqian about the construction of the Divine Pagoda. The four of them could decide on their own. This Marquis Jiming is not simple. We have to be careful, Yao Man said seriously. Yi Shuihan smiled faintly and said calmly, compared to the Jiming Marquis, I'm more curious about why the expert of the third disaster was injured. This person's words can't be completely trusted. Yao Man's eyes flashed with disgust. Oh, I'm more interested in this Marquis Jiming. Jie Feng, who had been silent all this time, said with a chuckle. I agree, Calamity Flame interrupted. Let's not talk about this person for now. We can't delay the construction of the four directions Divine Towers. According to the agreement, Divine Palace will be responsible for the Northern Frost Tower, while the three of us will be responsible for the Wind, Fire, and Lightning Towers. Right now, the most important thing is to choose a place to build it, said Yao Man seriously. There's no rush. We're still not familiar with the situation in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. We can't act rashly. Let's wait for a while, said Yi Shuihan. Brother Yi is right. The waters of the Divine Prefecture are much deeper than we thought. This mission won't be easy, agreed Jie Feng. Don't you think you're worrying too much? Along the way, aside from the third calamity expert, the other people's cultivation bases aren't even worth mentioning. Back then, the Eastern region's Divine Prefecture was forced out of the 5 regions, and the world is even more damaged. Let alone the 3 calamities, even Xiantian experts are hard to come by, said Yao Man with a frown. Calamity Fire shook his head and said, Not necessarily. The truth may not be as simple as it seems. Rong Lu is also here. Given the character of the king of the Rong tribe, how could he behave himself? When Jiming Marquis mentioned Rong Lu, his expression did not change. Obviously, the king of the Rong tribe has restrained himself a lot after coming to the Divine Land. In other words, he hasn't done anything outrageous. Hearing the name Rong Lu again, Yao Man could not hide the disgust on her face. She did not suspect that the Marquis of Jiming was lying. Rong Lu had disappeared from the homeland of West Buddha for 100 years. She did not expect him to come here. This person might become a problem. Displeasure also flashed in Yi Shuihan's eyes. The relationship between the Divine Palace and the king of the Rong tribe was quite ordinary. There had been a lot of friction between them 100 years ago. Now that they met again in the Divine Prefecture of the Eastern region, it was really a small world. Tribulation Wind and Tribulation Fire drank their tea quietly and did not interrupt. The Demon Temple and the Rong Tower did not have anything to do with each other, so they did not comment. When Yao Man saw their reactions, she had no choice but to suppress her emotions and not express her opinion. Yi Shuihan snorted coldly in his heart. Although the Divine Palace and the Demon Temple were allies, they were not of the same mind. Just as the 4 of them were conversing, Red Spectre walked over from another guest room in the East Wing and knocked on the door. Please enter, said Luo Xingqian. Ning Chen pushed open the door and entered. When he saw the young man sitting at the table, he smiled and said, Brother Luo, how was your rest? I was just about to rest when you came, Luo Xingqian said calmly. Oh, then I'm sorry for disturbing you. Even so, Ning Chen still walked in, closed the door, and sat across the table unceremoniously. Brother Ning, what do you want to know? You can ask directly, Luo Xingqian said directly. Brother Luo is indeed straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. May I ask if Brother Luo and the other 4 friends have anything important to do in the Divine Prefecture? If there is anything you need help with, I will do my best to help, Ning Chen said sincerely. Building the pagoda. Luo Xingqian did not hide and said lightly, I don't know what the square tower is used for. My task is to ensure that the square tower is built smoothly. If you want to know the details, you can ask the 4 people. Of course, the premise is that they are willing to tell you. He owed the Violet Heavenly Palace a favor. This time, he came to the Divine Prefecture to repay the favor. He was not interested in anything else. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The Square Tower was an unfamiliar name. However, the relationship between the 5 people, as he had guessed, was not as harmonious as it seemed. The headmaster had also said that a complete space barrier required at least 2 cultivators at the great attainment of 3 disasters to work together and pay a high price to open it. It seemed that the 5 people were likely to come from different forces. There was still hostility between fellow disciples. It was even more difficult for allies to work together. I have answered your question. Now it's time for you to answer mine, Luo Xingqian said coldly. Brother Luo, please speak, Ning Chen replied. Where did you get your bow? Luo Xingqian's expression was cold. Just now, the 4 people were there, so he did not ask much. It was incredible that the eastern region also had a bow from the Zhao family. It happened many years ago. Ning Chen recounted the process of how he got the bow from the disabled man. He could see that the person in front of him hated the Zhao family deeply. There was no harm in telling him this. Good job! Luo Xingqian sneered after hearing the story. Brother Luo, you seem to hate the Zhao family very much. However, why do you have a bow from the Zhao family? Ning Chen glanced at a quaint longbow placed not far away and asked. Brother Ning, I'm a bit tired, said Luo Xingqian indifferently. Ah, then Brother Luo should rest first. I'll take my leave. Ning Chen smiled and walked out. I admire you. I hope we won't be enemies, said Luo Xingqian behind him. Of course not. Ning Chen didn't linger. He opened the door and walked out. Within the room, Luo Xingqian frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt that this person's condition was a bit strange. He didn't seem like a real person, but more like a shadow. One figure after another flew out of Ascension Valley. Seeing the ravaged valley, the 2 people at the front were startled. It seems we came too late, said Rong Lu. Wanfengchen's eyes were constantly shining. Without a doubt, this was Ning Chen's doing. He just didn't know what the result would be. Bai Zhang's cultivation base is extremely high. Even if he's heavily injured, he won't be easy to deal with, said Luan Fengchen. Rong Lu nodded. That was correct. A peak expert of the second calamity truly wouldn't die so easily. A moment later, the 2 of them led several experts from the Holy Lands to the west. Not long after they left, 2 more figures appeared. It was Li Luo and Jian Bodhi. Did you succeed? Li Luo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the ravaged Ascension Valley. This was already their best chance. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any more accidents. The Nether King's tribulation wasn't child's play. The 2 of them didn't delay and immediately rushed to the Marquis' mansion. The sun set in the west and the day passed. Night fell and the blood-red moon appeared in the east. It was so dazzling. In the eastern courtyard of the Marquis' mansion, Yao Man, Yishui Han, and the others suddenly felt uneasy. They pushed open the door and saw the blood-red moon in the sky. Their expressions immediately changed. What was going on? Luo Xingqian also walked out of his room. Looking to the east, light pulsed in his eyes. What terrifying energy! 5 guests, the Marquis' mansion doesn't have anything to entertain you with. We've specially prepared some green fruits for you to quench your thirst. Ning Chen walked over at the right time. Behind him, Ruoshi carried 5 plates of green fruits and placed them on a stone table in the courtyard. Marquis, may I ask what's going on? Jiefeng asked. I'm not too sure. It's been like this since half a year ago. It really scared a lot of people and caused a lot of trouble for the Marquis' mansion. But we're used to it now. Ning Chen replied. Humph, let's not beat around the bush. As a Xiantian master, how can you not feel this terrifying energy? Hiding the truth won't do you any good. Yao Man's expression was cold. Her words were not without threat. Ning Chen didn't care and smiled. Miss Yao misunderstood. I really don't know. I only heard a few words from the seniors in the mansion. This matter seems to be related to some nether king. You also know that the longer a person lives, the more they like to pretend to be unfathomable. They never speak a complete sentence. I don't believe there is a nether king in this world. This kind of celestial phenomenon will pass in a few days. Nether King, 7 Extinction Heavens. Hearing the 2 words Nether King, the 5 people present, except for Luo Xingchen, all trembled. It really was him. The 4 of them came from the Divine Palace and the Demon Temple. They knew some things that ordinary inheritances didn't know. If there was anything a peak 3 disasters needed to be afraid of, it would undoubtedly be this terrifying existence. Outside the Imperial City, Jian Bodi and Li Luo returned. As soon as they entered the Imperial City, they sensed several faint auras from the Marquis' mansion. At the same time, the 5 people in the Marquis' mansion also sensed the auras of 2 of the 3 disasters in the distance. Their expressions changed once more. Jian Bodi and Li Luo frowned. They didn't know what was going on, so they temporarily hid their auras and didn't rush back. Not long after, Luan Fengchen and Rong Lu's group also appeared in the Imperial City. They originally wanted to take the phoenix blood left behind by the Marquis after his death. However, after sensing the auras in the Marquis' mansion, they immediately stopped. How is this possible? Rong Lu's expression changed. When did the Marquis' mansion have so many 3 disasters? Within the Marquis' mansion, Yi Shuihan, Yao Man, and the others also had ugly expressions. They originally thought that there weren't many 3 disasters in the Divine Continent. They hadn't expected 4 to appear in just one day. And the weakest was at the peak of the 2nd disaster. Everyone's here. Ning Chen sneered inside. The timing was perfect. Senior Rong Lu, since you've come, why don't you come and sit with us? Hong Yi appeared in the air, looking at the figures not far away. It's you. You didn't die, said Rong Lu icily. Thanks to the heavens, I was lucky enough to survive. Brother Fengchen, that saber of yours was truly vicious. My 70% success physique was crippled just like that. Tell me, how should I repay you? Asked Ning Chen. You don't need to repay me. This time, I'll send you on your way. Luan Fengchen waved his fan, and it transformed into a rainbow saber that shone with dazzling light. Rong Lu, long time no see. How have you been? Yi Shuihan stepped into the air, looking at the blood-red robed man in front of him. Chapter 368. Yi Shuihan, it's you. Rong Lu's eyes were filled with killing intent when he saw the people from Divine Palace. Blood qi surged out of his body, dyeing the sky red. Yi Shuihan didn't back down either. He waved his hand, and a translucent ice sword appeared. Cold air surged out, and ice flowers appeared in the air. Although Divine Palace had only sent 1 person, Yi Shuihan was without a doubt the strongest of the 4. He had been at the top of the 2nd calamity for over 100 years, and he was one of the top experts of the Rong tribe. Sword and palm collided. Blood qi and cold qi surged. Saber light appeared and a blood-red light flashed. I haven't seen you in 100 years, but you haven't improved at all. Yi Shuihan snorted and blocked the saber light with his ice sword. He took another step forward and frost surged out. Divine Palace's number 1 swordsman is disappointing. Rong Lu flipped his palm, and a vast blood-red light crushed down. He opened a blood-red world. Yi Shuihan formed a sword with his fingers, and thousands of ice flowers gathered, turning into countless sword lights that pierced through the blood-red light. The 2 sides collided, and the air shook violently. The 2 were both forced back 3 steps, and it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. On the other side, Ning Chen held Yama's sword, and a purple light gathered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Luan Fengchen swung his saber to block, using speed against speed. At the same time, Meng Xuanji leapt into the air. her golden feather drawing thousands of rays of golden light. Together with Ning Chen, they fought the current Sacred Land's leader. Do you want to take back the Phoenix origin? Luan Fengchen's body was like a willow, and he avoided the sword lights. I've already taken it back. Ning Chen took another step forward. Where's Bai Jiang? Luan Fengchen blocked the sword and used his left hand to push back the incoming golden feather. He's not dead, but he's crippled. He won't be a threat for now. Ning Chen took 10 steps back and used his yuan to activate Yama's sword. Blood qi surged and the sword was unsheathed. The phoenix was noble, and it represented the most divine power in the world. His doppelganger combined the two phoenix essences and forcefully suppressed the will within the sword. Purple light lit up the world, and a strange aura appeared between heaven and earth. Yama's sword that had been silent since Yama's death finally reappeared. Seeing this, Luan Fengchen didn't dare to be careless. His rainbow blade transformed into a sky full of blade lights that blocked in front of him. The purple sword light rushed in and collided with the red maple leaves in the sky. In an instant, the power of the sword and the saber collided violently. The swift and fierce air currents surged and scattered in all directions. Ning Chen's body was slightly weaker. He took 2 steps back and a trace of red appeared on the corner of his mouth. Miss Meng, go help us deal with Rong Lu, said Ning Chen. But Meng Xuanji's expression changed. Nothing must happen to the guests of the Marquis' mansion. I can handle this, Ning Chen said in a low voice. On the other side of the battlefield, Yishui Han swung his sword to disperse the bloody light in front of him. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he said, Marquis, Yishui Han will remember your good intentions. You're welcome, Ning Chen replied calmly. Meng Xuanji didn't know what the former was planning, but she could only temporarily withdraw from the battle. Be careful, I won't hold back anymore. Luan Fengchen's expression became serious. When he received Ning Chen's sword move just now, he roughly understood what Ning Chen wanted to do. However, such a dangerous thing was really not a good idea. Just go all out. Right now, you're the most suitable person, said Ning Chen seriously. Luan Fengchen sighed inside and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and his aura soared. Within a dazzling light, the aura of the 5th Xiantian tribulation was released. In the face of this pressure, Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. He gathered the power of his 2 phoenixes' core. Blood-red light rippled through heaven and earth. His powerful phoenix bloodline shook the entire imperial city. Within the Marquis' mansion, Yao Man and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw Luan Feng's surging aura. They had still underestimated him. This kind of power was far too abnormal. Seeing this kind of powerful bloodline power again, it was 100 times stronger than before. Rong Lu dodged the ice divine sword's tip and moved, wanting to take it. However, golden light tore through the sky and the golden feather blocked his path. Within the Marquis' mansion, Yao Man and the others also hesitated. This kind of power was too tempting. However, the 3rd Xiantian tribulation expert within the Marquis' mansion made them wary. In the current situation, as long as they took action, it would mean completely shedding all pretenses. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, it wouldn't be wise to provoke such a powerful enemy before the mission had even begun. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, the 3 of them had no choice but to suppress their impulses and continue to not interfere. The other 9 Xiantian experts of the 4 extremities also looked at the 3 people within the Marquis' mansion who hadn't taken action yet. Although they didn't participate in the battle, they still maintained the highest level of vigilance. Inside and outside the Marquis' mansion, one chain of restraints after another caused the situation to enter a stalemate. In the air above the Marquis' mansion, Ning Chen was facing off against the 5th Xiantian tribulation, Luan Fengchen. The difference in strength between them was the greatest. Due to the difference in cultivation, his disadvantage gradually became apparent. I'll hold them back. You take the phoenix blood. Rong Lu was surrounded by two people and couldn't easily escape. He had no choice but to place his hopes of obtaining the phoenix blood on Luan Fengchen. He changed the direction of his attacks and focused on holding them back. He didn't want to win, but to keep the two people fighting focused. He didn't know what the Jiming Marquis was planning, but as long as Luan Fengchen succeeded, any schemes would be useless. The battle gradually became more intense. In order to force out the strongest Ning Chen and to not make Rong Lu suspicious, Luan Fengchen didn't hold back anymore and used his full strength. In a one-on-one battle, Ning Chen gave up on his extreme speed and used his sword to block the blade. After more than 10 moves, he was injured several times. Rivers and mountains drink hatred, blood maple October red. Luan Fengchen once again used the Holy Land's ultimate skill. His long and slender rainbow blade shone with a bright light. Within the blood-red light that filled the sky, thousands of red maple leaves appeared and shot out. On the other side, Meng Xuanji's expression changed. What were they doing? With a bang, blood splattered and Ning Chen retreated a dozen steps. His right hand was covered in blood and dyed the Yama King's sword red. Again. With the powerful vitality of the dual phoenix sources, Ning Chen endured his injuries and charged forward again. Blades and swords clashed, creating a magnificent scene of life and death. After taking over the responsibility of the Holy Land, Luan Fengchen understood what responsibility was and what responsibility was. Therefore, although she couldn't bear to see Ning Chen's choice, she could only use her own cultivation to help him. The battle became more and more intense and the injuries on Ning Chen's body became more and more serious. Ning Chen continuously urged the phoenix sources to merge with his body. After all, a human's body wasn't a phoenix's body. It was difficult for him to completely control the phoenix sources. The two phoenixes were not weaker than the three calamities. However, after obtaining the dual phoenix sources, he was stopped before the third calamity. If it was before, perhaps he could wait, but now he didn't have the time. There was nothing in this world that could be obtained easily. If you obtained something, you had to give it up. A blade of bloody light caused Ning Chen to retreat several steps. Holding the blade, Ning Chen slashed out, purple light surging. Blades and swords had no eyes. Once they were slashed out, there was no turning back. Luan Fengchen pushed away the sword light with a palm and then slammed it into Ning Chen's chest. Blood splattered across the sky, and he barely managed to stabilize himself several meters away. This Marquis has been pretty good to us. Do you want to help? Tribulation Flame smiled. No need. That expert hasn't even made a move yet. Why should we join in? Tribulation Wind laughed. Hey, you can't say that. The demonic Buddha said that as monks we should be merciful, continued Tribulation Flame. Then if he dies, we'll help him collect his corpse, laughed Tribulation Wind. Yao Man listened to their conversation. Although she was disgusted with the Jiming Marquis, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of displeasure. She even suspected that even if she was the one in danger, these two fellow disciples would still look at her with a smile and wouldn't feel anything. Outside the Marquis' mansion, Jian Bodhi and Li Luo had concealed their auras. They sighed as they watched the battle above the Marquis' mansion. Sect Master, it really isn't a coincidence that the Eternal Night God sect couldn't defeat the Grand Xia, said Jian Bodhi softly. This was the first time he had met such a young man. It was hard to imagine what kind of ties he had that allowed him to persist until now. In my life, I've only ever admired two people. One was the master who created the golden age of Confucianism, and the other was the Jiming Marquis. Back then, I really did want to first defeat the Grand Xia and then find a way to stop the 7 extinction heavens from descending. But this person's existence made me change my mind, said Li Luo. Above the Marquis' mansion, under the pressure of life and death, the phoenix origin that had been resisting the fusion finally began to change. Threads of phoenix origin energy flowed through his body, automatically helping to heal his injuries. Now that he had an opportunity, Ning Chun immediately scattered his true essence and mortal body's blood qi. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the air and his avatar began to fade away, showing signs of dissipating. His mortal body's blood qi dissipated and his true essence flowed away. All that was left was the phoenix blood that the two phoenixes had given him. The final repulsive force also disappeared. The phoenix origin quickly spread and reformed into a new host. When the phoenix body appeared, its aura suddenly changed. Phoenix origin poured into the underworld king's sword, and a dazzling purple light soared into the sky. Thunder rumbled as the third Xiantian tribulation arrived. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Looking at the red-clothed figure in the air, shock appeared in their eyes. Retreat! Seeing this, Luan Fengchen's figure flashed and he retreated from the battle. He instantly appeared on the other side and pushed Meng Xuanji away with his blade. Then he quickly retreated with Rong Lu. The other 9 Xiantian experts of the 4 extreme realms also didn't dare delay and left with him. Yishui Han's eyes narrowed, but he didn't chase after them. His strength was roughly on par with Rong Lu's, so there was nothing he could do even if he chased after him. Furthermore, the Rong clan's physique was special and difficult to deal with. Luan Fengchen, West. The red-clothed figure instantly chased after them and transmitted her voice. Hearing this, Luan Fengchen immediately changed directions and flew west. The thunder in the sky grew deeper and deeper. The group hurriedly headed west. Just as they entered the wilderness, a purple-gold sword appeared behind Rong Lu. Rong Lu felt a chill run down his back. He immediately stopped and sent a palm strike at the sword. In that instant, Luan Fengchen and the others had already flown several hundred meters away. Ning Chen's figure flashed, dodging the palm strike. He released his aura and immediately, endless lightning descended, enveloping the two of them. Chapter 369. Lightning filled the sky, howling and surging. The momentum of the lightning falling from the sky could even frighten ghosts and gods. Rong Lu trembled. With a flip of his palm, he forcefully clashed with the lightning tribulation descending from the sky. Thunder roared, and its divine might shook the world. Heaven's might was immediately enraged by being defied. The might of the lightning tribulation suddenly increased, reaching the level of one of the 3 calamities. At the same time, the red-clothed figure was as swift as a startled swan. Lightning descended, but it was dodged time and time again. The trembling earth collapsed and disintegrated under the lightning tribulation. How can you be so capable? Rong Lu was shocked by Ning Chen's lightning-fast speed. Disbelief filled his eyes. Don't you understand? This is the Phoenix origin energy you always wanted. As the lightning tribulation descended, Ning Chen moved. Thousands of lightning bolts fell on the ground, rumbling and trembling as the ground sank. So, you were the one who snatched the Phoenix origin from Pai Jiang. Rong Lu shouted angrily as he received another lightning bolt. His qi and blood surged. It's too late for you to guess now. You can go to hell in this lightning tribulation. Ning Chen walked on the shadows, constantly moving through the lightning tribulation. Although they were less than 300 meters apart, the might of each tribulation was completely different. Rong Lu received the most terrifying punishment for interfering with the heavenly tribulation. The lightning tribulation turned red, and a horrifying aura caused the space around him to twist. In just a few breaths of time, the lightning tribulation descending on the Rong race leader reached the second calamity. Furthermore, it continued to strengthen. After Ning Chen attracted the lightning tribulation, he quickly put some distance between him and Rong Lu. He did not want to get involved in this terrifying heavenly tribulation, so he moved around, avoiding the lightning. Rong Lu was furious. The increasingly stronger lightning tribulation was, the more strenuous it became. In the past 30,000 years, very few people dared to interfere with another person's heavenly tribulation. After all, the price of doing so was something even the 3 calamities could not bear. The raging red lightning bolts filled the sky, turning 300 meters into a sea of lightning. When Rong Lu saw that the situation was not right, he used all his quintessence to block the sea of lightning and immediately tried to leave. "You can't leave," Ning Chen snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he chased after Rong Lu. The heavenly tribulation continuously descended, engulfing the two once more. The sea of lightning that Rong Lu could not escape shocked and enraged him. He gathered his quintessence, wanting to kill the disaster before him first. With a hong sound, the heavens once again descended with fury. Red tribulation lightning descended, blocking the path ahead. Rong Lu had no choice but to change the direction of his palm and block the furious lightning. With a violent collision, blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! He knew that if this continued, his life would be in danger even if his body was special. Rong Lu gritted his teeth and opened his palms. Blood mist surged around him as he used the forbidden technique of the Rong tribe. Endless blood light soared into the sky and his body was temporarily raised to the third disaster level. Evil Rong 9 transformations, open. The terrifying blood might shook the heavens and earth. Within 1,000 feet everything collapsed. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in. It was a horrifying scene. It was like the end of the world. Ning Chen quickly retreated, avoiding the shock waves and standing 1,000 feet away. Under the terrifying forbidden world, the scarlet tribulation clouds collapsed and scattered in all directions. The world became clear again. After the restriction, Rong Lu's body was bleeding profusely. The foundation of his cultivation was severely damaged, and he staggered and vomited blood. To kill or not to kill, Ning Chen and Luan Fengchen had the same thought. After a while, they made up their minds. "Take him away," said Ning Chen. With that, a red robe flashed and the Yama divine weapon pierced through the air, stabbing toward Rong Lu's heart. Luan Fengchen understood and moved his feet. He instantly appeared in front of Rong Lu and blocked the sword with his blade. "Go!" Luan Fengchen quickly left with the heavily injured Rong tribe's king. The 9 Xiantian experts followed. Ning Chen waved his hand and the Yama divine weapon returned to its sheath. After 2 steps, the red robe scattered and disappeared. Time passed day after day. In the Marquis manor in the imperial city of the Grand Xia, the 5 people who had been politely asked to stay finally left, each with their own thoughts. The appearance of the Yama divine weapon gave Yao Man, Yishui Han, and the others a warning. The waters of the divine prefecture were much deeper than they had imagined. The 4 of them were very wary of this existence. Or rather, all the peak Xiantian experts in the 4 regions were very wary of it. If they wanted to go back, they had to build the 4 directions divine tower as soon as possible and send the origin energy of the divine prefecture of the eastern region over. As for whether to bring it back or not, that was up to the palace lord and the demonic Buddha. During the few days in the Marquis manor, they had a rough understanding of the divine prefecture. The rest of the situation had to be seen by them personally. In the dark abyss of the eternal night divine sect, a purple figure slowly descended from the sky. It was the second lord of the eternal night divine sect, Zong Qianqiu, who had been severely injured by Zong Qianqiu a long time ago. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zong Qianqiu knelt down and said with a familiar smile. "Zong Qianqiu, prepare to open the extreme sky grand formation." Yama King's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. "Yes," Zong Qianqiu said respectfully. When the extreme sky grand formation was opened, the eternal night would appear. The eternal night had once said that the mortal world would be dark for 100 years. Zong Qianqiu left. Yama King's voice sounded again. "Chu Li." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chu Li knelt down. "Before Zong Qianqiu completes the extreme sky grand formation, find the 3rd divine beast's origin as soon as possible." Chu Li's eyes flashed. He explained, "Your Majesty, the eternal night divine scripture is affected by the chaos scroll. It's hard to find the hiding places of these divine beasts in a short time. Go to the Void Temple. I will help you, said the Llama King calmly. Yes. Chu Li bowed and respectfully left. Within the Grand Xia's imperial city, Ning Chen walked out, thinking about something as he walked toward the imperial palace. Passers-by bowed to him, not daring to block his path. Suddenly, he heard the sound of an argument. Everyone on the street blocked his path. The young lady's carriage had accidentally knocked over an old man, breaking the old man's porcelain bottle. The old man's status wasn't ordinary either. He stood up and cursed her. His vulgar words were unpleasant to the ear. The young lady's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know what to do. She could only quietly cry. When the Marquis arrived, the onlookers opened up a path for him. Hong Yi walked past, not stopping at all. Lord Marquis, please uphold justice for this old man. The old man hastily walked over and knelt down. Ning Chen came back to his senses. He looked at the old man, then at the onlookers. He frowned and asked, "What is it?" The old man tearfully explained the situation. His sad and pitiful appearance was completely different from his previous arrogance. Lord Marquis, this porcelain bottle is a treasure passed down from my ancestor. It has been over 1,000 years. This old man's body is cheap, so it doesn't matter if I was knocked over, but this bottle is the life of my family. It can't be broken for nothing. What about you? Do you have anything to say? Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and asked calmly. Lord Marquis, I didn't do it on purpose. The woman was at a loss. Ning Chen took 2 steps forward and slowly picked up a piece of porcelain. He looked at it and sighed in his heart. A person's greed could easily break a person's bottom line. It was truly lamentable. The onlookers whispered to each other. Some were mocking, some were rejoicing in other people's misfortune, some were sympathizing with the old man and the woman. Different people's hearts were cold. Some people saw the truth, but they didn't want to cause trouble, so they didn't stand up. Mother, this grandpa poured it himself. A child's voice sounded out from the crowd. It wasn't loud, so it was drowned out by the crowd's whispers. It was unknown how many people heard it. Don't speak nonsense. The woman's expression changed. She quickly covered the child's mouth and reprimanded him. Ning Chen acted as if he didn't know. He looked at the old man and calmly said, "What do you want? This matter is settled. This porcelain bottle is worth over 1,000 taels. I don't dare to delay Lord Marquis' time. Furthermore, this young lady didn't do it on purpose. Just compensate me with 800 taels," the old man reluctantly said. Hearing this number, the young lady's body trembled. Although her family situation could be considered well off, 800 taels was not a small amount. It would cause her family to bear a huge burden. "Do you have any objections?" Ning Chen looked at the woman and asked. "I have no objections." The woman's voice trembled. "What about you, what do you think?" Ning Chen looked at the onlookers and asked. Lord Marquis is wise. Everyone agreed. Lamentable. Ning Chen deeply sighed and turned to leave. He was once again disappointed. Greedy, cowardly, indifferent. Was there really any hope for such a person? For the first time, Ji Ming's heart wavered. That day, in the Marquis's study, Grand Xia's Marquis and the Eternal Night Church's leader held candles and talked until late at night. It was rumored that the underworld king was arrogant and hated the ugliness of human nature. 30,000 years ago, he descended to the human world and used his unparalleled divine might to massacre the 5 regions. He only left behind a small inheritance, hoping that the human race would remember the pain, abandon the ugliness, and move forward again. Unfortunately, 30,000 years later, the underworld king was once again disappointed. This time, without a doubt, his descent would be an even more terrifying apocalypse. Xianhua. After walking 100 steps, Ning Chen finally stopped and said, "Lord Marquis, A figure walked out and respectfully said, "Take them to the government and tell that woman that this is the last chance I'm giving her. If she doesn't cherish it, no one can help her." Ning Chen calmly said, "Yes." Xian Hua respectfully accepted the order. With the Eternal Night Church's matter and the Alien Realms plan, Ning Chen didn't have time to waste. He continued to walk towards the Imperial Palace. At this moment, Ji Ming's eyes changed. He looked to the west with a gloomy expression. With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Scroll flew out. Its light dimmed as if it was suppressed by an extremely powerful force. Among the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, the Light Scroll was undoubtedly the most terrifying one. Not only did it have knowledge of the past and present, but it could also derive the matters of the world. It was controlled by the Eternal Night Church, and was a great threat. The Chaos Scroll's existence was the only thing that could suppress the Light Scroll. In the past, it was controlled by Fan Lingwei, but now it was controlled by Ning Chen. Its only purpose was to suppress the power of the Light Scroll. The Underworld King. Ning Chen looked to the west. Without a doubt, only the Underworld King could suppress the Chaos Scroll. The power he could descend was stronger than before. Eternal Night Church, Void Shrine. Chu Li looked at the scripture floating in the void. A dazzling light flashed through her beautiful eyes. So there were 2 people from 1,000 years ago in the Divine Prefecture. Dao Kuei Jiang Wangji Master Ji Taisher. Chapter 370. The Lord of Hell had suppressed the Chaos Volume, and the Eternal Night Scripture was able to work. It revealed the mysteries of heaven and found the wild beasts hiding everywhere. The 9-headed beast and the phoenix were dead. After tens of thousands of years, they had completely fallen into a deep sleep and assimilated with the earth. There were not many living beasts left. Only Taotai, Yazi, Taowu, and Xieji were left. Chu Li looked at the whereabouts of Taotai and Xieji and frowned. It was not difficult to find the 2 wild beasts. However, with Dao Kuei and the headmaster, it was almost impossible to get them. What she did not expect was that the divine beast of the underworld, Xieji, was in the Great Xia Academy. Other than Taotai and Xieji, Yazi was far away in the 4 extremes. After the fight for the origin of Phoenix last time, the Great Xia Academy and the 4 extremes Holy Lands were already vigilant. It would be more difficult to go to the 4 extremes to get the origin of the divine beasts again. In the current situation, getting the origin of Tao Wu might be the best choice. The Eternal Night Scripture closed and rose into the void again. Wisps of strange aura lingered in the air, and it fell into a short silence. Chu Li turned and walked out of the void temple. It would take some time to set up the ultimate sky array. Before that, she had to do her best to complete the task. In the Great Xia Palace, Ning Chen walked over and whispered a few words in Qing Ning's ear. Qing Ning's eyes flashed with surprise. When she came back to her senses, she nodded slightly. Qing Ning knew the importance of the task. Without delay, she left the imperial city immediately. In the Weiyang Palace, Ning Chen and Zhang Sun discussed the Eternal Night Sect and the people from the alien land in detail and made a plan for the future. Everything had its priority. The matter of Lord of Hell was the most important thing now. If they did not stop it with all their might, it would be an irreversible disaster. In comparison, the purpose of the 5 people from the homeland of West Buddha was still unclear. It was not easy to push them to the opposite side. He left Rong Lu alive to contain the 5 people. Before solving the problem of Lord of Hell, he had no time to care about other things. He stayed in the Weiyang Palace for half a day. When the sun was setting, Ning Chen left the palace and returned to the Marquis residence. The person in charge of the Eternal Night Sect now should be Chu Li. This was a big problem. His alliance with the Eternal Night Sect leader was not unbreakable. The biggest difference was this woman. Under the current circumstances, he couldn't afford to lose an ally like the Eternal Night Hierarch. The matter of Chu Li was indeed a thorny one. Unexpectedly, in order to destroy the relationship between Rong Lu and Bai Jiang, he let Chu Li go. In the end, it became a big hidden danger. The moment Jian Bodi and Li Luo returned, they immediately went into seclusion to recover from their injuries. Last time at Phoenix Perch Mountain, the two of them had suffered heavy injuries. Later on, in order to take back the Phoenix origin, they had been suppressing their injuries. The Nether King was indeed too powerful. Only after receiving his attacks head-on did one understand the despair of being unable to resist the heavens. After 2 battles, the battle strength of the Marquis residents had completely fallen to the bottom. There was no telling when the Eternal Night Hierarch's main body would come out. Now that his avatar and the sword Bodhi were in seclusion to recuperate, the Marquis forces were stretched thin. Ning Chen stood in the courtyard, looking at the blood moon rising in the east. His frown deepened. Today, the Nether King temporarily suppressed the power of the Chaos Scroll. His purpose was actually not hard to guess. It was most likely to find the divine beast hidden in the world. He knew that there was a Taotai in the Chizhou Mountains and a Yazi in the 4 extremes. The Taotai was protected by Senior Dao Kuei, so there shouldn't be any problems. The Yazi was far away in the 4 extremes. After the fight for the Phoenix origin, Chu Li should also understand that it was easy to enter the Ascension Valley but difficult to leave. It was unlikely that he would risk his life. What he was most worried about now was that there were still divine beasts in the divine Great Land that he didn't know the whereabouts of. If Chu Li set out, it would be difficult for him to stop him. In the world, in the art of divination, apart from the Ming Scroll, the most powerful one was the headmaster. Qing Ning had already gone to ask, but she didn't know if she could make it this time. The bright moon was moving west. In the backyard of the Marquis residence, a stream of light flashed past. Qing Ning walked out and looked at the young man in the courtyard. She said with a serious expression, "The headmaster said that in the divine Great Land, there is a divine beast called the Swanee. It should be hiding somewhere in the southern wasteland. No one knows the specific location. It's troublesome." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. If even the headmaster didn't know, then no one in the world would know. "I'm going to the southern wasteland. I'll leave it to Sister Qing Ning to talk to the Empress." Time was tight. Ning Chen didn't dare to delay any longer. He instructed and prepared to leave immediately. "Okay, be careful," Qing Ning reminded him softly. Ning Chen nodded. He waved his hand and a purple light flashed past. The Yama heavenly sword flew out. His red clothes scattered and disappeared. Outside the imperial city, a beautiful figure stood quietly under the moonlight. Her snow-white clothes danced in the night wind. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the woman under the moonlight. He was puzzled and asked, "Why are you here?" "The southern wasteland is too big. You can't find it all by yourself," Mu Qingxue said and turned to walk towards the south. He said, "Let's go quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late." "Okay." Ning Chen wasn't a procrastinator. He calmed himself down and immediately followed him. The two of them moved together and rushed towards the southern wasteland. 2 streaks of light flashed under the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The southern wasteland, the vast wasteland south of the barbarian dynasty, was the most barren place in the divine Great Land. There were almost no signs of human habitation. The harsh and changeable climate made this place a forgotten place. For thousands of years, no one was willing to set foot here. Heavy rain poured down, washing this barren land. Under a red umbrella in the rain, 2 figures walked side by side. One of them was dressed in red and had an extraordinary temperament, attracting everyone's attention. The other person was much more ordinary, just an ordinary person. On this barren land, there were actually 2 people moving forward. This was definitely not a normal thing. "Young master, be careful not to get your clothes wet," Shang Han said with concern. "It's fine," Yin Wu Go said calmly with a faint smile. The person under the umbrella revealed his face. The red mole between his eyebrows was dazzling. It was Yin Wu Go, the former head of the red-clothed guards of the imperial court. Since he left 5 years ago, there had been no news of him. His blood-red sword had been sealed for a long time. His blood-stained hand was gradually washed away by the rain. Just at this moment, two figures passed by 5 miles away from the red umbrella. One of them suddenly paused. Ning Chen stared into the distance as a glint of light flashed in his eyes. It was him. So he came here. What is it? Mu Qingxue softly asked the person beside him. It's nothing. Let's continue. Ning Chen came back to his senses. At the same time, Yin Wugo also stopped and looked into the distance. His lips curled. Young master, why did you stop? Asked Shang Han. It's the department head. Yin Wugo softly said. Shang Han was surprised. She was grateful, but also a bit worried. She was grateful because 5 years ago, if it weren't for the department head, they wouldn't have been able to leave the imperial court. She was worried that the department head would go back on his word and bring the young master back. After all, the young master had already stepped into the Xiantian realm. To any power, he was a rare power. Don't worry. Yin Wugo knew what Shang Han was thinking. He faintly smiled and said, if the department head really came to bring me back, he wouldn't be the department head anymore. Let's go. Okay. Shang Han nodded. She held the umbrella and continued to walk forward with the person she treasured the most in her life. The two people who passed by each other didn't meet in the end. The fire in the Imperial Court's West Hall was the final end. The promise Ji Ming made was also fulfilled in that fire. The past was the past. Not meeting was the best result. The person who left the Jianghu and the Imperial Court went north. He washed away his impurities and would never be stained with red again. No impurities, no impurities. His dark red clothes would never be stained with impurities. Northern Meng Imperial Court. A memorial was sent to the palace. It was originally a small matter. However, because the people who went to deal with it died, it became a big matter. This was a memorial requesting the emperor to use the imperial court's offerings. After Mingyu saw it, a strange expression flashed across her delicate face. A Xiantian expert secretly built an ice tower upstream of the Ling River. What was going on? Mingyu didn't see anything special about it. However, she felt that something was wrong. No one would build a tower for no reason. Moreover, it was a powerful Xiantian expert. There were indeed Xiantian-level offerings in the palace. However, they didn't have much lifespan left. They were buried deep under the treasures used to suppress fate. Unless the dynasty was facing a crisis, they couldn't be easily used. Every dynasty had its own resources. However, these resources couldn't be seen for long. Once they were out in the world, they couldn't come back. Men, summon Yang Ho, Mingyu ordered. Yes. An hour later, Yang Hong entered the palace. After seeing the memorial that Mingyu passed to him, he frowned. I'll go take a look, Yang Hong said. Be careful, Mingyu said seriously. Your Majesty, don't worry. Yang Hong responded, then turned around and walked out. After Yang Hong left, Mingyu still felt uneasy. She wrote a letter and called a round-blade Imperial Guard over. She said seriously, send it to Tianqi immediately. Yes. The round-blade Imperial Guard received the order and quickly walked out of the hall. Sister Amethyst, Beiming might be in trouble. Mingyu looked at the girl standing beside her and said softly. She had a feeling that this matter wasn't so simple. The bad guy had said that a woman's sixth sense was nonsensical. However, sometimes one had to believe it. In his eyes, she might still be that little girl from back then. However, she had indeed grown up. Do you need me to invite the Jiming Marquis? Amethyst asked softly. Many years ago, the military advisor had told her that if Beiming couldn't solve anything after her death, she should invite the Marquis of de Xia. At that time, she didn't understand why the military advisor had told her that. Only now did she understand what the military advisor meant. Mingyu shook her head. Her eyes dimmed. She said, No, it's already hard enough for him. I can't increase his burden. Your Majesty's matter won't be a burden to the Jiming Marquis, Amethyst replied. No, I will solve it myself. Mingyu shook her head stubbornly. She was the emperor of Beimeng. She couldn't always rely on him. Amethyst didn't say anything else. She had personally witnessed Her Majesty's growth. The little girl from back then had really grown up. She was working hard to catch up to the military advisor and the Marquis. Chapter 371. In the southern wasteland of the Divine Land, the two had been searching for a day and a night. Time passed slowly, but they still couldn't find Tao Wu. Since the last catastrophe of the 5 regions, all the divine beasts in the world had hidden themselves. They rarely showed themselves, and few people knew where they were. In order to hide their aura, most of the divine beasts chose to sleep. As time passed, they gradually assimilated with the earth, and could no longer wake up. Tao Wu was one of the few divine beasts that was still alive. However, because it was in the southern wasteland where there were few people, its whereabouts were very mysterious. The two were already very fast, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than Chu Li, who had grasped Tao Wu's whereabouts. Wu Guan appeared with a murderous aura. The green spear fell from the sky with great force. Amidst the violent swaying, the 300-meter-long ground cracked open. Numerous huge cracks spread out, crisscrossing each other. It was a shocking sight. Sand flew up, covering the sky. Suddenly, there was a change in the silent wasteland. Roar! A deafening beast roar sounded. The earth rumbled and trembled. In the sand, a ferocious-looking giant beast appeared. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't. It had a human face, tiger feet, pig teeth, and a ferocious appearance. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the person in front of it. Mere beast, don't overestimate yourself. Chu Li snorted. Green light flowed on the body of the spear, which was full of patterns. It pierced through the air with the sharpest edge. With a bang, blood splattered dozens of feet. Although it was a ferocious beast that had lived for tens of thousands of years, it still quickly fell into a disadvantage in front of Wu Guan, who had outstanding combat power. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The cold wind whistled. The dancing armor was as swift as a feather. As the figure moved, the long spear in his hand turned into a green swan. It cut through the Tao Wu's body and left terrible wounds. The furious beast roared continuously, but it couldn't stop the outcome of defeat. In the rain of blood, the giant body fell down with a loud bang. It was difficult for it to stand up again. Chu Li waved his hand. The green spear pierced through the body. The dark gray origin of the wild beast flew out and fell into his hand. Let's go. After the mission was completed, Chu Li didn't delay. His figure flashed and headed north. Not long after Chu Li left, red clothes gathered in the distance. Knowing destiny rushed over after sensing the fluctuations of the battle. After seeing the Tao Wu's corpse on the ground, his expression changed. The red light rushed towards the north. At the same time, it released all of its aura to inform Mu Qingxue to come quickly. The speeding light left a bright red trail in the sky. Ning Chen knew the importance of the desolate beast's origin essence, so he drove his phoenix origin to its limit. The red light instantly vanished, astonishingly fast. 300 miles away, Chu Li felt the aura behind him getting closer and closer. His expression turned cold as he sped up and headed north. At the end of the southern wasteland, 2 figures were walking one after the other. At this moment, the young man in red stopped. Shanghan moved to the side. Yin Wugo turned around and looked into the distance. Shang Han was slightly startled and didn't know what was going on. However, he still listened to the former and walked behind him. His crimson robes fluttered in the wind, and a blood-red sword flew out. The blood-red sword was unsheathed, and a bleak blood-red light illuminated the world. The swordsman held his sword, and the red mole on his forehead glowed with a bright red light. With a swing of his sword, the wind and clouds within 1,000 feet changed. The sword that hadn't been used in 5 years had reappeared today. The surging sword intent left behind terrifying sword scars in the surroundings, causing even the sun to lose its color. 5 miles away, Chu Li's expression changed. He didn't have time to stop himself, so he condensed his yuan qi into a spear and met the attack. The two of them clashed. Facing Wu Guan, a sword that had been hidden for 5 years suddenly appeared. The two of them both retreated 3 steps. They were actually evenly matched. An unfamiliar expert blocked his path. Chu Li's expression turned cold, but he could also see that this person's move just now was abnormal. It was impossible for him to use it again. Lord C, this sword is to repay your kindness from back then. Let's not meet again. Yin Wugo waved his hand and put away his sword. He turned and left. With that, Ning Chen appeared. Looking at the young man in the distance, he calmly said, "Let's not meet again." After blocking Wu Guan, Yin Wugo left without any hesitation. From now on, it was as if the two of them had said their goodbyes. They would never meet again. Chu Li, I don't want to fight with you. Please let go of the desolate beast's origin essence. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He had promised the Eternal Night Cult Master that he wouldn't harm Chu Li's life. Although he had told countless lies in his life, he wasn't willing to break his promise to his allies. Wishful thinking. A cold glint flashed through Chu Li's eyes. He took a step forward and moved his green spear, attacking like fire. Ning Chen retreated. His red clothes were as fast as red light. In the blink of an eye, he turned back. The King of Hell's divine weapon was in his hand. Seeing such a terrifying speed, Chu Li was shocked. He changed the direction of his spear and blocked the sword. A sonorous sound of collision rang out. The King of Hell's divine sword instantly changed its direction. It didn't meet Chu Li head-on, but moved away as soon as it touched him. With the extremely fast red light, each sword was faster than the previous one. Although Chu Li had the advantage in cultivation and foundation, he still felt that it wasn't easy to deal with the speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. After fighting for a while, a beautiful figure in white appeared in the battle. She unsheathed the shadow sword and surrounded Wu Guan. The two fastest people in the world teamed up. Chu Li immediately felt the pressure multiplying. Wounds immediately appeared on his armor. At the same time, a red and green figure flashed past in the distance. It was Li Luo, who was supposed to be recuperating in the Marquis estate. After knowing that Ning Chen had left the Marquis estate and headed for the southern wasteland, he immediately rushed over. The aftermath of the three's battle was vast and mighty. The closer he was, the clearer he could feel it. Li Luo increased his speed, afraid that he would be a step too late. No one knew that 100 li away, a man in black clothes was also rushing over. A few days ago, his Qi was destroyed by Mu Qingshue's sword outside Ascension Valley. His cultivation was almost crippled. Because he was worried about Chu Li's safety, he used half of his blood as the price to ask the King of Hell to grant him power. He temporarily recovered half of his body and came over to help. Almost at the same time, Li Luo and Bai Jiang arrived at the battlefield. They drew their weapons and entered the battle in an instant. With a bang, the four swords collided. The turbulent air currents brought up sand in the sky. "Traitor, it's you again." Bai Jiang looked at the man in front of him with murderous intent in his eyes. Since the Knowing Destiny Marquis appeared in the Four Extremities domain and the middle spiritual region with 2 bodies, this person's identity was self-evident. The sudden appearance of an expert in the Divine Prefecture and coincidentally when the hierarch was seriously injured and pretending to be dead, with the hint of the Knowing Destiny double bodies, the truth was very obvious. The two appeared at the same time and were both seriously injured. They were no longer in peak condition. Under the balance of the battle didn't change. Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue trapped Wu Guan with their swords, determined to take back the Swanee's origin. However, at this moment another change occurred. Chu Li's body suddenly trembled. With a painful groan, the black gas around him surged. The King of Hell wanted to use his body to descend. A terrifying aura instantly covered the sky. The King of Hell opened his eyes and his divine aura surged out. Seeing this, Ning Chen, Mu Qingxue, and Li Luo's expressions changed. They turned into flowing lights and quickly retreated. Traitor! The king of hell moved and instantly arrived in front of Li Luo. With a flip of his palm, a terrifying palm energy swept out. A waterfall of blood splattered. Li Luo, who was injured, couldn't even block a single attack. He was sent flying with blood all over his body. Take him away! Ning Chen was shocked and shouted. His body turned into a red flowing light and his sword pierced through the sky to buy some time for the two to retreat. Phoenix speed? Stupid! The king of hell's figure moved again. Before the blink of an eye, he had already avoided the knowing destiny state and blocked in front of Mu Qingxue. With a palm strike, heaven and earth trembled. The divine aura descended again. At the critical moment, Ning Chen quickly turned back and blocked in front of Mu Qingxue. The king of hell's divine weapon was upgraded to the extreme and blocked the divine aura. However, the divine aura wasn't something a human could block. With a bang, Ning Chen's red clothes were sent flying. Before the aftershock dissipated, Ning Chen's white clothes were also dyed red. Ning Chen retreated a dozen steps and vomited. The king of hell was so powerful that it made people despair. With just 2 moves, the 3 of them were seriously injured and lost their ability to fight. At the same time, in the knowing destiny state's manner, 2 pairs of eyes opened at the same time. They felt the danger of their doppelganger's life. However, they were more than 10,000 li away. It was already too late to save them. Luo Li, you are the same as these humans. Dirty! The king of hell walked forward and with a flip of his palm, he gathered his divine aura and was about to eliminate the traitor in front of him. No! At this moment, a strong will of resistance rose from Chu Li's spiritual sense. The gathered palm energy instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. Chu Li, what are you doing? The king of hell's voice was cold. Master, please spare the hierarch's life. Chu Li constantly resisted the will of the king of hell and begged. A black aura constantly spread out. The main body strongly resisted. The will of the king of hell that descended from the endless void separated from Chu Li's body and condensed into an illusory figure. Looking at the 3 seriously injured people, he coldly said, Pai Jiang, I'll leave the rest to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure scattered, turning into a black aura that filled the sky and disappeared. Hurry up and leave! Chu Li anxiously shouted. Suffering the backlash of the king of hell's descent, he staggered and couldn't stand steadily. No one can leave. Pai Jiang was furious. In the end, she was still protecting him. The head of the Wu Guan sect was furious. Jealousy attacked his heart. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Chu Luo. A powerful palm energy slammed down. Chu Li's expression changed. He barely managed to use his remaining true qi to block in front of him. With a bang, he blocked the former's palm energy. Blood spilled out from the woman's mouth. Her hair was dyed red and dripped down. Take him away, Chu Li anxiously said. Behind them, Mu Qingxue, the only one who hadn't directly received the attack of the king of hell's descent, finally managed to gather a bit of strength. He quickly took the 2 unconscious people and left. Pai Jiang was furious. He pushed Chu Li aside and was about to chase after them. Chu Li vomited blood. Although he was seriously injured, he couldn't stop his powerful will. He held his spear horizontally and refused to let him go. Seeing the person he hated getting farther and farther away, Pai Jiang's accumulated anger finally reached its limit. He lost his reason and his killing intent appeared. His palm fell. The heavily injured Chu Li was too late to dodge. The palm imprinted itself on the center of her forehead. Blood immediately splashed out and dyed her face red. The beautiful figure fell to the ground and looked at the 3 people in the distance. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. He was fine. It was worth it. Among the 3 people in the distance, a pair of lifeless eyes subconsciously opened. The scene that entered his eyes became his last memory before he fainted. In the next moment, His eyes closed and he completely lost consciousness. In front of Chuli, Pai Jiang looked at his right hand in disbelief. Soon after, he laughed crazily. It was so crazy and so sad. Chapter 372. In the backyard of Jiming Manor, Meng Xuanji stood in the courtyard with a worried expression, looking towards the south with eyes full of worry. It's been 2 days, why hasn't he come back yet? At this moment, a white figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard. As soon as she landed, she staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. Save him! Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Qingxue could no longer suppress the injuries in his body. He collapsed and fainted. Meng Xuanji was startled and hurriedly supported the former. Seeing the 2 blood-stained figures brought by the woman, her pupils shrank fiercely. In the room, Ning Shi and Lu Ruoxi heard the commotion and came out one after another. When they saw the scene, their expressions changed greatly. In the secret room, the stone door opened with a bang. The Eternal Night Hierarch felt the return of his clone and came out in advance. Appearing in the courtyard, he glanced at the 2 seriously injured and dying people and said in a deep voice, "Save this kid." Meng Xuanji nodded and condensed her qi into Jiming's body. The Eternal Night Hierarch didn't say anything more and condensed his qi and poured it into his clone. Lu Ruoxi endured the tears in her eyes and walked into the room. She took out a pill and gave it to Mu Qingxue first, then stood quietly to the side and waited. Although Hell King's descent was limited by Chu Li's cultivation, it was still invincible. The 2 took a head-on blow and now their internal organs and meridians were seriously injured. Half an hour later, the Eternal Night Hierarch and Meng Xuanji stopped, their expressions not very good. The 2's lives were saved, but the situation was not very optimistic. When the sun set and the moon was high in the sky, Ning Chen woke up and struggled to get up. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest and coughed violently a few times, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ruoxi, who was guarding the side, was awakened and hurriedly got up to help the former. She said worriedly, "Marquis, your injuries are too serious, you can't get up." "I'm fine, what about Mu Qingxue and Li Luo?" Ning Chen asked weakly. "Miss Mu is fine. Senior Li Luo is still in a coma, but his life is not in danger for the time being," Ruoxi replied. Ning Chen nodded and said tiredly, "Push me into the palace." Ruoxi's expression changed slightly and she hurriedly said, "How are you going out?" "There's no time to care about this, hurry up," Ning Chen urged. Ruoxi didn't dare to disobey and could only push the wheelchair with tears in her eyes. Then, she helped the former sit down and covered him tightly with a fur coat. When they walked out of the room, Meng Xuanji appeared. When she saw the 2 of them, her face darkened. "Do you want to die? I'll explain when we get back." "Ruoxi, let's go," Ning Chen said. Knowing that no one can change the Marquis' mind, Ruoxi softly responded. Pushing the wheelchair, she headed out of the backyard. As they passed each other, Meng Xuanji clenched her fists. As she watched the 2 of them leave, her heart sank. Late at night, the streets of the imperial city were empty. There was not a single person on the streets. The cold wind blew past, chilling one to the bone. From time to time, Ruoxi would cover the figure in the wheelchair with a fur coat for fear that the former would catch wind. In the distance, on the banks of the Yi River, the Lingyan Pavilion was brightly lit. Even the cold night could not stop the nobles and scholars of the imperial city from having fun. Although the world was in chaos, the various martial marquises of the Great Xia were doing their best to prevent the flames of war from spreading to the Great Xia. Therefore, compared to the Western Front where the flames of war were raging, the Central Plains were still peaceful and prosperous. Ruoxi was a courtesan who came out of the Lingyan Pavilion. Seeing the scene in the distance that was incompatible with the world's war, her expression darkened. Before, she was ignorant. Now, she could clearly see the cruelty behind this prosperity. In the cold wind, there was a violent coughing sound. Blood dripped down. In the dark night, the 2 people didn't stop for half a step. Under the moonlight, The bustling and decaying red light district and the exhausted martial marquises were only separated by a street. At this moment it was so glaring. Half an hour later, the two arrived in front of the imperial palace. The vermilion gates were already closed. According to the Great Xia's rules, after the Su hour, the gates were closed and no one was allowed to enter or leave. However, there were always exceptions to everything. "Open the gates," Ning Chen spoke. Above the palace gates, the dragon guard on duty saw the familiar figure in the wheelchair. He was startled and immediately ordered the gates to open. The imperial concubine had already issued a decree. No matter when the martial marquises entered the palace, they were not to be stopped. In the Weiyang Palace, Ruoshi pushed Ning Chen forward. Sensing the two people's aura, Qing Ning immediately appeared. "What's the matter?" Seeing Ning Chen in the wheelchair, Qing Ning's eyes sank. "Let's talk about it later. Take me to see the imperial concubine," Ning Chen said tiredly. Qing Ning suppressed the doubts in her heart and quickly led the two to Zhang Xuan's palace. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Sun was awakened. She sat up and said, "Come in." Qing Ning opened the door and led the two in. Originally, Ning Chen was a man, so it was somewhat against the rules to directly enter. However, in the Weiyang Palace, Ning Chen didn't need to follow this rule. "You." Zhang Sun saw the person in front of her and her expression changed. Just as she was about to ask, she was interrupted. "Imperial concubine, I'm fine. I came here because I have something important to say. If I'm late, it might be too late." This matter was of great importance. Ning Chen didn't care about being polite. He interrupted Zhang Sun and quickly explained the situation in the southern wilderness. "Imperial concubine, the Bai An's origin has been stolen. It is very likely that Underworld King will descend. The Western Front can't be delayed any longer. Now we can't care about how many casualties we will have to pay. We must take down the Eternal Night cult in the shortest time possible. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope." Ning Chen coughed as he spoke. Now was not the time to be soft-hearted. If Underworld King were to descend, everything would be irreversible. Zhang Xuan's expression sank. She didn't expect the situation to deteriorate to this point. The Evernight army was large. If they were to attack at all costs, the casualties of the three dynasties would increase several times. Once this decision was made, it meant that hundreds of thousands of soldiers would never return. Qing Ning grind the ink. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Sun raised her head and said in a deep voice. The Grand Xia was painstakingly supported by the young man in front of her and several martial marquises on the Western Front. At this time, she could only trust his judgment. Ning Chen was silent. He knew what this decree meant to Zhang Sun, but at this moment, he couldn't care too much. "Imperial concubine, I'll go back first. It might be more appropriate for me to deal with Beimeng and Barbarian King." After finishing the matter, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and immediately took his leave. He glanced at the woman behind him and said, "Ruoshi, push me back." Ruoshi responded softly, pushed the wheelchair, and walked out of the hall. She didn't understand everything the Marquis and Imperial concubine said, but she could hear that the enemy Grand Xia was about to face this time was different from before. Even the Marquis felt that it was difficult to deal with. In the study of the Marquis mansion, Ning Chen wrote 2 letters and quickly sent them out. The pace of the 3 dynasties must be synchronized. Now was not the time to consider the dynasty's gains and losses. If they couldn't defeat the Eternal Night cult, not only the 3 dynasties, but even the entire divine continent would fall into eternal damnation. Cough cough. The sound of coughing in the study was continuous. Blood flowed out from between the fingers. Even the strong phoenix body couldn't block Underworld King's palm. Even her origin was damaged. This was only a part of Underworld King's will that descended through Chu Li's body. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real Underworld King would be if he appeared. The black-haired figure that appeared when the central spirit region collapsed forcibly pulled the two worlds that were separated by endless space with a flip of his palm. Such divine power was truly unbelievable. The candle flame flickered. While Ji Ming was deep in thought, the chaos scroll trembled. Specks of blue light flew out and condensed into an illusory figure. Looking at the red-robed youth in front of him, he sighed softly and said, "How is it? Can you still hold on?" "I won't die for the time being." Ning Chen opened his eyes and laughed at himself. He continued, "Underworld King is about to descend. Fan Lingyue, your worries have come true. This monster has long surpassed the scope of humans. It's not something that can be stopped by human strength. Other than in the central spirit region, where Underworld King didn't dare to use his full strength because of the space's tolerance, none of them could take a single blow from this monster. Even Jian Bodhi and Li Luo, who had reached the peak of the second calamity, were the same. There should still be a chance. At least, he hasn't descended yet," Fan Lingyue said calmly. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "However, the troublesome thing is that we're too passive. We can only judge the conditions needed for Underworld King's descent based on the Eternal Night Cult's actions. Now that the source of the human race's special constitution and the source of the primordial divine beasts have been taken away one by one, we still don't know what's needed for the next step. In the art of war, know thyself and know thy enemy to win 100 battles. Their current situation was the most unfavorable one. They had to take one step at a time. It was hard to predict the enemy's advance. Can't we enter the Eternal Night Cult to take the Light Scroll? Fan Lingyue narrowed his eyes and asked. It's very difficult. Ning Chen shook his head and said, the power that Underworld King can descend now is far greater than before. He can appear at any time. Even if I go with the Eternal Night Cult Master, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Boom. Just as the two were talking, the divine continent suddenly shook violently. The huge aftermath caused the table and chairs in the study to shake violently. Ning Chen's expression changed. He waved his hand and pushed open the window of the study. In the distant horizon, 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The terrifying aura was shocking. It was much heavier than a human's Xiantian realm. It was not because someone had stepped into the Xiantian realm, but because of the 3 divine beasts' source aura. In the sky above the Eternal Night Cult, Zhong Qianxiu formed a seal with both hands. Streams of light flashed, and amidst the thunder and lightning, the source power of 9-headed snakelet, 8-headed snake, swan and eye, and the other divine beasts rose continuously. They attracted the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the next moment, a terrifying formation spread rapidly with the cult as the center. The extreme sky formation was activated, and the divine continent trembled. In the camp of the Eternal Night Army, tens of thousands of soldiers knelt down. At the same time, tens of millions of people from the dozens of dynasties in the West also knelt down and kowtowed to the divine miracle. Divine light scattered. With northern Meng, Great Xia, and the barbarian dynasty as the boundary, half of the divine continent was shrouded under the divine miracle. In the study of the Marquis manor, Ning Chen's expression sank. There was no need to waste time guessing now. Such a huge force was undoubtedly preparing for Underworld King's descent. The next step was very clear. Chapter 373. Northern Meng Imperial Court. The shaking of the world woke Mingyu from her dream. She got up and opened the door. Looking to the west, her expression changed. What happened? At this time, an urgent report came from outside the palace. A little eunuch came in with a lantern and knelt down. Amethyst took the report and handed it to Mingyu. After reading the report, Mingyu was shocked. Yang Hong was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Upstream, a tower made of ice was beginning to take shape. In front of it, a man in white was channeling his true yuan to pour energy into the tower. The first tower of the 4 Directions Tower was about to be completed. At the same time, in the east of Barren City, Calamity Fire was channeling its energy to start the construction of the second tower. The earth rumbled and trembled. Within 10 miles, the earth shook and fire spewed out. In an instant, an earth fire tower was erected. The surrounding area was scorched. The divine continent was facing a great calamity. The king of hell was about to descend. With the West Earth's people causing trouble, the unfavorable situation worsened. All over the divine continent, every Sciention felt the aura of the impending disaster. Their hearts throbbed intensely and uneasiness rose. Above the 9 heavens, the moonlight was as red as blood. At this moment, even the common people could see that something was wrong and began to panic. At dawn, the people who were preparing to go out to work suddenly found that the sky was still bright. The blood moon was still hanging high in the sky. The morning sun had not risen and the night was still covering the world. More and more fear spread among the people. No one knew what was happening. In the midst of the panic, another 2 hours later, the blood moon finally fell and the sun rose, dispersing the night. Ning Chen sat in his wheelchair and looked at the sky outside the window. He frowned. This is troublesome. Previously, although the time of day was slowly decreasing, it was not obvious. Now that 2 hours were missing, the people's hearts were in chaos. Without a doubt, the disorder of day and night was a sign of the King of Hell's arrival. The current situation could not be worse. Marquis, Miss Mu is awake. Rua, she walked over and whispered. Push me over. Ning Chen withdrew his thoughts and ordered. In the room, Mu Qingxue woke up. Her beautiful face was slightly pale, but it seemed that she was fine. Ning Chen walked over. He had something to ask. In the southern wasteland, he and Li Luo fell into a coma after receiving the King of Hell's attack. They could not have escaped. Chu Li is dead, Mu Qingxue said. The truth wasn't complicated and could be explained in a few words. However, the truth was so cruel that it was shocking. The Eternal Night Sect Master also came to inquire after hearing that the former had woken up. His body trembled violently after hearing that something had happened to Chu Li. Ning Chen was silent. His thoughts were complicated. He didn't expect that Chu Li would be the one to save them in the end. The pain in the Eternal Night Hierarch's eyes could not be concealed. In the end, he still owed her. My condolences. Sensing the aura behind him, Ning Chen said slowly. The tribulation of the Deep King had yet to truly descend, but it had already caused so many tragedies that were impossible to reverse. It wasn't that he didn't understand others, but in the current situation, there was no time to be sad. The Eternal Night Hierarch was no ordinary person. He suppressed the sadness in his heart and asked, When will your main body return? We still have to wait a little longer. The 2 life scrolls are difficult to cultivate, and it'll be difficult to return in a short period of time, Ning Chen explained. The Eternal Night Hierarch furrowed his brows slightly. This wasn't good news at all. Ever since the battle with the Nether King, the House of Marquis' combat power had been rapidly depleted. Now, it was getting more and more difficult for them to confront the divine sect that had the Nether King in charge. If possible, invite the Abbot of Du E Temple and the State Preceptor with the Golden Staff. At this time, the more power we have, the more hope we have, the Eternal Night Hierarch reminded. Ning Chen nodded. After the upheaval last night, the 2 of them must have felt the terrifying power of the Eternal Night cult. Joining hands to fight against the Nether King was their only choice. Otherwise, no one would be spared from this disaster. Hierarch, go to Mount Mijia. I will go to Northern Meng. We will act separately. After inviting the 2 of them, we will meet at the Marquis residence and discuss how to break the formation, Ning Chen suggested. Okay. The Eternal Night Hierarch nodded. This arrangement was the most suitable. The young man in front of him had a deep grudge with Mount Mijia. It was relatively better for him to personally invite them. After making the decision, the 2 no longer delayed and prepared to leave. Do you need me to go with you? Mu Qingxue asked. No need. You just focus on recuperating. There will be more unknown dangers in the future. The most important thing is to heal your injuries as soon as possible, Ning Chen said with a smile. What about you? If you don't recuperate, it is very likely that you will never recover, Mu Qingxue said seriously. It's okay. It's just a clone. If it's really impossible, I can just give it up, Ning Chen said with a smile. After saying that, Ning Chen glanced at Ruo Shi behind him and said, Let's go. Ruo Shi nodded silently and pushed the former out of the room. A moment later, the ghost palanquin drove out of the Marquis residence and flew directly in the direction of northern Meng. Mu Qingxue walked to the window and looked at the departing ghost palanquin. His beautiful eyes flashed with a faint brilliance. Has he ever thought about me? As the ghost palanquin traveled north, the bell rang faintly as it streaked across the northern part of the Grand Xia. Inside the palanquin, coughing sounds could be heard from time to time. Ruo Shi waited on the side, her white handkerchief dyed bright red. Marquis, Ruo Shi could no longer hide the tears in her eyes and dripped down. She didn't understand what a clone was, but she could see that the Marquis was holding on very hard. Ruo Shi, there is no need to be sad. As long as we can stop Hell King's descent, any price is worth it. After saying that, Ning Chen closed his eyes tiredly and tried to recover as much energy as possible. So far, he didn't have any way to deal with Hell King. He didn't know how strong a perfect three disasters ancient sage was, but Hell King's existence was undoubtedly far beyond this limit. Therefore, stopping his descent was the only choice. At the northern Meng Heavenly Lake, the ghost palanquin arrived and landed. Ruo Shi pushed Ning Chen out of the palanquin and respectfully waited. Master has been summoned by His Majesty. I don't know when he will return. If there is nothing important, please go back. Outside the lake, Si Ming Sword's calm voice sounded. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was wrong. What happened in northern Meng that made Mingwei call back the Golden Staff State Teacher? Thank you. Ning Chen expressed his thanks, then got on the ghost palanquin and headed north again. Something was wrong. Mingwei wouldn't call back the state teacher for no reason. Something must have happened. The ghost palanquin sped north, its speed increasing by 3 times. Northern Meng's capital, 100 miles away from the imperial palace, a frost pagoda stood on the banks of Ling Shui. A cold aura constantly spread out, freezing the world and spreading in all directions. On both sides of Ling Shui, human-shaped ice sculptures appeared one after another. The people who couldn't escape in time were completely sealed under the might of the Four Corners Tower. On top of the frost pagoda, Yi Shuihan stood in the air, constantly absorbing the origin energy of the divine continent. The King of Hell was about to arrive and the divine continent's fall was not far away. They had to finish the Four Corners Tower as soon as possible so they could return in time. In the imperial palace, Mingyue stood in front of the palace, looking at the faintly discernible ice pagoda in the distance. Her delicate face was full of anger. The state teacher with the golden staff state teacher appeared and went forward to receive the order. Destroy that pagoda. Mingyue's voice was filled with anger. Yes. The state teacher with the golden staff acknowledged the order. In the next moment, the golden staff glowed and the state teacher with the golden staff state teacher stepped into the air and rushed towards the ice pagoda. Reckless. On top of the frost pagoda, Yi Shuihan looked at the rapidly approaching golden light and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his hand and the ice divine sword appeared in his hand. Law of life. The state teacher with the golden staff state teacher spun his staff and golden rings collided. Dazzling golden light surged out, illuminating the world. Law of the universe. The laws of heaven and earth, everything was clear and bright. The extreme technique collided with the might of the divine sword. With a loud bang, the heaven and earth rumbled and trembled. After one move, the state teacher with the golden staff state teacher took half a step back and was slightly at a disadvantage. However, his expression did not change much. Finally, a decent opponent has come. Yishuahin's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the person in front of him was not far from entering the second calamity. Unfortunately, that was just a struggle. The sword spun rapidly and tens of thousands of rays of light spread out. Frost and snow fell from the sky and an extremely cold air rose rapidly, causing people to feel a bone-chilling coldness. The state teacher with the golden staff state teacher's expression became serious. His golden staff condensed energy and bloomed heavily. At this moment, ghost chi spread out in the distance and a ghost palanquin quickly arrived. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to the battle. The two of you, please stop. The red curtain of the palanquin opened and a red-robed figure walked out. He looked at the two of them calmly. Seeing the person who came, the two of them frowned and stopped. Jiming Marquis, this is no longer the territory of the Grand Xia. This matter should have nothing to do with you, said Yishuahan. He had already done his best to avoid the territory of the Grand Xia. His goal was to not provoke this person. After all, the Jiming Marquis Manor had a third calamity expert overseeing it. They had no choice but to be wary. In addition, 2 peak second calamity experts had appeared in the Imperial City that day. Although they had quickly concealed their auras, they had still clearly sensed them. The young man in front of them could mobilize too many experts. If they could avoid provoking him, they would. Ning Chen did not reply. Looking at the ice tower in front of him, he frowned. Was this the reason these people had come to the Divine Prefecture? May I ask where the 3 pagodas are built? Ning Chen turned around and looked at the man in white before him as he calmly asked. They're not in the Grand Xia. The Eastern Earthfire Tower is 200 miles east of Wushuang City. As for the other 2, I can't tell you for now, said Yishuahan coldly. The Earthfire Tower should be about to be completed. The young man in front of them would soon know, so there was no harm in telling him. However, before Yao Man and Jie Feng began construction, the locations of the other 2 towers had to be kept a secret. Heh! Hearing the location of the Earthfire Tower, Ning Chen coldly laughed. It seemed that not telling them where the most dangerous place in the Divine Prefecture was the right choice. At this moment, in the distant east, an incomparably beautiful sword chi broke through the air from Desolate City, slashing toward the Earthfire Tower 100 li away. With a rumble, the newly constructed Divine Tower instantly collapsed. Chapter 374. When Mu Bai attacked, his unparalleled sword intent shook the 9 heavens. Even from thousands of miles away they could feel that kind of unreasonable aura. What the 5 of them didn't know was that in the Divine Continent, the place they couldn't offend the most was Desolate City. The Earthfire Flame Tower collapsed, and a terrifying backlash struck its master. Before the Tribulation Flame could react, it vomited a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Ning Chen looked in the direction of Desolate City. Mu Bai's sword was even stronger than before. At the same time, in the southern border of the Grand Xia, a purple-robed youth was looking at Desolate City. What a powerful sword! Now, it seemed he had a reason to attack this unfamiliar expert from the Divine Continent. His figure flickered, and a purple-white light shot out, heading north. In front of the Frost Tower, Yishuahin's expression darkened. If the Earthfire Flame Tower was destroyed, there was still a chance to rebuild it. But if something happened to the Tribulation Flame, it would be troublesome. Who is that person? Asked Yishuahan. Mu Bai, the number 1 swordsman in the Divine Continent, said Ning Chen. How is he compared to the one in your manor? Yishuahin's eyes were cold. Ha! Ning Chen smiled. The 2 of them fought once, and Mu Bai won. Yishuahan narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to disperse the power in the tower. Amidst the specks of frost, the Frost Tower dispersed and the frozen world around it melted. Jiming Marquis, since you've come out, I'll give you face. I hope we can still be friends and not enemies, said Yishuahan. Naturally. This Marquis will remember Brother Yi's favor today. Ning Chen smiled. That's good. I still have things to do, so let's meet again. Shuihan cupped his hands and bowed. With a move of his feet, he rushed towards the southeast direction. Seeing him disappear, the golden staff imperial tutor frowned. He turned to the person in front of him and said, "You let him go so easily? That's not your style." Before he even finished speaking, a violent coughing sound rang out. Specks of red seeped out of his fingers and fell from the sky. The red-robed figure staggered and almost fell. The golden staff imperial tutor's expression changed. He took a step forward and condensed Yuan Qi into the former's body. "How did you suffer such heavy injuries?" Sensing the chaotic aura in Ning Chen's body, the golden staff imperial tutor asked in shock. "It's a long story. I've come with a request, and I hope Senior can agree to it." Ning Chen endured the pain in his body. "Against the Eternal Night cult? You already have so many experts in your residence, so you shouldn't lack me." The Golden Staff Imperial Master was puzzled. According to what he knew, the Jiming Marquis residence had no less than three disaster-level experts, and their strengths were all above his. Coupled with the great Xia's Marquis Kaixin, such a powerful battle force was enough to be on par with the Eternal Night cult. The present is different from the past. Seniors Jian Bodhi and Li Luo are in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, and the Nether King is about to arrive. We can't wait any longer. I hope that you can lend us a hand. Ning Chen stabilized himself, bowed deeply, and pleaded once more. A strange light flashed through the golden staff imperial tutor's eyes. This was the first time he had seen the person in front of him like this, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. The reason he was able to touch the edge of the second disaster was thanks to the phoenix blood that the youth in front of him had given him when he returned from the Four Extremities realm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't refuse this request, but he had personally witnessed the Nether King's strength. A direct confrontation wasn't something fun. Ning Chen saw through the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's worries and said, "Senior Golden Staff, although the Nether King can borrow the power of others to descend, there are clearly great limitations. If you encounter such a situation again, Senior doesn't need to worry too much and can immediately withdraw. Junior doesn't dare to guarantee anything else, but as long as this body can still move, I will definitely be the first person to block the Nether King's path." The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's expression froze, and hesitation flashed through his eyes. In the end, he sighed deeply and said, "Let's go." "Many thanks, Senior." Ning Chen bowed once more, respectfully thanking him. The two of them walked into the ghost palanquin, and in the next moment, a ray of light flashed and they disappeared. In the manner of Jiming Marquis, the Eternal Night Hierarch and the Abbot of the Dewey Temple had returned one step ahead of time. In the Divine Continent, the strongest people in the world had gathered to discuss the matter of breaking the array. In the study, the four people sat opposite each other and discussed the current situation in detail. Ruoshi served tea and retreated, not disturbing the four people's discussion. The candlelight flickered, and above the tea, steam rose, making it slightly hazy. Perhaps it was because of the blood moon in the sky, but the weather in Grand Xia was getting colder and colder. It wasn't winter yet, but the furnaces in the homes of the people were already lit early. In the backyard of the Marquis Manor, the crackling sound of charcoal could be heard from time to time. Only the study was still cold. Ruoshi didn't light the fire because Ning Chen didn't allow it. Ruoshi didn't know why, but she could only follow the order. In the study, the Eternal Night Hierarch had been talking for a long time. He looked at the three people in front of him and said seriously, "The possibility of breaking the formation by force is not high. According to the pressure of the three light pillars last night, the strength of this formation has surpassed that of all of us here. Do you know the identity of the person who set up the array?" The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor thought for a moment and asked. "Zong Qianqiu," Ning Chen calmly said. Just now, the information sent by Victorious Returns Camp had arrived. The person who set up the array last night was the long-lost Second Temple Master of Eternal Night. Ba, I think the hierarch should know more about this person, the abbot of Du E Temple said. The Eternal Night Hierarch narrowed his eyes and replied, the truth is the opposite. The Eternal Night Hierarch has different missions and is strictly prohibited from interfering in other people's affairs. Zhong Qianqiu is the most trusted person of the Eternal Night Hierarch and holds the most secrets of the Hierarch. Relatively speaking, he is also the one who hides the deepest. Now that he is in the array, I don't know what he can do. Let's not talk about Zhong Qianqiu for now. There is one more person we have to guard against. Ning Chen coughed a few times and interrupted. You mean Bian Jiang? The Eternal Night Hierarch shifted his gaze and said in a deep voice. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, the last time this person appeared in the southern border, although his strength was obviously reduced, Mu Qingxue had destroyed his sea of qi. It is almost impossible for him to recover in such a short time. The only explanation is that Bian Jiang can temporarily borrow power from the Netherworld King. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and the Abbot of Du E Temple were silent. This was indeed a big hidden danger. They were going to break the array this time. If they had to divide their energy to deal with two unknown opponents, the chances of success would be greatly reduced. No matter what the situation is, we will only know after we go in. If we encounter something unpredictable, we will act according to the circumstances, the Eternal Night Hierarch said. Yes, this is the only way now. Boy, your injuries are too serious. You don't have to go this time, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor said lightly. Ba, Golden Staff, this is impossible. The Abbot of Du E Temple shook his head and denied. Jiming Marquis had to go. Otherwise, the chances of success would be even lower. The abbot is right. The Eternal Night Hierarch sighed and said, this mission is different from the past. Ning Chen must go. No matter how hard it is, he must continue. The two of you, one is the head of the Buddhist kingdom, the other is the Eternal Night Hierarch. Do you have so little confidence in yourselves? The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor sneered coldly. It is not a matter of confidence. The Abbot of Du E Temple looked serious and said, although there are no mediocre people who can cultivate to our level, none of us can deny that the person who is most likely to see the way to break the array is still Jiming Marquis. There were many wise people in the Divine Continent, but there were two people who surpassed everyone. One was Fan Lingwei of Northern Meng, and the other was Jiming Marquis of Great Xia. Although their martial strength was extraordinary, there was no doubt that their wisdom was the most feared thing in the world. It was not that the world was stupid, but that their knowledge was too much beyond ordinary people. The battle between Great Xia and Northern Meng still made people tremble with fear. Fan Lingwei had beaten Great Xia into a sorry state, but in the end, Great Xia was able to survive because Jiming Marquis was the most important person. The defeat of the four extreme Holy Lands and the fall of the Eternal Night Hierarch were all related to Jiming Marquis. From the rise and fall of Northern Meng and Great Xia these years, it could be seen that a person's wisdom could play an astonishing role. They were not mediocre people, but Jiming Marquis was the most likely person to find the way to break the array. Kid, I can't help you. Don't die in there. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor also knew that arguing was useless. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Golden Staff. I can still hold on for now. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and thanked him. Ask that Miss Meng to come with us. She can take care of you, the Eternal Night Hierarch suggested. Ning Chen thought about it and nodded. Mu Qingxue was recuperating in his residence, so the safety of the Marquis residence should not be a problem. There is no time to lose. Let's leave immediately. Who knows what will happen if we are late? The Eternal Night Hierarch stood up and said seriously, yes. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and Du E Temple's abbot nodded and also stood up to leave. Ruoshi. Ning Chen called out. Marquis. Ruoshi pushed the door open and softly said, push me to see Miss Meng. Ning Chen calmly said. Ruoshi stepped forward, pushed the wheelchair and walked out of the study. In front of Meng Xuanji's room, Ruoshi pushed Ning Chen in and knocked on the door before entering. The room was very warm. Fatigue suddenly hit him like a tide, making it even harder for him to stay awake. Miss Meng. Ning Chen suppressed the dizziness in his head and quickly explained the situation. Your body is like this and you still want to go? Meng Xuanji frowned and said in a deep voice. What are those three old guys thinking? In the current situation, the possibility of breaking the array by force is not big. The key is to find a way to break it as soon as possible. One more person means one more hope. Ning Chen seriously said. Meng Xuanji sighed heavily in her heart, not knowing what to say. She waved her hand and took the gilded feather from the room and walked out. Ruoshi silently turned the wheelchair and followed. In the courtyard, the Eternal Night Hierarch and the other two were already waiting. Seeing Meng Xuanji and Ning Chen come out, they no longer delayed and quickly set off. Under the charming moonlight, a stream of light flew out of the Marquis residence. Ruoshi stood in place, tears falling silently from her eyes. She didn't understand why the Marquis had to carry these burdens. The door creaked and a beautiful figure in white walked out. She silently watched the stream of light disappearing into the distance. Chapter 375. On the west side of the Grand Xia, Marquis Triumphant, the Golden Staff State Preceptor, the Abbot of Dui Temple, and the Eternal Night Hierarch appeared in front of the extreme sky array. At the side, the wheelchair creaked as Meng Xuanji pushed Ning Chen over. She stopped in front of the formation and observed the situation. When do we go in? Marquis Triumphant asked. Let's wait until dawn, Ning Chen said calmly as he looked at the blood moon in the west. The power of the Nether King could only be felt when the moon rose. Even Qianxiu had chosen to set up the array at night. There couldn't be so many coincidences in the world. There must be a reason that they didn't know. The Eternal Night Hierarch and the others nodded. There was less than 2 hours until dawn, so there was no need to rush. The night was very long. Since the extreme sky array was opened, day and night had become disordered. The 6 of them waited for 2 hours before the sun rose from the east. Let's go. Light flashed as figures rushed into the array. The extreme sky array that covered half of the Divine Prefecture was facing its most powerful challenge. The path was rugged and difficult. Everyone felt their bodies being suppressed as soon as they entered, and it was getting worse. Be careful. The Eternal Night Hierarch's expression became serious. He circulated his body to resist the power of the array. The Abbot of Dui Temple, the Golden Staff State Preceptor, and Marquis Triumphant also gathered their energy, ready to deal with any danger that might appear at any time. Meng Xuanji pushed Ning Chen in a wheelchair and walked to the side. She was cautious with every step, and her divine sense was highly concentrated. The sky was filled with 3-colored divine light. With the origin of the divine beasts as a guide, it gathered the spiritual energy and faith of the world to form the world's most terrifying extreme sky array. Even though the people present were the top experts of the Divine Prefecture, they didn't dare to be careless. Ning Chen looked at the flickering divine light around him and narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything as he calmly observed. This time, he wouldn't participate in the battle. However, he had to focus on finding a way to break the array. Miss Meng, remind me every 100 steps, said Ning Chen. Okay. Meng Xuanji nodded. As they walked, beams of light fell from the sky one after another. The power of faith from half of the divine land in the west continued to gather. It was far more powerful than the power of faith in the Buddhist land. It pressed down on everyone, making it difficult for them to move. Ning Chen calmed himself down and carefully calculated the steps and the changes in the power of faith. No formation could be perfect. The key was whether they could find the weakness of the formation. Not a single person. After walking for a long time, the Golden Staff Imperial Advisor frowned slightly. They were already close to the center of the formation, but there was still silence. It was indeed abnormal. However, before he could finish speaking, the void swirled and 4 flame deity generals appeared out of thin air. Their giant fists smashed down with earth-shattering might. The Eternal Night Hierarch, Du-E Temple's Abbot, Golden Staff State Preceptor, and Marquis Victorious Return's expressions turned serious. They condensed vast origin energy in their palms and met the fists of the 4 divine generals at the same time. With a loud bang, shockwaves scattered in all directions. Rubble flew everywhere and shattered in the air. Meng Xuanji stepped forward and waved her hand to disperse the shockwaves of the battle, not allowing any danger to approach. She knew very well that Ning Chen's body could not withstand any more waves. There could not be any mistake. The 4 top cultivators of the world fought against the 4 flame deity generals. Although their cultivation techniques were suppressed by the formation, they still had the absolute advantage. Before the blades were drawn, the flame deity generals had already dispersed. The flame deity generals disappeared. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. A cold wind rustled, and in a faint hum, sonorous footsteps sounded from afar. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Yin soldiers appeared. They walked in rows and rows. Seeing these Yin soldiers, the abbot of the Du-E Temple felt disgusted. He stepped forward and flipped a seal. Buddhist holy light rose and purified the Yin soldiers in front of him. The Buddhist holy light appeared and rumbled. The thousands of Yin soldiers turned into ashes and disappeared. Behind them, Ning Chen looked at the Yin soldiers who were turning into ashes. His eyes flickered. It was fake. "Retreat 100 steps," said Ning Chen. Everyone did not understand, but they still listened to him and retreated 100 steps. After 100 steps, the distance between them and the Yin soldiers did not change. They continued to walk forward. The number of Yin soldiers was like a flood. It was shocking. We are trapped in the illusion. After retreating 100 steps, the pressure of the power of faith did not change. The restrictions on their cultivation techniques were the same as before. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he reminded them. "Miss Meng," said the Eternal Night Hierarch as he shifted his gaze. "Yes." Meng Xuanji walked out and waved her hand. The golden feather lance flew out. The 5 of them activated it together. Golden light shone, and a sharp aura overflowed. Cracks appeared in the space. In the next moment, the golden light slashed down, and the catoptric deflection shattered. The Yin soldiers dissipated, and the surroundings returned to normal. In the distance, the Eternal Night Hierarch could be vaguely seen. Apparently, they were not far from the center of the formation. Cough, cough. Ning Chen suppressed his cough. The injuries in his body worsened again. Drops of blood seeped through his fingers and dyed his clothes red. Meng Xuanji was shocked. She condensed her vital energy and was about to suppress his injuries. Not now. Ning Chen reached out and stopped her. He endured the pain in his chest and said, now, he could not have any vital energy in his body. With the interference, he could not clearly feel the strength of the formation's suppression on his cultivation technique. Everyone, welcome to the Extreme Sky Formation. At this moment, light gathered in the void, and a figure in purple appeared. The young and handsome face was so familiar. It was the long-lost second hierarch of Eternal Night Hierarch, Zhong Qianqiu. Who's up? The Golden Staff Imperial Preceptor looked at the figure floating in the sky and said coldly, Amitbao, this poor monk will do it. The abbot of Du-E Temple chanted. He stomped his feet and his Buddha body rose. The revered one of the world's teachings suppressed the evil. Golden light gathered, and the image of the revered one of the world's Tathagata appeared. The revered one of the world's mantras was spoken and suppressed the second hierarch of Eternal Night Hierarch. Buddha in the mortal world, you can only be a Buddha in the mortal world. Zhong Qianqiu sneered. He moved lightly and instantly appeared in front of the Buddha body. He flipped his palm and slapped down. With a loud bang, the Buddha body collapsed. The indestructible Vajra body of Buddhism was broken. Blood spurted out and scattered in the 9 heavens. Below, the 5 people were shocked. Marquis' triumphant return moved, and the glorious Era saber appeared. The magnificent Era saber slashed down, and then the Buddha in the mortal world was retreated. Zong Qianxia waved his hand to disperse the saber light. His eyes were cold as he looked at the people below. How can he be so capable? The Golden Staff Imperial Preceptor said in a deep voice. The second hierarch of Eternal Night Hierarch was not known for his martial strength. He was proficient in magic arts. Now that he had such terrifying martial strength, it was really shocking. Ning Chen stood up, and with a wave of his hand, the King of Hell's divine sword appeared in his hand. He moved, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Buddha in the mortal world. With a clang, a drop of blood dripped down from the Buddha's right shoulder. Everyone was shocked at first, but when they came back to their senses, their expressions changed. How could this be? With the Marquis Jiming's heavily injured body, how could he break the indestructible Vajra body of the abbot of Dui Temple? Ning Chen put away his sword and returned to his wheelchair. He coughed violently a few times. Obviously, the attack just now had put a lot of burden on his body. It's not that Zong Qianxiu has become stronger, but that everyone has become weaker. Our bodies have been suppressed, and that's why we have this illusion. Now that the situation is unclear, other than the hierarch and Marquis' triumphant return, try not to fight head-on. Ning Chen endured his injuries and warned everyone based on his own judgment. Marquis' triumphant return had the glorious battle armor protecting him, so his attacks were limited. However, his defense wouldn't be weakened too much. Furthermore, according to his estimate, even if the Eternal Night Hierarch's cultivation base was suppressed, he could still maintain the strength of a 3-disaster-level expert. "Why aren't you affected?" asked the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. "It's not that I'm not affected. It's just that my body is special. It has a divine beast origin similar to this formation, so the suppression is a bit smaller," said Ning Chen tiredly. "The Marquis Jiming, not being able to get rid of you back then was indeed our biggest mistake. However, today we can make up for that regret." Before he even finished speaking, Bai Jiang walked out, his black aura surging. It was unknown how many times stronger he was than the last time he had appeared. Sensing the familiar aura from Bai Jiang, the Eternal Night Hierarch's expression turned cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You stole Chu Li's body. So what? Even in death, she'll be with me," said Bai Jiang coldly. The Eternal Night Hierarch could no longer tolerate this. His feet moved, and his smoke cloud divine halberd appeared. "You're too weak right now." With a mocking laugh, Bai Jiang clenched his fist and used bloodshed heavenly tears. Dazzling sword light shot out. With a bang, the sword and halberd clashed. Killing light flew everywhere. The two people clashing did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Every move they made was meant to kill the other. Bai Jiang, who had used Chu Li's body to recover from his injuries, had reached his peak. On the other hand, the Eternal Night Hierarch was suppressed by the formation. Even with his halberd, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand. "Hua Zhuang, Remnant Wind, it's time for you to come out," said Zong Qianxiu. "Yes, Palace Master." 2 figures appeared. Halberd and sword light shot toward the red-robed youth in the wheelchair. Meng Xuanji's expression turned cold. She waved her golden feather saber, condensing vast yuan in her palms. On the other side, Marquis' triumphant return and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor were working together to fight Zong Qianxiu. A sea of lightning surged. A battle of martial power and magical arts had just begun. At the same time, in Desolate City to the east of the Grand Xia, 2 peak experts were also facing each other. The stifling atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. "Swordsman, you destroyed my pagoda. Do you think I should take revenge?" asked Luo Xingqian. "Of course," said Mu Bai calmly. That's good. Let my Starscar Bao experience your martial arts." With a flip of his hand, the Starscar Bao appeared. Starlight filled the sky, and an ancient and heavy bow appeared. The bow's body was carved with the stars of the 9 heavens. It possessed an extraordinary might. When the star-scar bow appeared in his hand, it began to shine brilliantly. The moment the bow was drawn, the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. An arrow shot out. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. After the first arrow, another arrow shot out, and then a third arrow, chasing star and chasing moon. 3 arrows shot toward Swordsman's heart. The Zhao family's genius might only be at the second calamity realm, but his battle prowess was unquestionably on par with the Zhao family's third calamity experts. Today, he had drawn his bow and fought a legend. Within the sword pool, the primal chaos sword essence floated up and down. In front of the sword pool, Mu Bai raised his hand. Sword intent gathered around him. Chapter 376. The soundless sword chi condensed into the sharpness of heaven and earth. It tore through the air with an unstoppable momentum, instantly breaking through the 2 arrows and colliding with the last moon-chasing arrow. The sword chi was sharp and dazzling, but the arrow's radiance also became stronger and stronger. The most extreme collision caused the air to surge, constantly swirling around the sword pool. The floating sword was still indifferent. With a bang, the sword chi and the arrow's radiance shattered at the same time, bringing about boundless turbulence that scattered in all directions. Extraordinary swordsman, are you still not going to use your sword? Falling Star's body moved, turning into thousands of afterimages. The arrow's radiance flickered, one after another appearing in the sky and falling towards Mu Bai. Sword style, one sword of 10,000 calamities. The heaven-proving sword style roared and surged, endlessly rising. The sword's radiance spiraled, blocking the arrow's radiance. Right at this moment, an arrow with a completely different aura broke through the sword's radiance and brushed past the swordsman's left arm. With a ripping sound, his white clothes were torn apart, and traces of blood flowed out. Desolate City's undefeatable sword actually saw red for the first time. Sword style, one sword of limitless distance. The swordsman was calm, and his expression did not change. The limitless distance sword appeared, the world's fastest sword. Wherever the will was, the sword would follow. It broke through the limits of space, and a white shadow streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had cut through thousands of afterimages. Within the shattered afterimages, Falling Star retreated 30 meters. Looking at the white-robed swordsman in front of him, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. What a fast sword! Only an opponent like this was worthy of him using his full strength. Opening the arrow box, a green arrow flew out. Star Mark drew his bow, and in the blink of an eye, the wind-riding arrow had already arrived in front of Mu Bai. Mu Bai used his fingers to catch the arrow, and the moment he broke the arrow, another arrow appeared within the arrow. The golden arrow's radiance broke through the limits and pierced through his body. Mu Bai retreated half a step. Fresh blood dripped from his shoulder, dyeing his white clothes red. If you don't use your sword, you can't complain about your death. 3 arrows split the sky, and streams of light appeared in an instant. Falling Star turned his palm and drew his bow. The 3 arrows interweaved with dazzling light, and the pressure of the true third calamity shook the world. It surpassed the attack of the Eternal Night Hierarch, proving Desolate City's legend. Mu Bai waved his hand and the sword pool's water droplets. Water droplets flew out and condensed into 3 swords, directly meeting with the 3 arrows. With a bang, the water splashed everywhere. The arrow was unstoppable and once again closed in on him. Formless sword. Mu Bai pressed his fingers together to catch the sword. Tens of thousands of sword streams converged, and the 3 arrows' radiance scattered, vanishing into nothingness. However, right at this moment a scarlet arrow appeared. The penetrating crimson divine arrow that had injured several big shots of the Zhao family in the past had reappeared in the divine continent today. The long tail of the arrow cut through the void like a demonic star, pressing towards them. The young master of West Buddha had suppressed the legend of the divine sword. The unbelievable battle had reached its peak under the terrifying red arrow. Even though Mu Bai was injured one after another, his expression was still as calm as before. Facing this powerful arrow, he had no thoughts, no desires, and no desires. The world of swords spread out. Heaven and earth became solemn. Mountain rocks, ruined walls, pond water, and 10,000 things transformed into swords, all of them welcomed the arrow. With a pring sound, the two weapons collided. The crimson piercing divine arrow pierced through the air, directly entering the swordsman's chest. Mu Bai retreated, his mouth overflowing with blood. The crimson piercing divine arrow flew out, returning to the arrow box. After one arrow, the invincible sword of Barren City was defeated. The powerful cultivators of the divine prefecture are nothing more than this. Luo Xingchen waved his hand and put away his bow. He turned around and left. His purple and white clothes fluttered in the wind. After 2 steps, he disappeared. Master. Jian Er walked out. Looking at the figure in front of the sword pool, his eyes were filled with worry. His master had actually been defeated. This was something he had never expected. The battle just now was too abnormal. His master's strength should not be limited to this. Mu Bai was silent. Looking at the swords in the sword pool, his heart was complicated. Was this the taste of a defeated sword? Master, why don't you use your sword? Jian Er did not understand. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Mu Bai sighed softly. He waved his hand to retrieve his sword. However, the sword did not move. It floated up and down in the sword pool as if it did not feel anything. Jian Er's pupil shrank. The sword did not recognize its master. How could it be like this? Mu Bai looked at the academy in the west. A trace of confusion flashed through his calm eyes. For the first time, his sword heart was no longer clear. In Tiansong Academy, the teacher tiredly tidied up the ancient books on the bookshelves. One by one, he swept away the dust on them. The Tao of the sword was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall back. Mu Bai's sword had already reached the peak. No one could guide him. No one knew how to walk the rest of his path. Every moth had to go through the process of spinning a cocoon to become a butterfly. He and Dao Kuei had also gone through this difficult period. Now, it was up to Mu Bai to see if he could walk out of it and regain the clarity of his sword heart. At the same time, in the west of the Grand Xia, Ning Chen and the others who had come to break the formation had also encountered quite a bit of trouble. Marquis' triumphant return and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor were working together to fight against Zhong Qianqiu. A sea of lightning surged and the fiend god stood tall. This was the most extreme confrontation between martial arts and magical art. On the other side, the Eternal Night Sect Master was fighting against the head of the Martial Crown Sect. Due to his past enmity, he was even more ruthless. In the final battle, Meng Xuanji was fighting against 2 opponents. She blocked all the dangers before knowing destiny. Her golden feather danced, blocking the combined might of Hua Zhuang and Remnant Wind. Outside of the battle, the abbot of Du Yi Temple closed his eyes to heal his injuries. He was seizing the time to recover his battle strength. The outcome of this battle was unpredictable. He had to suppress the injuries on his body as soon as possible. The 5 of them were restrained and couldn't escape. On the wheelchair, Ning Chen kept coughing lightly. He resisted the urge to faint and forced himself to stay awake. Just a little more. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste now. The wheelchair creaked as it moved away from the battle. According to the distance and the changes in his body, he calculated the strength of every part of the formation. Knowing Destiny's mind worked faster than ever before. He calculated the distribution of the power of faith in the formation bit by bit. The wheel imprints on the wheelchair crisscrossed in the formation like a chessboard. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't in the shape of a square. The wheel imprints that extended in one direction weren't parallel. After extending, they actually faintly converged in one place. In the sky, Zhong Qianqiu's gaze swept across the ground. His expression changed slightly. He turned his palm and condensed yuan energy, pushing the two away. His figure flashed and rushed towards the figure on the wheelchair. Bai Jiang, don't fight. Kill Marquis Jiming first. The urgent voice showed Zhong Qianqiu's uneasiness. How could there be such a smart person in the world? Zhong Qianqiu didn't know how Marquis Jiming figured it out. However, the place where the wheelchair imprints extended to was the weakest part of the ultimate sky formation. Hearing this, Bai Jiang swung his sword and broke away from the battle. He also rushed towards Marquis Jiming in the distance. On the wheelchair, Ning Chen was at the critical moment of his calculation. He was highly focused and didn't realize the danger. When he came back to his senses, the two were already in front of him. Marquis Jiming, give me your life. The vast power of the palm struck down with killing intent. At this moment, Zhong Qianqiu's fear of the young man on the wheelchair reached an unprecedented level. His palm carried infinite killing intent and was about to end Jiming's life. At the critical moment, a beautiful figure stood in front of him. With a bang, the palm imprinted on the woman's back. Jiming's vision was dyed red. Drops of warm blood dripped down from Jiming's face. The most heart-wrenching scene made the man on the wheelchair completely stunned. After a short delay, Marquis' triumphant return and the State Master with the golden staff finally arrived. The glorious era military saber cut the line of life and death and forced Zhong Qianqiu to retreat. Bai Jiang also arrived. The bloody sky tears led a fierce killing light to Jiming again. The State Master with the golden staff blocked the attack with his staff. With a bang, he retreated a dozen steps and vomited vermilion blood. At the same time, the Yongye hierarch rushed to block Bai Jiang's path and separated the battle again. The change happened in an instant, so fast that no one had time to react. The woman fell powerlessly to the ground like a fallen leaf, without a sound. Miss Meng. Ning Chen was absent-minded. His numb heart didn't even feel pain. He stared blankly at the woman in his arms. Blood kept dripping down from his face. Why? Every question pierced knowing Destiny's heart. The more he owed, the more his heart was torn apart. The remaining wind and the tip of Hua Zhuang's halberd attacked. The figure on the wheelchair sat up. Violent killing intent rippled out from his body. The bloody mist dyed the surrounding Tenjiang red. The phoenix origin burned and blood qi surged. Fiery wolves surged one after another. The Yama sword was in his hand. The killing intent shook the world. You all deserve to die. Jiming lost his mind. His eyes were red. His figure disappeared in an instant. A dazzling bloody light streaked across the sky and blocked the sword. Before the sword fell and his soul returned, his head flew up. Blood spurted everywhere. Jiming, who burned his origin, bloomed with the brightest light of life. It was so fast that it was shocking and painful. Bai Jiang was shocked. He waved his sword to block the way. However, the figure flashed past in an instant. No one could stop it. The red figure rushing toward Zhong Qianqiu attracted a killing intent. It was so fast that no one could stop it. Hall Master! Hua Zhuang was shocked. He hurried back to help, but it was too late. The Yama sword's bloody light was dazzling. The heavy phoenix origin gathered and the sword broke through the sea of lightning and fire. Zhong Qianqiu's mind was shaken. He turned his palm to block the sword. The sword's momentum changed in an instant. The death light pierced through his shoulder, bringing with it a large amount of blood. A moment later, it turned back and pierced through his body. Fast, it was still fast. Zhong Qianqiu blocked one sword and was hit several times. He couldn't block the killing intent. Each sword was faster and fiercer than the last. Hua Zhuang and Bai Jiang rushed to help. Marquis' triumphant return, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, and the Eternal Night Hierarch worked together to stop the two. They were shocked and worried at the same time. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor was especially worried. Back on Fengqi Mountain, when the Phoenix burned its Phoenix origin, Ning Chen's situation was exactly the same. Jiming Marquis, you will never be able to protect the people you cherish. How ironic! Blood kept flowing out of Zhong Qianqiu's mouth. His handsome face flashed with mockery. His crazy laughter echoed in the formation. It was ear-piercing and heart-piercing. The King of Hell, the King of Hell. The purple sword edge had been dyed red by blood. Sword after sword, blood splattered everywhere. However, the irreversible regret had left wounds on knowing Destiny's heart. In the bloody light, the sword pierced through his heart. Blood gushed out, dyeing the sky and Jiming's eyes red. The blood was boiling, but it couldn't warm Jiming's cold heart. Could it be that Jiming should be lonely in his life? Chapter 377. My king, ha-ha, blood splashed and a piercing laughter echoed in the formation. In the next moment, Zhong Qianqiu's body collapsed rapidly. The sharp sword qi exploded and blood and bones filled the sky, falling like rain and dyeing the ground red. Zhong Qianqiu's death made Bai Zhang's expression change greatly. Black qi surged around his body, and the green blood qi shone fiercely. He stepped out of the battle and rushed toward knowing Destiny. Seeing this, Marquis' triumphant return waved his saber and slashed out. The ground collapsed and separated, cutting off the path ahead. The saber and the sword clashed. Marquis' triumphant return took several blows and the corner of his mouth turned red. The location of the formation is 17 miles north of here, across the intersection of the 9 infants and Swanee light pillars. Within the thick blood fog, Ning Chen, who was covered in a dazzling blood light, spoke. His voice penetrated the blood fog and spread to everyone present. As soon as he finished speaking, the red light disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was shockingly fast and appeared in front of Bai Jiang. You guys go and break the formation. The tip of the sword burned to the extreme. The final brilliance was dazzling. Knowing Destiny moved to kill, ruthless, heartless, and emotionless. The extremely fast speed and the cold killing light made the head of the martial crown not dare to be careless. He waved his green blood heaven's tears and faced Yama's divine weapon head-on. The two swords clashed. Yama's divine sword turned instantly, using speed to overcome strength. The red clothes fluttered and the afterimages of the red light were too much for the eyes to take in. Leave this woman to me. You guys go. The abbot of Du Yi Temple supported his injured body and opened the Buddha world to block Hua Zhuang. Take care. The hierarch of Eternal Night sighed. He didn't want to waste the time that knowing Destiny had bought by burning his life. He rushed toward the place that the latter mentioned. The abbot of Du Yi Temple and Marquis' triumphant return also suppressed the heaviness in their hearts and moved quickly to follow. In order to stop Yama's descent, so many people had been sacrificed. At the last moment, they couldn't hesitate anymore. Bai Zhang's expression changed and wanted to stop them. However, Yama's divine sword was aiming for death. Every move was like a path to hell. Marquis, you're courting death. Bai Jiang knew was infuriated, the surrounding black aura surged, the sword tip emitting a dazzling jade light. The power of 10,000 caddies shook the heavens and the earth. The ground rumbled and collapsed, and large chunks of earth and stone rose up. The head of the martial crown used its ultimate move. Everything collapsed, and heaven and earth sank. The terrifying might contained everything within a radius of 3 kilometers. Ning Chen couldn't dodge the powerful shockwave that covered a large area. The shockwave hit his body. Instantly, his mouth turned red, and he was injured for the first time. If you want my life, then trade it with yours. The blood flow did not stop, and the sword's momentum did not stop either. The sword that returned was filled with boundless bloody light. In the blink of an eye, the sword saw red, and the heaven and earth were illuminated. The life-knowing cultivator burned his phoenix source to the limit, and his cultivation base rose at an even faster speed. At this point, not even his afterimages could be seen. All that was left were streaks of red light, and in the blink of an eye, a bloody mist filled the sky. The battle between strength and speed reached its peak in the ultimate heaven formation. Riding the wind, it was hard to distinguish between man and sword. The sword moved, the man moved, and the man followed the sword. In the battle at the top, the spiritual yuan of the warriors resonated in the sky. Thousands of invisible chains swayed, which was the recognition of the great Tao to the swordsman. At this moment, everyone in the barren city, the manor of the Marquis of Jiming, and the college seemed to have heard the sound of the swaying chains. Oh, there's an even stronger sword. Luo Xingchen, who had just left the barren city, moved quickly to the west. At the end of his life, the beginning of Jiming's sword of Jiming was flawless, and all the strong cultivators in the world felt this completely different sword heart. Is this his sword? In front of the sword pool, Mu Bai looked to the west and sighed softly. An unwavering sword heart. This brat's persistence impressed him once again. In the manner of the Marquis of Jiming, Mu Qingxue looked to the west. Tears fell from her beautiful eyes unconsciously, and an inexplicable pain lingered in her heart. In the Weiyang Palace, Qin Ning, who was accompanying Zhang Sun to read, suddenly trembled. She bowed to Zhang Sun without showing her emotions and quietly left. Outside the palace, Qin Ning finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She covered her red lips and tears dripped down. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed. In the Taotia's stomach, Suyi felt the danger of her clone. Her aura became chaotic, and waves of backlash spread from her qi to her main body. The chaotic true essence brought about a waterfall of blood mist. The clone was connected to the main body, and at this moment it was also on the verge of death. Ningchen. Jiang Wangji's expression shook. His hands moved, and the guqin played. The two ancient swords, one yin and one yang, spun in reverse, opening the Tao Gate's secret formation. Go against the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Turn the 100 qi of the universe into one, return to the origin, and turn life and death into heaven. The Tao Gate's secret formation opened, and yin and yang turned into yin and yang. The two yin and yang gave birth to yin and yang. The spinning ancient swords reversed yin and yang, protecting the two soul flames of Jiming. In the extreme sky grand formation, Hongyi, who was burning her origin energy, reached an unprecedented level of clarity in her sword at the last moment of her life. The sharpness of each sword was stronger than the previous one, making the head of the martial crown feel extreme pressure. God destroys heaven and earth. Bai Jiang channeled the power of the Nether King, and endless black energy surged around his body. The extreme might shook the world, and a violent pressure soared into the sky, sweeping away the clouds and shocking the divine prefecture. As the divine might descended upon him, his red robes turned, and his illusory figure instantly moved. It was impossible to see with the naked eye, and he avoided the streams of air that approached him. Just as Jiming was burning his life to buy time, the Eternal Knight Hierarch, Marquis Triumphant Return, and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor arrived at the weak point of the formation that Ningchen had mentioned. In the twisting void, a huge pitch-black vortex floated up and down. No one knew where it led, but a terrifying pressure was faintly discernible. It was enough to make one's heart tremble. That's it. The Eternal Knight Hierarch looked at the spatial vortex in front of him and said solemnly, "Time is of the essence. Destroy it." Marquis Triumphant Return held his saber and gathered his true essence. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor nodded. His golden staff spun rapidly, and true essence gathered around his body. The golden ring rang, and his lifetime of cultivation was used in this most important move. The three worked together, and their true essence temporarily suppressed the power of the formation. 3 streams of light gathered in one place and slashed at the black vortex in the void. A shocking explosion shook the formation, and the vortex cracked open. Just as it was about to succeed, the power of faith of half of the divine land gathered in the formation and quickly stabilized the center of the formation. Black feathers fluttered, and the power of faith gathered into an illusory figure. Its face couldn't be seen clearly, but an extremely terrifying aura circulated, suppressing heaven and earth. Seeing the figure formed by the power of faith, the three's expressions immediately sank. This was troublesome. The demonic god appeared, and its disdainful gaze was emotionless. It turned its palm over and pressed down with shocking power. The Eternal Night Hierarch took a step forward, and the smoke cloud divine spear collapsed, blocking the demonic god's palm. With a bang, he was forced back several steps. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, showing his unshakable power. The demonic god moved again. Marquis' triumphant return and the golden staff imperial tutor blocked it together. With a loud bang, blood splashed all over the sky. Both of them were severely injured and were sent flying. 17 miles away, Ning Chen also felt the sudden appearance of a powerful aura. His expression changed, and just as he was about to go and help, he suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had burned his origin to fight Wu Guan, had finally exhausted his strength. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Seeing a crack in the river, Ning Chen's palm condensed powerful vast origin energy and his figure flashed. It came for his life. At this critical moment, a sword shrouded in demonic chi appeared and blocked Wu Guan's palm with a loud clang. "Good friend, I'm late." The white-haired figure with the demonic mark between his eyebrows appeared. Xia Zi and Luofei appeared at the same time. They supported Ning Chen, who was staggering. Go and save them." Ning Chen leaned on the sword and looked at the two of them, saying weakly, "What are you doing here?" Xia Zi asked worriedly. "It's fine. Go quickly, or it'll be too late." Ning Chen pushed Xia Zi away and barely managed to summon the last of his strength. The Yama divine weapon's brilliance sublimated to the extreme. Its light was unprecedentedly dazzling. Seeing that his good friend had made up his mind, Xia Zi sighed. He had to endure the pain in his heart and quickly rushed forward with Luofei. "Do you think you can escape?" Ning Chen's eyes were cold. He swept out the blood jade sword and blocked the path. "If you want to stop me, you have to get through me first." The Yama King's divine sword swept across, blocking the bloodshed divine sword. Fresh blood dripped down from Knowing Fate's arm, dyeing the sword and his red robes red. "Marquis Ning Chen, how long can you hold on?" Ning Chen snorted and stepped forward. The cold light became more and more ruthless. The red clothes moved the sword. Although the sword was still fast, it gradually lost its sharpness. Ning Chen, who had run out of oil, had reached the final stage of his life. At the same time, in front of the space vortex, the Eternal Night Hierarch, Marquis' triumphant return, and the Golden Staff Imperial Preceptor joined forces to fight the demon god. They were also seriously injured and were gradually losing their strength. With the faith of half of the divine land, the demon god was unshakable. His every move shook the heavens. At this moment, Xia Zi and Luofei finally arrived. The demonic sword activated the endless demonic chi in the Emperor's body. The sword reincarnated and the world darkened. With a loud bang, the Emperor's mouth turned red. He moved the sword again and the demonic chi surged for thousands of feet. Scroll of the Moon, Silent Moonfall. Luofei operated the Scroll of the Moon at the same time. The moonlight sprinkled down and there was endless silence. In an instant, birds stopped singing, flowers stopped fragrant, and time seemed to have stopped. "We can't fight anymore. Retreat." The demon god was blocked for a moment. Xia Zi waved his sword and cut open the battle. He took the 3 injured people and quickly left. Luofei condensed her palm and made another move. Then, her beautiful figure flashed and left with the 4 people. The demon god waved his hand to disperse the successive sword and palm attacks. He looked coldly at the disappearing group of people and gradually dispersed. 17 miles away, the battle had reached its final moment. The light of the Yama divine weapon dimmed, indicating that Ning Chen's fire of life was about to be extinguished. The demonic chi swept over and took Ning Chen and Meng Xuanji away. He swung his sword and said, Luofei, take them and the abbot away. Yes. Luofei responded and moved to the other side of the battle. She forced Hua Zhuang to retreat and took the abbot away. Xia Zi, you really betrayed the divine religion. Looking at the white-haired man in front of him, Bian Jiang couldn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. He didn't believe that an outsider would be loyal to the divine religion. Now it was true. Xia Zi didn't care. The demonic sword moved and his white hair danced. His demonic qi shocked the world. They collided and both were forced back several steps. The emperor didn't linger and retreated, turning into a stream of light that flew away. The battle stopped and peace was restored behind the great array. All that was left was a scene of devastation and blood that dyed the ground red. Chapter 378. In the Jiming Marquis residence, Xia Zi and Luofei returned with the injured people. Everyone was covered in blood, telling of the tragedy of the battle. The power of the extreme sky formation was beyond their expectations. It suppressed everyone's cultivation and made it difficult for them to use their full strength. Although they found a way to break the formation, they were unable to condense the power of faith into a demon god. Meng Xuanji's back was hit by Zhong Qianqiu's palm. Her vitality gradually dissipated. No matter how much Luofei tried to inject her true yuan, it was useless. Ning Chen looked at the unconscious woman with unconcealable sorrow in his eyes. At this moment, the exhausted phoenix body could no longer support itself. Drops of phoenix origin and phoenix blood dissipated. With one last look, Hongyi's life faded away and she fell silently. Ning Chen. Xia Zi's pupils shrank. He went forward to support the former. Good friend. His last words were so soft that they couldn't be heard clearly. Only the emperor in front of him heard it clearly. His heart was in pain as if it was being cut by 1,000 knives. In the end, he still couldn't let go of the heavy burden on his shoulders. He left them with the last hope. He never raised his arm again. Jiming. When did he ever know his own fate? In the Qizhou mountain range, in the Taoya's stomach, after the clone's vitality disappeared, the main body was affected. His aura also weakened rapidly. Even the Taoist formation couldn't hold him back. The sound of the Tai Guqin was faintly discernible. Dao Kuei played the strings with both hands and tried his best to protect Su Yi's vitality. However, the souls of the two bodies were connected. The gradual disappearance of one indicated that the life of the other was also coming to an end. In the Marquis residence, the door opened. A white-clothed figure flashed through and took the two people who were dying. In the blink of an eye, she left quickly. Her speed was so fast that the people present didn't have time to react. When they came back to their senses, she had already disappeared. It's Mu Qingxue. Xia Zi was shocked. Where was she taking them? She was worried, so she quickly followed in the direction where the former had disappeared. The two streaks of light, one in front and one behind, widened the distance between them. Mu Qingxue, who had mastered the travel scroll, was so fast that even the emperors in the three disasters couldn't catch up. In the Heavenly Sky Academy, the flowing light stopped. Mu Qingxue appeared and pushed open the door of the wooden house. A trace of indescribable pain flashed through her beautiful eyes as she pleaded, "Teacher, please save them." In the wooden house, the headmaster raised his head and looked at the two people brought by Mu Qingxue. He sighed softly and said slowly, "This girl can be saved, but Ning Chen can't be saved." Xia Zi, who had just rushed over, trembled when he heard the teacher's words. He suppressed his grief and said, "Teacher, please save Miss Meng's life." His good friend had been trapped by love all his life. If he could save Miss Meng, he would be able to rest easy on the road to the Yellow Springs. The headmaster raised his hand and the great righteousness surged and gathered around Meng Xuanji. At the same time, the last bit of phoenix blood flew out from Ning Chen's chest and entered the girl's heart meridian, helping to repair the damage. Not long after, the headmaster stopped and said tiredly, "All right, take her back." "What about him? Is there no other way?" Mu Qingxue asked. Before the headmaster could speak, a purple and white figure appeared out of nowhere in the wooden house. He glanced at the young man in red whose vitality was almost undetectable and said faintly, "His origin is exhausted, and his spirit is injured. Sages can't save him." Then Luo Xingqian looked at the headmaster and narrowed his eyes. He said, "I didn't notice you when I first came to the Divine Land. Sorry for not recognizing you." The arrival of an unknown powerhouse made Xia Zi's expression turn cold. He said, "May I ask who you are?" "Luo Xingqian, a friend of your Marquis." Luo Xingqian's mouth curved slightly. Although he was smiling, he still gave off a feeling of indifference. Then, Luo Xingqian walked to Ningqian. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. "The sword will just now was really wonderful. What a pity." With a complicated look, the purple and white figure dispersed. When he left, he sighed softly in his heart. It was really a pity that he couldn't try such a dazzling sword. "Headmaster, can't we save him?" Just as Luo Xingqian left, Xianin moved and an illusory figure appeared. He looked at the red-robed man on the ground and asked seriously. Dao Kuei appeared in the academy. After 1,000 years, the two strongest powerhouses of Taoism and Confucianism met for the first time. Without any greetings, they went straight to business. "We can't save him." The headmaster nodded and replied. Jiang Wangji was silent. After a while, he sighed deeply and said, "Then let's do as he said. Sink this soul into the Blue Frost Valley and freeze it forever." Xia Zi's expression changed. He was really angry and shouted, "Are you letting him suffer forever?" 3 souls were separated and 1 was frozen. The other 2 souls couldn't be freed. Once they woke up, they would experience the pain of being frozen. They wouldn't die, but they would live a life worse than death. Jiang Wangji suppressed the pity in his heart. His expression gradually turned cold. He said, "He hasn't finished cultivating the No-2 life scroll. He can't die now. This is his wish. Headmaster, let's do it." Xia Zi was furious. He waved his hand and the demonic sword appeared in his hand. Demonic qi filled the sky. In an instant, he was in front of Ning Chen and cut off his soul. Since he couldn't save him, he would personally send him to hell. It was better than suffering forever. "Back off." Dao Kuei's eyes turned cold. With a bang, the Emperor Realm expert was pushed back. "Mu Qingxue, send him to the Blue Frost Valley." At this moment, the headmaster finally spoke and decided on the matter. Mu Qingxue was silent. He walked forward and helped Hong Yi up. He was struggling in his heart, but this time, he didn't know what to do. Xia Zi's eyes turned cold. Killing intent surged around his body. The demonic sword hummed continuously. He once again revealed his demonic state. "Xia Zi, if you turn into a demon again, his efforts will be wasted," Jiang Wangji said coldly. "If the so-called justice in the world is like you, then Xia Zi would rather turn into a demon again." Xia Zi coldly glanced at the 2 people in the room. He turned around and left, unwilling to look back. "Miss Mu, please quickly bring him to the Blue Frost Valley. Otherwise, if this soul dissipates, it will never come back." Jiang Wangji looked at Mu Qingxue and said seriously. Mu Qingxue silently hugged the man in front of him. He calmed his mind and walked out of the wooden house. The dissipating white-robed figure quickly flew northwest. She didn't know if her decision was right or wrong. She only hoped that when he woke up, there would still be a trace of hope. Mu Qingxue appeared in front of the Blue Frost Valley. The instant he stepped into the valley, Mo Bai's figure also appeared. When he saw the figure in Mu Qingxue's embrace, his pupils shrank. How could this be? Mu Qianshang took 2 steps forward and looked at Ning Chen, whose vitality was almost undetectable. A trace of pain flashed through his eyes. The last time they met, Ning Chen was still full of evil intentions. He had shamelessly dragged him along to deal with Bai Jiang. How could someone as smart as him let himself fall into such a desperate situation? "Please move aside." Mu Qingxue held Hong Yi and walked step by step towards the Thousand Snow Lake. Mu Qingxue stopped on the snowy lake. He waved his hand and the shadow-bearing sword appeared. A sword light split the sky and with a loud bang, it fell down. With a loud bang, the surface of the lake collapsed and a 3-zhang-long crack appeared. An extremely cold qi spread out from the lake. At this moment, it was as if even the heavens and earth were about to freeze. Mu Qianshang was shocked. As if he had thought of something, he quickly moved forward and pulled out his snow sword. He blocked in front of Mu Qingxue and said coldly, "Are you crazy? He only has one soul in this body. Once he is frozen, the other 2 souls will be tortured if they wake up. This is the only way to let him live," Mu Qingxue softly said. He immediately went around Mu Qingxue and walked to the front of the split lake. He gently put down the figure in his embrace. In the bone-chilling lake, Hong Yi slowly sank deeper and deeper, becoming more and more blurry. Not long after, she completely disappeared in front of their eyes. On the split ice surface, the lake water once again froze. A cold wind blew and snow covered it, leaving no trace behind. "Miss Mu, thank you." As he spoke, a brilliance gathered and Dao Kuei appeared. He looked at the lake with a slightly gloomy expression. This step was left behind by Ningchen. Perhaps he had already predicted his ending a long time ago. When Mu Qianshang saw the figure that appeared, he was shocked. Dao Kuei Jiang Wangji. The inheritance of the heavenly pavilion of compassion's sword was the Taoism of the past. Regarding the leader of the Taoism from 1,000 years ago, the ancient books and stone walls of the heavenly pavilion of compassion's sword were left with the thickest ink. Mu Qingxue did not say a word. He turned and left. After 2 steps, he disappeared. Jiang Wangji sighed softly. The Tai Xianin appeared and the Taoism demon sealing formation fell from the Guqin. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the lake. A demonic cultivator came to take Mu Qingxue away. In the Qizhou Mountains, in the stomach of the Taotai, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang formation forcefully preserved the vitality of the knowing destiny state. The soul that left the body was frozen and did not dissipate. It gave the body a slight chance of survival. The knowing destiny state was the last path left for himself. Although it was extremely difficult, it was the only path that could be taken. Dao Kuei stood aside and used the Tai Xianin to activate the life and death scrolls. He was the last hope. The unconscious knowing destiny state had 2 souls still. The life that was forcefully preserved would have to endure the most extreme pain in the world. This was the path that he chose. Once he stepped on it, he would have to bear the pain. In the Weiyang Palace, Xia Zi had been kneeling outside the door for 2 days. No one dared to persuade him. Xia Xinyu and Ning Shi stood outside the room with tears in their eyes. They did not dare to step in. Such a big change in the manner of the knowing destiny state could not be hidden from the Zhangsun in the Weiyang Palace. Most of the time, the Zhangsun did not say anything, but it did not mean that he did not know anything. As the empress of the Xia dynasty, he had seen too much. It was not easy to hide from him. Xia Zi was possessed by the devil. The burden on the knowing destiny state was several times heavier. The Zhangsun saw it all. He did not say anything, but he knew better than anyone. Now that the emperor had returned, the knowing destiny state could not hold on anymore. He sank into the Thousand Snow Lake and slept forever. The emperor was wrong. He was wrong because he was kind. He was wrong because he was possessed by the devil. He was wrong because he put the burden on his friend. It was too late for him to return. With a creak, the door opened and Qing Ning walked out. When she saw Xia Zi kneeling outside the door, she couldn't hide the pain in her eyes and said, "Please go back. Her Highness won't see you before he returns." Xia Xinyu and Ning Shi's tears fell silently. They knew that the Empress was really heartbroken this time. No one knew if he could come back. However, the Zhangsun would never take back what he said. Unless the knowing destiny state came back, they would never see each other again. Chapter 379. In the study of the Jiming Marquis residence, the place where the Jiming Marquis used to meditate was now empty. He was no longer there. As usual, Ruashi served him tea. Her tears fell drop by drop, wetting the paper on the table. Daylily, who had been recuperating for many days, walked out of the room and looked at the crying woman in the study with dim eyes. Love was always the most depressing thing. On the western front of Great Xia, the Evernight army had been pushed out of Great Xia's western border under the relentless attacks of the three dynasties. They were advancing westward and were not far from the eternal night cult. The effects of the extreme sky array were becoming more and more obvious. The days were shortened and the nights were lengthened. In just a month's time, there were less than 8 hours of daylight left. The world was in a state of panic and people's hearts were constantly changing. With Xia Zi's return, the emperor's heart was no longer as benevolent as before. He took on the burden left behind by Jiming and suppressed all the rebellions with his demonic sword. Rivers of blood flowed in the cities. People's hearts were unpredictable in troubled times. When benevolence could no longer stabilize people's hearts, only the sword in hand was the best solution. The famous sword of the Confucian school, the 3-foot autumn water, placed in the Haowu manor, never appeared again. The emperor could no longer return to the past. The emperor's sword, the symbol of benevolence and righteousness, was destined to be covered in dust forever. After the third soul that was suppressed by Yama returned to his body, he forcefully suppressed the 2 demonized souls and maintained his last bit of sanity and lucidity. Xia Zi did not know how long he could hold on, but before he demonized again, he would do his best to complete the task his good friend entrusted to him. According to Ning Chen's judgment, when the day completely disappeared, it would be the day of Yama's descent. Judging from the current rate of increase of night, Evernight would arrive in less than 2 months. In the battle of the extreme sky array, the flaws of the array had been found. However, with the suppression of the array and the obstruction of the demonic gods formed by faith, it would not be easy to successfully break the array. It would take about a month for the 3 dynasties to reach the eternal night cult. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and the Abbot of the Crossing Temple also needed time to heal. The final battle would be held in a month's time. Whether or not Yama's descent could be stopped would be decided in this battle. Whether the Divine Land would win in the end or the end of the world would soon be revealed. While the Divine Great Land was in chaos, Yi Shuihan, Yao Man, and the others from West Buddha's homeland had to hide their whereabouts because of the Calamity Fire's injuries. They had to wait for the Calamity Fire to recover before they could discuss the matter of building the 4 Cardinal God Tower. Luo Xingqian didn't care about the 4's decision. He walked alone in the Divine Great Land, looking for opponents he was interested in. Luo Xingqian stopped in front of the skyscraping matrix in the west. After a short pause, he stepped into it. He wanted to see how powerful the matrix that Marquis Jiming and so many cultivators of the Divine Prefecture could not break through was. Not long after the purple and white figure entered, the sound of a sword rang out. The broken sword and the white-robed figure also entered. Desolate City's Sword 1, experienced in the mortal world. He could not bear the suffering of the common people, and bore his sword to prove his sword heart. Another 7 or 8 minutes later, boundless light descended from the sky, converging and taking form. The 4 extremes dark heaven entered the formation alone. There were no coincidences in the world. 3 powerful cultivators of the present age entered the formation one after another. Their cultivation levels were different and their goals were different. But at this moment the world saw hope once again. In the formation of divine light, 3 figures entered one after the other. They moved quickly to the west. The extremely fast brilliance disappeared in the blink of an eye. The origin of the divine beasts led the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to surge in the sky. The endless power of faith continued to gather from various dynasties in the west, intensifying the power of the formation. The deeper the 3 went, the more they felt the pressure of the formation. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it was constantly increasing. What a strange formation! Luo Xingqian's eyes flashed with surprise. No wonder Marquis Jiming and the others failed. Such a formation was indeed a nightmare for warriors. At this moment, evil energy descended from the sky. Figures of hell Azuras appeared one after another, blocking the path ahead. Child's play. Luo Xingqian snorted. He turned his palm and condensed vital qi. Vigorous, genuine qi surged out and the three figures of demons collapsed instantly. The evil qi dispersed and disappeared. However, just as Luo Xingqian continued to move forward, thunderbolts fell from the sky. Divine soldiers and heavenly generals punished lives with halberds. Hundreds of thunderbolts and thousands of divine soldiers appeared. More and more heavenly palace soldiers appeared with halberds in their hands, surrounding the intruders. Luo Xingqian frowned slightly. He waved his hand and the star mark appeared. He drew the bow and arrow. Majestic qi gathered and formed a vortex. With one arrow, hundreds of heavenly palace soldiers collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Clang! The sound of metal and stone colliding was heard. The halberd was waved but was blocked by the tip of the finger. Immediately, the finger condensed into a sharp point and broke out. The divine general dissipated. The divine soldiers descended from the sky and the halberds were at the same time. Luo Xingqian condensed his finger and shook the divine blade. Although he was not at a disadvantage, it was difficult for him to escape in a short period of time. At the same time, Xian Tian and Jian Yi who entered the formation also encountered great trouble. The flame divine general appeared and the evil god from another world appeared, completely blocking the path ahead. Two swords appeared and shone brightly. The divine general collapsed and the evil god scattered. However, in the blink of an eye, the fire gathered together and the evil qi condensed again. Sword style, sky-toppling sword. When the sword style was executed, the formation trembled. It was a sword style that surpassed the blue. However, it was different from the blue sword style. The sky-toppling sword destroyed the fire instantly and could no longer gather together. The sword moved forward. Just at this moment, the horizon changed again. The Yin Qi scattered and the Yin soldiers took the path. A magnificent army with thousands of men and horses stepped forward. After breaking through the endless obstruction, the three of them finally felt that something was wrong. They knew that they might have fallen into an illusion. They calmed their hearts and concentrated to find a way to deal with it. This is really endless. The clear sword led the way and cut down 4 evil gods. Before they even had the time to take a breather, the halberd came again. Xian Tian waved his sword and shook off the cold sword in front of his eyes. He used the momentum to retreat and leaped into the sky. The clear sword's radiance rose endlessly. The ultimate move appeared for the first time. Void extinction. When the ultimate move appeared, thousands of swords fell from the sky like rain. They flowed endlessly. In an instant, the area within 1,000 feet was devastated. The shadows of the evil gods dissipated completely. A sword light pierced out and the illusion shook. The three of them simultaneously pushed their sword arts to the limit. They condensed their essence into a single point and used their strength to break through the illusion. With a bang, the illusion dissipated. After leaving the illusion, the three of them finally became serious. This was just an illusion, but it had consumed so much of their essence. It could be imagined that the dangers ahead would be even more difficult to deal with. As the three of them broke through the illusion, Bai Jiang opened his eyes in the center of the formation. A cold light flashed in his eyes and the black aura dissipated. He instantly vanished. He hadn't thought that someone would try to break through the formation so quickly. Moreover, they had come separately. However, if someone came to throw away their lives, he naturally welcomed them. At the same time, within the Blackwater Army's camp, Xia Zi, who had temporarily replaced Marquis' victorious return, received a report. His expression changed. "What is it?" asked Luo Fei. "Someone is trying to break through the formation," said Xiaozi gravely. Luo Fei frowned. This was troublesome. Only they knew of the formation's flaws. If they rashly rushed in, they would only put themselves in danger. Should we save them? Asked Luo Fei softly. No. Xiaozi calmed down and shook his head. Right now, peak experts were extremely precious. Before the final battle, they absolutely couldn't allow any more accidents to happen. I hope they can find a way to break the formation themselves. Luo Fei sighed. Xiaozi's eyes flickered. He hoped that this was the case, but it was almost impossible. There weren't many top experts in the world, but smart people like Fan Lingwei and Ning Chen were even rarer. Up until now, including him, these people who had entered the ultimate heaven formation together still didn't understand how Ning Chen could see the flaws in the formation. Some of the things that Ning Chen knew were sometimes inconceivable and hard to understand. At this moment, a red light flashed in the tent and a red-haired figure walked out. Looking at the white-haired sovereign, he narrowed his eyes and said, "It's you." Seeing that the person in the tent wasn't the knowledge Marquis, Luan Fengchen's heart sank. A bad premonition arose. Only Ning Chen knew how to contact him. Now that he hadn't appeared, there was no doubt that something had happened. Xiaozi gave a simple explanation of what had happened recently. Time was of the essence, and he urgently needed the support of the four extremities. After hearing this, Luan Fengchen deeply sighed. Suppressing the sadness in his heart, he nodded. Did Rong Lu suspect anything? Xiaozi asked with a solemn look in his eyes. He's never truly trusted anyone, so it doesn't matter if he's suspicious or not. The most important thing is that I'm still useful to him, so he won't easily fall out with me, said Luan Fengchen. Be careful. After all, he's an expert who can enter the third calamity at any time. Once he makes trouble for you, he won't be easy to deal with, warned Xiaozi. Yes, I'll be careful. Last time, Ning Chen forced him to use a forbidden technique, and his body was heavily injured. Although his injuries and cultivation base have recovered, his strength is clearly not at its peak, said Luan Fengchen. Xiaozi nodded. 1 month from now, King Haowu's estate will be waiting for the four extremities. Definitely, said Luan Fengchen. With that, his red robes scattered and disappeared. After Luan Fengchen left, Xiaozi walked out of the commander's tent. He looked toward the distant north, an unprecedented firmness in his eyes. His good friend had already done everything he could. The rest would be up to him. Within the tent, Luo Fei sighed. The friendship between men was truly not something a woman could understand. Xiaozi wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Now that he had regained his reason, he had put away all his benevolence and forced himself to become emotionless. As for that cold-blooded Jiming Marquis, he had spared no expense to leave behind enough power for his good friend, preserving their final hope. In this chaotic world, the human heart was the most difficult thing to trust. The kings and marquises of the Grand Xia were able to trust each other so unreservedly, entrusting their lives and hopes to each other. Even in death, they hadn't wavered in the slightest. Unfortunately, they had still returned a bit too late. Their meeting in the extreme celestial formation had become an irreparable regret. Only now did she understand why the divine religion, at its peak, had been unable to defeat the Grand Xia, which had been riddled with holes by the northern Meng's iron hooves. The Grand Xia's Weiyang Palace's Empress Changsun was truly the most admirable woman in the world. She had single-handedly raised the kings and marquises of the Grand Xia. Chapter 380. The ultimate sky formation trapped the three geniuses. Seeing that the day was about to end and the night was about to arrive, the pressure in the formation was getting heavier. The moment the sword was drawn, it was as if it was tied down by 1,000 pounds. Outside the formation, Xiaozi walked over and stopped 10 miles away. He calmly observed the formation that was getting stronger and stronger. He had no intention of saving them. Time passed slowly. In the formation, Luo Xingchen moved forward quickly. At this moment, the sky was filled with black gas. A black-clothed figure appeared. Without saying a word, he struck out a powerful palm. The powerful power of the King of Hell surged, causing the world to tremble. Luo Xingchen's eyes narrowed. He turned his palm to meet the attack. With a bang, he took 3 steps back. The blood in his body rolled violently. His body was limited. It was difficult for him to gain the upper hand even if he defeated the legendary West Buddha genius of the Divine Land Sword. Star Mark. With a clench of his hand, the stars appeared. The heavenly bow was drawn. A sharp aura gathered. An arrow was shot out. A flowing light flashed and broke toward Wu Guan's heart. Too slow. Bai Jiang snorted. He held his sword and condensed energy. The sword radiance shook the tip of the arrow. With a clang, the arrow radiance scattered and disappeared. The battle was close at hand. The sword radiance pressed forward again, suppressing the timing of Star Mark's bow. The brilliant emerald blood radiance flashed across one death after another. Luo Xingchen frowned. The tip of his finger shook the sword radiance. The clang of the collision kept ringing between the two. You're not from the Divine Land, yet you can't wait to die. Stupid. Bai Jiang recognized the bow in Bai Jiang's hand. His eyes flashed with sarcasm. Another bow from the Zhao family. It seemed that when the master arrived, the Zhao family of Zhongzhou must be completely cleaned up. I thought I was hated enough. I didn't expect to meet my match today. Luo Xingchen sneered. He changed the direction of the attack with 2 fingers on his right hand. He shook off the sword radiance and used the momentum to retreat 10 feet. The arrow box behind him opened. 3 green arrows flew out. The intertwined arrow radiance became faster and faster. Its power was completely different from before. The sound of it breaking through the air was piercing. Bai Jiang's expression turned serious. The bloody sky tears of blood rose. The sword split the wind and clouds as it met the arrows. With 3 violent vibrations, the green arrows shattered. Then, 3 golden arrows shot out and pierced through the body. Seeing blood, Bai Jiang retreated a few steps. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He did not expect to be hit by an arrow. He suffered a big loss. How about it? We don't know who's going to die, said Luo Xingchen indifferently. Bai Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned cold. The Nether King's aura around him sublimated to the extreme. His feet moved, and in an instant, he rushed forward again. Luo Xingchen moved at the same time. His figure was illusory, and the afterimages were like dancing stars. Rays of arrow radiance flew down from the afterimages and trapped Wu Guan's body. Is it that simple? Bai Jiang's sword aura changed direction, and thousands of revolving swords met the descending arrow. Amidst the rumbling, endless aftershocks rippled out, and the arrow dissipated. Divine destruction! Wu Guan held his sword horizontally, and the Nether King's move appeared once more. Endless black chi surged around him, and a berserk pressure soared into the sky. Rings of divine might rippled out, illuminating the rising moon in the sky. The blood-red light shone brilliantly, and the formation resonated. The 3 origin source light pillars boosted the might of this move to its peak. The terrifying might suppressed the world. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel this extreme aura of destruction. Within the formation, Xiantian and Jian Yi both sensed the destructive aura coming from the distance. Their expressions changed, and they immediately realized that other than them, there was someone else charging into the formation. The 2 of them didn't hesitate at all. They took a step forward and soared into the air. Sword light flourished, and from thousands of miles away, they rushed toward the distant battlefield. The extremely resplendent sword light pierced through the barrier and rushed over from 2 different directions. Seeing this, Luo Xingchen leaped into the sky. Borrowing the power of the 2 swords, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. A crimson arrow light appeared. It was extremely ferocious, and it surged out. 2 swords and an arrow intertwined and turned into a blazing red light that collided with the Nether King's move. With a loud bang, everything collapsed. The terrifying aftershocks spread out for dozens of miles. Luo Xingchen and Bai Jiang, who bore the brunt of the impact, flew out with blood all over their bodies. They were both severely injured. On the other side, Jian Yi and Xiantian were also affected by the aftershock. Their qi and blood were in turmoil. Although they weren't severely injured, they still felt uncomfortable. Wu Guan was caught off guard when the three of them worked together to fight to a draw. At this moment, the three of them realized that it was much more difficult to defeat the person in front of them in this formation than they had imagined. Outside the formation, night fell. The moon in the sky became brighter, and a scarlet light illuminated the world. The Nether King's power reflected through the moonlight and descended upon the divine continent. The extreme heavens might increased rapidly, and a faint layer of blood color lingered on the formation. Even the sovereigns outside the formation could feel the powerful oppression. Demonic sword. Xiaozi waved his hand. His sword moved and his body moved. He leaped into the sky, and a demonic aura rose around him. The light on his sword shone brightly, covering the scarlet moon in the sky. Reincarnation. The reincarnation sword slashed toward the formation below. The surging demonic aura in the dark night separated heaven and earth, pointing the way for those who were lost. With a loud bang, the formation shook. Within the formation, the three of them sensed it at the same time. They no longer hesitated and quickly retreated. Bai Zhang's eyes darkened when he saw this. He condensed vast origin energy in his palm and sent out a powerful palm strike. Luo Xingchen flipped his palm to block the attack. The corner of his mouth was dyed red again, but he didn't stop and quickly retreated. Outside the formation, Xiaozi slowly descended and quietly looked at the formation. His expression was calm, and there wasn't a trace of fluctuation. He had already led the way. As for whether the people in the formation could escape or not, it would depend on their luck. After a quarter of an hour, 3 figures rushed out one by one. Their clothes were dyed red, and they were in a sorry state. The 3 of them looked at each other, then shifted their gazes to the white-haired young man in front of them. "Thank you. Did you meet the demonic god?" Xiaozi asked. Luo Xingchen frowned. What demonic god? He had seen many celestial soldiers and generals, but he hadn't seen a demonic god. Jian Yi and Xiantian were also puzzled. They also didn't understand what the demonic god was talking about. Seeing their expressions, Xiaozi sighed inwardly. It turned out that it wasn't the power of the demonic god. In the end, they weren't able to reach the end. "Do you know something?" asked Luo Xingchen. "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." Xiaozi collected his thoughts and responded. Then, he turned around and walked toward the camp of the Blackwater Army. The 3 of them had failed to break through the formation, so they also wanted to know what was going on. Thus they followed. In the Blackwater Army's main tent, Xiaozi explained what they knew about the extreme sky formation to the 3 of them. Right now, it didn't matter which dynasty or region it was. As long as they could stop the Nether King from descending, they had to fight for any power. The 3 of them frowned when they heard this. They hadn't expected that after spending so much effort, they would only be able to wander around the formation. They were still far from the center of the formation. "How did the Jiming Marquis calculate the location?" asked Luo Xingchen. "I'm not sure." When the Jiming Marquis was mentioned again, Xiaozi's eyes flashed with undetectable pain. He didn't even have time to say anything before he couldn't hold on. "I still underestimated him." Luo Xingchen narrowed his eyes. This Jiming Marquis was giving him more and more surprises. It was a pity that heroes were short-lived. 1 month later, we will try to break the formation again. At that time, I wonder if the 3 of you can help us, said Xiaozi as he suppressed the pain in his heart. Why is it 1 month later and not now? Asked Xiantian. In the previous battle, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor and the others were too heavily injured. It will take a long time for them to recover. Xiaozi's tone changed and he said gravely, On the other hand, which is also the most important point, the power of faith in the great sky formation is too strong. If we want to break the formation, we must first shake the foundation of the divine religion. According to the current situation, it will take about a month before the Allied army completely defeats the Eternal Night divine religion. Once the divine religion is defeated, its position in the hearts of the people of the Western dynasties will be greatly affected. The power of faith they gather will also be greatly reduced. After weighing the pros and cons, 1 month later will be the best time. Luo Xingchen smiled faintly. He liked the idea of taking drastic measures. Today's battle had been really frustrating. He was a person who held grudges the most. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman, even though he wasn't a gentleman himself. 1 month later, I will go to the imperial city of the Great Xia to find you. I hope you can finish the matter as soon as possible. Don't make me wait too long, said Luo Xingchen with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Definitely, said Xia Zi seriously. After getting the promise, Luo Xingchen didn't stay any longer. He waved his hand casually and left. 1 month later, I will be there on time. Jian Yi stood up and left after saying that. After the two left, Xian Tian looked at the person in front of him and asked seriously, "Is the Jiming Marquis really dead?" Xia Zi didn't answer directly. He sighed softly and asked, "From your point of view, isn't Ning Chen's death a good news?" Maybe it was in the past. Xian Tian changed the topic and said in a deep voice, "However, the current situation may be completely different with or without the Jiming Marquis. He was the one who saw the flaw in the Great Sky formation. We don't know the formation as well as he does. If something unexpected happens and he isn't here, we will be in trouble." Xia Zi was silent for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, "Whether you believe it or not, he really can't come. This time, we can only deal with these possible accidents by ourselves." Xian Tian squinted his eyes and stared at the former for a long time. He then stood up and said, "1 month later, I will be there on time." After saying that, Xian Tian also turned and left. In the empty commander's tent, only Xia Zi was left. He looked at the flickering lights and pondered. With the addition of these 3 people, the battle strength they had gathered was at its peak. Facing the Nether King, no accidents could happen. This was their last hope. Whether they could bring peace back to the divine Great Land depended on the result of this final battle. Chapter 381. The flames of war were merciless, destroying the divine land that was already riddled with holes. The allied army of the 3 dynasties advanced westward at all costs. They were determined to defeat the Eternal Night sect in the shortest time possible. The battlefield became a harvester of human lives. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of soldiers and civilians died in the war. The divine land was in a state of war that had never been seen before. Both sides seemed to have gone mad. They kept pouring in new forces to fight for the final victory. Death and fear spread endlessly, becoming a dark cloud that shrouded the entire divine land. The Great Xia, the Northern Meng, and the Barbarian Dynasty, the 3 most powerful dynasties in the divine land, attacked the divine land at all costs. The Eternal Night sect finally showed signs of weakness. This colossus that had existed for countless years had a terrifying foundation. After the Marquis of Jiming had used up a large number of their top experts, they still managed to hold on under the fierce attacks of the 3 dynasties. In the imperial city of the Great Xia, many experts gathered. The people who were in seclusion to heal also came out. If they succeeded in this final battle, it would be a blessing for the divine land. If they failed, it would be a nightmare for the world. There were less than 4 hours left in the daytime. The blood moon in the sky was frighteningly bright. The terrifying power of the god of hell could be clearly felt even outside the skyscraping formation. Everyone began to realize that the time of the god of hell's descent was close. In the Haowu Palace, a report of victory came, symbolizing that the war had finally come to an end. The news quickly spread throughout the divine land like water. Everyone was shocked, and sad. But no matter what, the war that had been going on for several years was finally over. It's our turn. In the Haowu Palace, Xia Zi stood up and looked at the figures in the hall. After this battle, no one knew how many people could come back. As long as they could stop the god of hell's descent, it would be worth it even if they couldn't come back. We've finally come to this point. The hierarch of the Eternal Night looked at the west. For this battle, many people had been sacrificed. They could not afford to lose. They could only succeed, not fail. I'm getting impatient, Luo Xingchen said with a faint smile. Saint Xian Tian looked at the young man in front of him and sighed. There's no need to say any more. Luan Fengchen raised his hand to stop Luan Fengchen from continuing. What happened in the past was no longer important. Maybe after today they would never be able to come back. Everything that happened in the past could only be discussed in the underworld. Originally, I didn't want to come. Unfortunately, I couldn't endure the torture of my good friend. I wonder if it's too late to regret it now? Jiang Hua laughed. Luan Fengchen lightly smiled and said, It's really lonely to walk alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. I have friends to accompany me, and I have someone to talk to. That's true, said Jiang Hua with a fake smile. Amitba, it's time. Everyone, let's set off, the abbot of Du Yi Temple interrupted. Yes. Everyone stood up. All of them had different faces. Perhaps they didn't know each other in the past, but now they were all comrades in arms with a common goal. They were no longer separated by territories, realms, or even positions. In the next moment, streaks of light shot out of the Haowu mansion like shooting stars. They were so bright that the entire imperial city could see them clearly. Chang's son walked out of the Weiyang Palace with tears in his eyes. He had to come back alive. In the west of the Grand Xia, streaks of light gathered outside the extreme sky Grand Formation. One figure after another walked out. The top experts of the world had gathered to break through the formation. This battle would decide the fate of the entire Divine Prefecture, and even the entire 5 regions. The Eternal Night Hierarch, Xia Zi, Luo Xingchen, Marquis Victorious Return, Luo Fei, Jian Yi, the Abbot of Du Yi Temple, Jian Bodhi, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, Luan Fengchen, Jiang Hua, Princess Shihua, Duke Qinghua of the Sudden Thunder Dynasty. A dozen top experts connected their auras to resist the might of the extreme sky Grand Formation. The Eternal Night Hierarch and the others who had broken through the extreme sky Grand Formation before walked at the front, following the path that knowing destiny had calculated. They didn't have much time. They only had less than 4 hours. Once night fell and the blood moon rose, the power of the Grand Formation would multiply, and their chances of success would be minuscule. 15 minutes after they entered the formation, lightning fell from the sky, and the heavenly palace appeared. Thousands of divine generals descended to the mortal world, and illusions appeared again to hinder their progress. Let me do it. Save your true origin and maintain your best condition. Princess Shihua walked out and waved her delicate hand. The Joyous Union Bell appeared. The Joyous Union Bell, which was ranked alongside the Golden Feather Centipede, displayed its might for the first time. The sound of the bell swayed and multicolored light shone. Illusions appeared within illusions, and its power broke through the illusions. The space distorted, and the 2 illusions fought. Princess Shihua condensed her true origin and poured it into the Joyous Union Bell. With a bang, the illusions were broken, and the surroundings quickly returned to normal. After breaking through the illusions, Princess Shihua looked exhausted. It was obvious that she had used up a lot of her strength. After the illusions were broken, the group didn't delay. They immediately moved and continued forward. You really came. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, the black gas that filled the sky condensed, and a black-clothed figure walked out. He looked at the group in front of him and sneered. A month had passed, and Bai Zhang's aura had become even stronger. It was far stronger than when Ning Chen and the others entered the formation. With the support of the Underworld King's power, Bai Zhang's martial crown had transformed once again, surpassing everyone present. What a coincidence! I am also here to look for you. Luo Xingchen walked out and clenched his fist. Star Mark appeared and the battle started again. Count me in. Xian Tian walked forward and calmly said. Jian Yi also walked out and said, We will delay him. You all go and break the formation. Be careful, Xia Zi warned. Without hesitation, he led the group forward. The three of you are really confident. Bai Jiang didn't chase after them. It's enough to deal with you. After saying that, clear sword unsheathed, and an extremely fast sword instantly arrived in front of Bai Jiang. Sharp killing intent threatened to take his life. What I mean is that you want to stop my king's descent with just those people. You are dreaming. Bai Jiang sneered and blocked with his sword. A jade-colored light surrounded his sword as it collided with clear sword's brilliance. To tell you the truth, you are even more annoying than me. Luo Xingchen pointed his finger and took a step forward, once again surrounding Bai Jiang. Bai Jiang didn't feel the slightest fear in the face of their pincer attack. He held his sword and his aura surged. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. When Jian Yi saw this, he unsheathed his broken sword. An ancient wave streaked across the sky and his sword slashed down. Pointless struggle. Bai Jiang pushed away the two people in front of him with a palm. Then, he slashed with his jade-colored blood, and the heaven-slashing sword shattered. Jian Yi fell to the ground and retreated 3 steps. Blood quietly dripped from the corner of his mouth. 3 against 1, but they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Wu Guan's ability to use the power of the Underworld King was truly shocking. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the three's encirclement instantly changed. Luo Xingchen took a step forward and broke away from the battle. Then, he drew his bow and thousands of sharp lights rained down. Bai Zhang's pupils constricted, and thousands of spinning swords shot out. The swords rumbled and shook 100 li, void extinction. The profound sky sword's sword flow was majestic. It was powerful and deadly. Bai Jiang turned his palm to face the sword flow. At this moment, the broken sword's sharpness reappeared, and a sharp sword qi came pressing down. Wind and clouds appeared on the sword again. Wu Guan's eyes turned cold and his jade-colored blood met the attack again. Although he couldn't store enough energy, he still forcibly blocked the broken sword. However, when his palm and sword blocked the attack, a silent arrow instantly appeared in front of him. Bai Jiang couldn't dodge it in time. He groaned and blood stained the sand. Since the start of the battle, Wu Guan was injured for the first time. His anger surged, and the aura of the Underworld King surged into his body. With a bang, he sent the 2 people in front of him flying. Xiantian and Jian Yi fell to the ground and vomited blood. They looked at Wu Guan in front of them with heavy hearts. They understood that this battle was going to be fought to the death. Just as the 3 were fighting bitterly, Xia Zi and the others encountered some trouble again. The formation changed, and a sea of lightning trapped them. It was quite different from when they first entered. Endless lightning fell as if there was no end. Seeing that time was running out, the abbot of Dewey Temple and the sword Bodhi walked out. They used their Buddha bodies to open a path and buy time for everyone. Everyone, I wish you success. The dual Buddha body circulated to the extreme, and the revered Buddha body appeared. Dazzling golden light pierced through heaven and earth, cutting through the lightning and supporting a calm path. Many thanks. Xia Zi and the others said their thanks and continued to pass through the sea of lightning. Dangers and difficulties tested everyone's determination to move forward. The changing formation brought one crisis after another. Without the knowing destiny state, everyone could only use their strength to open a path and fight for a chance to move forward. At the same time, in the stomach of the Taotai in Mount Chizhou, the cultivation of the No 2 Life Scroll had reached the final stage. Dao Kuei opened the formation and used his knowing destiny state body to forcefully circulate the vital qi of the two scrolls. However, he was still unable to complete the last stage. The foundation required for the two scrolls, which were the most difficult to cultivate, surpassed all the other arcane tomes. Although the knowing destiny state had only been cultivating for a short time, it was still far from the foundation required for the two scrolls. "Headmaster, I need your help," Dao Kuei said slowly. In the academy, the headmaster looked towards the north. His body slowly faded away. Not long after, an illusory figure appeared in the Taotia's stomach. Although it was not solid, it still made people feel an unusually strong sense of righteousness pressing down on them. "What's the matter?" the headmaster asked. "The last step of the No 2 Life Scroll. He can't take it because his foundation is not strong enough," Jiang Wangji said seriously. The headmaster's old face turned serious. It was too late to change someone else to cultivate the scroll. At this moment, they could only forcefully improve the foundation of the boy. However, it was not easy to improve the foundation, especially now that time was tight and there was no time to find other ways. Now, the only way was to borrow time from the heavens with the origin of life and forcefully improve the foundation of the boy. "Wake him up. This is a decision he should make himself," the headmaster said with a deep sigh. Jiang Wangji was silent. He had planned to wake him up after helping him cultivate the No 2 Life Scroll. He did not expect that he would have to wake him up in the end. For the sake of the world, they owed him so much that they could never repay him in this lifetime. The Tai zither appeared, and the sound reverberated. It reached the spiritual soul and awakened the sleeping knowing destiny state. With a painful groan, the knowing destiny state, who had not fully woken up, began to tremble. Even the strong knowing destiny state could not help but groan in pain.